And I think a
What
lot.
verse says that?
Well, I don't know exactly what verse it says it. I know
Hmm.
in the Bible it just says though that a man and a woman are is what it's supposed to be. And I
I don't
think
see where it says that in the Bible. Can you tell me where that is?
I just told you I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, so how do we know that the Bible is accurate in describing what's right and wrong?
Well, I don't know if it's accurate or not. I'm just saying I just don't think it's right. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it if other people want to see it like that, but I think
I'm talking
like
from your perspective, right? Because you just said it was wrong, and then now you're saying there's nothing wrong with it. So I'm kind of confused what your position is.
like I don't agree with it, but I don't think we should hate on it.
Okay, why don't you agree with it? What does that mean?
I personally, I just don't think it's right.
Why is it not right?
It just makes me uncomfortable.
What about it makes you uncomfortable?
I think just seeing the same gender together is it's just my preference. I don't find it comfortable, and I find it even worse that our society is trying to make everyone accept it, even though it shouldn't be like that, you know?
Yeah,
I
gay
feel like
people
it's
should be accepted for being gay. Do you think it's immoral to have a foot fetish?
I think any fetish is probably wrong, honestly.
Oh, okay. So you do think it's wrong for someone to find attraction towards feet? Okay. The point I was gonna make there was that just because someone has an attraction that makes you feel uncomfortable doesn't mean it's wrong. But it seems like you think that's wrong, or any type of sexual preference that's not like people just being attracted to
Because
the opposite
it makes
sex.
me uncomfortable. I don't I don't I don't hate it. I just I don't support it. And I think it's wrong that like you're trying to make it like, oh yeah, like like if you don't think it's wrong, that's your opinion. But I don't think you should be on here telling people like, oh, why do you think that? Because I think it's just for me,
I shouldn't be
it just
questioning people's positions. Is it
no,
wrong for me to
because
do that?
if they're not really hating on it, if they don't see
They are.
someone, no,
They
I'm not
unironically
hating.
are. People having this
I'm not.
position leads to hate towards gay people. Absolutely, it
I don't
does.
hate them. I don't hate
Well,
them. I
I
have
know you
no.
might not do so, but having these types of opinions primes people to be more hateful towards gay people. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but I think speaking from someone who doesn't support it or doesn't agree with it. There you go. I don't really support it. Whatever. It is what it is. I don't. But someone who doesn't agree with it, I think rubbing it in people's faces and like trying to make it seem like, oh, it is okay, and
It
trying
is.
to
So, like,
well
if I feel
for you.
uncomfortable that you're Christian, does that mean that it's immoral to be Christian?
Nobody's saying it's that
Well, no,
you're
I'm
taking it out
making
of
that claim right now
proportion.
because you said it made you feel uncomfortable. That's why it's immoral. So I feel uncomfortable by the fact that you're a Christian. Does that mean that it's immoral to be a Christian?
Why are you bringing religion into this?
Well, because you brought religion to it, saying that that was the justification for your position. So actually, I didn't bring it up. You did.
Okay. Um. Okay. Never mind. Why?
You don't want to respond to me? Oh, okay. So it seems like the exact same reasoning in which she uses towards gay people can't be used against her own positions. It's really, really hypocritical. Thank you. I appreciate the coral. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sarah. But by the way, everyone, obviously, I don't find it uncomfortable for people to be Christian, or like I don't think it's immoral for people to be Christian. But what I was showing her is their exact reasoning, right, and how absurd it is. It's called a reductio ad absurdism. If anyone doesn't know, if you want to look it up, it's either reducing someone's view to a contradiction or to an absurd standpoint. But let me go to the next person. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. Thank you for the hands. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
No, it is not. And me, myself, I'm actually Christian, and there's nowhere in the Bible where it speaks on being gay is immoral.
Do you think having gay intercourse is immoral? Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I believe it's a sin, but I don't believe it's any worse than any other sin. It's no different from someone not being married to someone and having sex with them.
Yeah, yeah. So, how do we know that the Bible is accurate in describing to us what is right and what's wrong?
So I think it depends on what you are looking for. Like there are some people that blatantly believe that the Christian Bible is not accurate. They believe that God does not exist. And for that, you can't really sit and debate with them because their heart is not open to that. So I feel like if somebody is open to learning about God, learning about Christianity, the Bible might stand as a viewpoint for them that is accurate. But if they're not, then it wouldn't be accurate to them.
I'm completely open, and I still don't see it to be accurate.
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
having the
I
assumption
can
that just because
definitely.
someone doesn't see it to be accurate means that they're doing so in some sort of disingenuous manner, or that they're not open, is inherently trying to poison the well, right? You're
Yeah.
essentially trying to say that their entire position is just unjustified because they're just not open, right?
No, I'm not saying it's not justified. I think everybody has a right to their
Well, that's what
opinion.
poisoning the well is, right? You were poisoning the well by saying that, like, if I just don't accept that this is reliable or accept that this is accurate, then that means that I must have something about my character that's not open to hearing this information,
I
right?
mean, but in a sense, if you don't believe that something is correct, you wouldn't be open to hearing about it, right?
No, I'm open to hearing about things that are not correct all the time because people could convince me that it is correct, right? But it
Right.
doesn't seem like there is good reason to believe that this is correct.
Right. Yeah, I can respect that.
Well, my reason is why do you think that it's reliable? Why do you think it's accurate? Is it just like a feeling?
For me personally, I've been through a lot of things in my life that kind of just point me in the right direction. I think that Christianity and religion in a whole, even other forms of religion such as Islam or anything like that, people use it as a way to cope. So, like therapy, some people turn to religion and they're like, hey, this is my life. I don't know what to do. I'm going to cope with what I've been through, my traumas, with religion.
Yeah, if say like thinking that I'm a Pokemon master, like is like good for my psychology, does that mean that it's accurate?
Could you say that again?
Yeah, just because me thinking of myself as a Pokemon master is good for my psychology, would that mean that it's accurate or correct?
It depends on who you're talking to. I think other people might look at you like, oh, this guy is completely crazy. But me personally,
Reasonably.
if that makes you feel good and that makes you feel better about what you've been through, go for it.
Yeah, sure, but it can be useful because it's helpful for that individual's psychology. Like I would agree with that respect, right? But it doesn't
Exactly.
necessarily mean that it's accurate or it's true, right? We
No,
obviously
doesn't
would say
doesn't
that
mean
it's
that it's
not
accurate or
necessarily
true.
considered accurate or true. So
Right.
that's the issue we have here. Just because we've had experiences in our lives or just because we cope with this doesn't mean that it's accurate or true. So that's my question
Exactly.
here is I don't think that's good enough reason to believe it, right? Or to
And I
follow
can
it.
I can agree that even me as a Christian, I still have some questions from time to time. I'm kind of like, this doesn't really make sense to me because how do we know that our religion is the one and only true religion?
Yeah, that's a fundamental claim. And the thing is, we apply that to every other position, right? Whether it be whether the Earth is flat or round, right? Whether it be in relation to claims about science, whether it be in relation to claims about like I don't know our identities and stuff like that. We require evidence, we require reason. But when it relates to something like God, it seems like we don't require this evidence, we don't require this reason, and that's
Yeah,
why I
like
think that it's special pleading.
people get so it just sucks. Like as a Christian myself, I see people that are just so nasty and so negative towards the LGBTQ community, like even threatening their lives. And I'm just like, it was never that serious because if you really read the book yourself and you listen to the Bible, Jesus has never told us to cast down people like that. There is absolutely no reason to do things like that. And it might be unnatural to some and it might be completely disgusting to others, but no disciple that Jesus ever had was 100% perfect.
I don't know what someone would mean by unnatural in that point. It's absolutely natural, but whether or not something's natural doesn't determine whether it's right or wrong. There are lots of things that
Mhm.
are natural that are bad, right? That's exactly why we have things like vaccinations, right?
Right.
Viruses are natural, but it doesn't mean that they're good, right?
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
just because something's natural doesn't mean anything about it. Also, like many people can think it's disgusting. I think that people who have a foot fetish, that's kind of disgusting, but that doesn't mean it's immoral, right?
Right.
It
Yeah.
just means I don't have that preference. Like of
But
course I'm not gonna have opposite preferences from what I have.
I think that unnatural is a definition that can be applied to various situations with different people's train of view. So what I may think is unnatural, somebody else might be like, "Oh yeah, that's like, completely okay."
It depends on the definition, right? So by natural here, you
Definitely.
just mean like good or bad, right?
Definitely.
So like, so it seems like the entire position is just a faith play at this point. Is that what your view is?
I think so. I think religion is definitely faith-based. If you believe, you believe. If you don't, you don't. And as a Christian, you can't sit and force somebody to be like, hey, you need to believe in the same thing that I believe. You can offer it as a proposition, and if they don't believe, move on.
Well, the proposition here can't be considered true or false as there's no evidence, right? That's my position. Like for example, right? If I made a claim that Stewie Griffin created the universe through a temporal loop, right, and I believe that based upon faith, is that justified for me to do so?
Did you say if it's justified for you to do so?
Yep.
Um, yeah, that's the question. I don't really know like how I would answer that. Honestly, I've never really thought about that.
Because, like, think about it, right? Me making the claim that Stewie Griffin created the universe through a temporal loop, that's a pretty absurd claim, right?
Definitely.
But it's on the exact same standpoint in terms of truth value as any other faith claim about religion, right? Because
Right.
faith doesn't really give us a standard for what's right and what's wrong. Thank you, Lou. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Wasn't me. Thank you for the hanging lights. I appreciate it. It really just says you can believe in anything. There's not a single belief that I cannot have by using the standard of faith. And that's why it's not a reliable method to determine what's true.
Yeah. So I definitely feel like religion is faith-based to the individual and also experience-based to the individual. So if someone hasn't had an experience, it's kind of hard to sit there and talk to them and be like, hey, this is the right way to go, because they haven't had that experience.
Would you say that it's unreasonable to believe that Stewie Griffin created the universe through a temporal loop?
I wouldn't say it's unreasonable because I believe there's somebody out there that probably does believe that. Like there's always somebody that believes in something.
Would you say it's unreasonable for me to believe that when I die, I'm going to be a Pokemon master? I'm going to go to the Kanto region and win all the gym badges?
I don't think
Do you
it's
think that's
unreasonable
reasonable?
because there's somebody out there that believes that. I guarantee you.
Well, even if someone believes it, doesn't mean it's not unreasonable, right? There are lots of unreasonable things that people believe.
Oh yeah,
Right, and I
definitely.
think that would be one of them. The fact that you can't claim that it is unreasonable shows how unreasonable it is to have a view in which is solely based upon faith. Right? It seems like under this notion, nothing would be unreasonable to believe.
I'm not saying nothing would be unreasonable. I do believe there are
Okay,
things
so then
that
what
are
things are unreasonable?
Like for people to be attracted to children, that's unreasonable.
What does it mean to be unreasonable? Like, I think that's obviously gross, disgusting, right?
Yeah,
I don't
gross,
like that at all,
disgusting.
right? But I don't know what you
So-
mean by unreasonable there.
For me, my definition of unreasonable is there is no way you can sit and talk to me and make me believe that whatever they're bringing up or whatever the topic is reasonable. There are just some things that you're just like, no, that's a no-go.
Yeah, no, that's talking about immoral. I don't know what you mean by unreasonable there. Reason's going to relate to, like, the probability of something being true, like evidence. It's going to relate to stuff like that. Things that can point towards a conclusion, right?
Yeah,
Or
like
something being
unreasonable
true.
is just like cannot rationally be explained or cannot rationally be.
Well, yeah, that's kind of assuming the same definition, because rational is going to relate to the use of reason and logic, or in accordance with reason and logic.
Right.
So that kind of just begs the question, what is reason then? Right? It's things that can point us towards a conclusion or towards some truth, right? Things like
Yeah.
evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, it seems like we're not using reason when it relates to this particular position, because we're not using evidence. We're not using any type of way to qualify whether or not it's correct or whether or not it's true. It's simply just something that we feel like is the case. And ultimately speaking, someone feeling like anything is the case is just as justified as that position. It's just
So
a preference.
What would like evidence be for you? Like what would be some solid evidence that you would have to believe that religion is real or that people have the right to believe in what they believe?
A rational argument, some type of empirical justification. So rational arguments might entail like a cosmological argument or a contingency argument, or other arguments like that. There's going to be like what I just said with the other thing. Those would be general methods that people would use. Prophecy would be empirically justified, by the way, just to clarify.
Yeah, well, I can understand that. Yeah.
Okay, for sure. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
No, I think that's it. I thank
Appreciate
you for the
coming on.
conversation. No, bye.
Thank you so much. All right, everyone, if you like the content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you disagree, if you think that being gay is immoral, make sure to send a guest request right now. Trinity, thank you so much for the garland. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. By the way, everyone, I do feel a little bit off today. That's why it did take me a while to get on today. I'm a bit hungover from yesterday. I was like throwing up literally all day. So I was almost going to go to the hospital. But yeah, I'm going to go on to the next person. If you like the content, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 200,000 likes, y'all. Yo, Lou, thank you so much for the hand tower. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
17.
Oh, you got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok
Okay.
rules.
Well,
Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it, Gina. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I hate gay people.
How old are you? Okay. Good argument. That was incredible. Yeah, what's
doesn't
up? How
matter how
old are
old I am. I can still talk about the Lord.
you? It does.
Yep, kick me.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. It's TikTok rules, not mine. TikTok rules, everyone 18 plus. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Yeah, thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it, Sarah. Thank you so much. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
Because if everybody was gay, and then there wouldn't be a second generation.
Well, people can still reproduce even though they're gay. But thank you for the hat and mustaches. I appreciate it, Sarah. Thank you so much. But even if we were to assume that that's not possible, do you think it's immoral for someone to be celibate?
No.
But if
Maybe.
everyone was celibate, then there would be no reproduction. There would be no next generation. Oh, he just left. Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone. Yo, Georgia, thank you so much for the coral. Sarah, I appreciate all the hat and mustaches. Thank you so much. You do not need to do that. I appreciate it. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. All right, let's go to the next one. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Good. I'm 20.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
100%. It's 100% immoral.
Is there any way you can go closer to your mic? It's kind of quiet.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I do hear you. Why do you think that being gay is immoral?
All right. It goes against nature. If you look at nature itself, it doesn't acclimatize to the nature standards, and obviously it becomes immoral.
So it's religious standards. So it's not about whatever exists in nature. It's about religious standards.
Not really. If you had to study nature, you would see what I'm talking about. You don't see gays in animals or in any other things.
Yeah, you actually do. There's lots of gay intercourse in nature, right? Many different species, hundreds of species, exhibit gay characteristics. As a kid, my sister had a hamster, 2 hamsters that were both male, and they would also, yeah. So like the fact that you haven't seen this is actually concerning. I can send you multiple different sources in which indicate this to be the case.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I believe that those references that you're giving are in particular scenarios whereby they are both male and female at the same time, is it?
No. I'm saying that they're both male, right? And they are engaging in intercourse. Do you think that if 2 males that are human are humping each other or engaging in intercourse, do you think that's do you think that would be gay intercourse?
Yeah, that would be gay,
right.
obviously.
So like, of course. So the same thing would also be applied with other animals, because as you know, humans are also animals, rational animals. So obviously speaking, there's going to be gay intercourse in the wild and in nature. But just because something exists in nature does not mean it should be that way. Does not mean it ought to be that way. Right? But there's no reason why two consenting adults engaging in gay intercourse is wrong. Hello? Hello? Are you there? Sleek, you there, bro? Everyone, if you like the content, follow me if you've already. Tapped out the screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you disagree, if you think that being gay is immoral, make sure to send a guest request right now. Y'all know, except the first people who send requests. I think he just left, everyone. I'll give it a second for it to go out. But yeah, if you do disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now. If you do want to send a guest request and talk, maybe just say you're going to leave before you leave. There's really no issue with you leaving, right? Or feeling like you don't want to debate anymore. Completely fine. But this person just left, so I'm gonna go on to the next person because he's literally like not here. But let me go on to the next person. If you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now, y'all. Oh no, that was purposefully bad connection. He went off the app.
Yeah, we're about to
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
We're about to go live.
Hello?
Hey, 29.
Yeah. Is there any way you can go a little closer to the mic?
29?
Yeah, for sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
In a sense, but I have a quick question. Is there a lot of females in the chat? Because I have a question for them.
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate the roses. Thank you. But can you answer my question? Like, why do you think that being gay is immoral in some sense?
Well, for one, if you look at the pride flag, right? If you put it upside down, is actually the chakra system. So in a way, it's kind of demonic.
I obviously don't see how it's chakra. It doesn't make any sense.
Just
to
put
me.
it upside down.
Okay.
The
So it
purple
doesn't
is
tell
the
me
crown
it's...
chakra. And
Are you
so,
just seeing the colors?
correct.
Or maybe the colors of the chakra were meant to emulate the rainbow.
Either way, all the girls, I have a question for you.
No, like actually use some reason here for a second, right? Maybe the colors of the rainbow, right, are emulated within the chakras because people who are creating the chakras have
So is
seen
the rainbow
rainbows
gay?
before. What's
The
up?
rainbow is part of nature. Is the rainbow gay?
Oh no, a rainbow is not inherently gay, right? We associate rainbows with the LGBTQ community as a form of acceptance because of this idea that we have in our minds about this particular word or this particular image, right? Socially constructed. Yeah, so why is being gay immoral? It seems like you believe in the devil or something, so does it relate to religion?
It does, actually, yeah.
What
I mean,
particular religion? Christianity?
I'm more agnostic, but I do believe there's a devil.
Okay, well that's contradictory.
I mean, I guess I could follow under
Or not
the...
contradictory, that's unreasonable, my bad. Because you're agnostic, which means you don't know, but then you're saying that you believe in a devil, so you don't know and then you believe. Not necessarily contradictory, I might need to catch that, sorry, I apologize. But there's no evidence for that position, you agree that you don't know. So if I don't know something, how can I say that I believe it?
Sorry, I think he doesn't know what to say.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Parker. I watch your lives literally all the time, and I think you're awesome.
Appreciate you coming on, Kelly. Have a great day.
No problem, you too. Bye.
Alright, everyone, if you like the content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you disagree, if you think that being gay is immoral, make sure to send a guest request right now. Y'all know except the first people who send requests, everyone. So send it right now if you do want to debate. But let me go on to the next person, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, hello. I'm 25 years old.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral? Hello?
Yeah, actually, it is immoral.
Why is it immoral? Hello?
Cause what I think is it denies the force of nature.
So wait, sorry, say that again?
As in, what I meant is it denies the force of nature, as in terms of reproduction. So the reason as to why God created man and woman was to bring reproduction, to come up with a reproduction system, to come and fill up the world. But then, if gayism is coming in place, meaning that it is eliminating this production system from taking place. So at the end of it all, it doesn't make any sense for a man to engage with a fellow man, and that's what I assume. That's why I think it is immoral.
Let's say that my wife is infertile. Is it immoral for me to engage in intercourse with my infertile wife?
Come again?
Yeah, if my wife is infertile in a hypothetical scenario, does that mean that it's immoral for me to engage in intercourse with my infertile wife?
Yeah.
Yeah?
That's good.
It is immoral?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Is it immoral for me to engage in oral sex with my wife?
No, it is not immoral.
But it doesn't lead to reproduction, and it's a sexual act.
No, those are desires between two opposite sex.
Yeah, but like it doesn't lead to reproduction, right?
Sex. Yes, those are just desires between the humans, between the wife and the man. But then if you're doing it with a fellow man, it does not make any real sense.
Oh wait, why doesn't it
Man
make
is
sense
supposed
in
to
the case
fulfill
of
the
someone
desires.
who's gay, right? Because in the case in which someone who's gay, the reason that you gave me was because it doesn't lead to reproduction. Well, oral sex also does not lead to reproduction, therefore under your view should also be considered immoral. But it's not the case that it's considered immoral in this standpoint. So I'm going to ask you the question, why is it bad for people to engage in gay intercourse, but it's not bad for people to engage in oral sex?
The reason is there are very many side effects. Very many side effects. I know most of the people use lubricants such as oil and stuff, but it's so effective to the human body. So
You know there's more
literally,
bacteria
you
in
have
the human
gotten-
mouth? And also, right, what about if two gay people engage in oral sex?
I wouldn't find it
You wouldn't what?
according to my perspective, we have chemicals that fight these things. But then what I don't understand is, why would a man engage with a fellow man? What would you get out of it? There's nothing.
Expression of
So
love,
literally-
right? The same way that if I were with my wife or I were with my girlfriend, if I had one, right, that would also be expression of love, right? So I don't see a distinction in terms of the expression of love of a gay couple, consenting adult gay couple, and a consenting adult straight couple, like the one that I would be in.
Yeah, but the Bible forbids that. The Bible forbids
Okay,
that.
so how do we know that the Bible is
Yeah.
accurate in describing what's right and what's wrong?
Because literally it is God who speaks. Are you a Christian?
No, I'm not Christian. Right, but that's assuming your own view, right? So again, how do we know that the Bible is accurate?
Of course, depending on very many things that have people have shown up about its approvals. The Bible is a guide. It is a guide on how we live, how we manage things, and to live a disciplinary way. But having gayism is immoral and it contradicts to the Bible.
Okay.
And that's why the majority do not accept it. Most especially here in Africa, we don't accept gayism because we live in the standards and the cultural behavior of the Africans.
Yeah, so if I wrote down in a book that being straight is immoral, are you going to follow that? It's rules about how to conduct yourself, about how to act. Are you going to accept that?
No, I wouldn't.
No, okay. So why should I accept your book?
Because it has all the evidences
What evidence?
as to why gayism is not allowed. I right now I can't really split them out because I don't have the evidences with me. But yeah.
Yeah, so I've talked to many people about Christianity, and I don't see any evidence that's clear. So if you don't have evidence here, right, maybe that's an issue with your own belief here, because if you don't have the evidence to be able to tell me, then it seems like you don't even have the evidence to be able to tell yourself, right? So if you don't have evidence to tell yourself, you're accepting this view based upon blind faith, the same way that if I were to write something down in a book and accept that based upon blind faith, that would be the exact same thing.
So what do you believe? Do you believe do you believe having sex with an opposite sex is immoral to you?
No. As long as it's consenting an adult.
Okay. I won't go further because I was going to ask you a question. But it's fine.
Go ahead, ask your question.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. I appreciate you coming on.
Thank you. All right.
All right, we'll go on to the next person. If you like this type of content, follow me if you've already. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. It should help send out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. By the way, everyone, I am a bit hungover from yesterday, so I'm a bit on the low energy today. I do appreciate everyone coming through today. It probably won't be as long of a live as other days because I normally do go live, especially during the summer for like 5-6 hours. So I'm gonna try to make it 4 hours, everyone. But I've been not feeling great all day. But yeah, let me go on to the next person. Again, if you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Sorry. How old are you?
I'm 20.
You muted yourself. Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, how old are you?
Wait. 27.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
Or 27. I think that it could be considered immoral.
Do you consider it immoral?
Sometimes. I feel like I've had multiple points of view about this at different points in my life.
Do you consider it immoral right now?
No. Not really.
All right.
now.
I'm going to look for people who disagree, but I appreciate you coming on.
Alright. Bye.
Alright, let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Just looking for some debates.
My boy Parker, what's up?
What's up, Thomas? Yeah, why is the Bible accurate in describing what's right and wrong?
Yeah, so what does it mean to be moral? What does it mean to have morals and to be moral, right?
Alright, so like morals to me is going to be just a description of my psychological preferences about what I think is right or wrong, right? What I like, what I don't like.
Okay, so I have a question for you. Are you morally perfect?
Oh, no.
How did you come
Not
to that?
in accordance with my own morals, no.
Yeah, how did you come to the conclusion that you're not morally perfect?
There are some things I've done in my life that have not been in accordance with what I think is correct, morally speaking.
Right, but how do you know what is correct morally?
That's my main preferences.
What are those? Like, yeah, give me some of those preferences.
Yeah, like I think it's immoral to cheat on someone. I've never cheated on someone, right?
Right.
I think it's immoral to kill sentient animals. In my life, there have been moments where I've eaten food that is from killed sentient animals, right? Thank you for the love focus. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, so would you agree that everybody has their own definition of what is moral, what is morally acceptable, and what's not?
Sure, yeah.
So then this argument is all opinion based, is it not?
Oh, of course it is. Wow, you just found out. Oh, Thomas, why'd you leave, bro? Send a guest request back, Thomas. What's wrong with it being opinion based? Isn't that why I'm asking what your opinion is? Okay. I don't know why he left. Are you good, bro? Are you good? Okay. All right. I guess I'll go on to the next person. By the way, if you like the content, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now. But yeah, for some reason, people are just leaving today. I don't know what it is. I honestly, I don't know what I'm doing. I feel like I'm being pretty calm, you know? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you think that being gay is immoral?
I think, when it comes to morals, it's all about preference. And one can't really achieve true immortality to themselves when really the answer is always going to be in your heart. No matter what you decide to do, it leads you to the right conclusion that such as free love, in my opinion.
What's up, Dean? I appreciate the roses. Okay, so again, you know when we're talking about immoral, we're saying with like what's right and wrong, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why do you think it's wrong to be gay?
I don't believe in that at all. I think that
is it wrong to have gay intercourse?
Not whatsoever.
Okay, so I'm gonna look for people who disagree. Appreciate you coming on.
Okay.
Only send a guest request if you disagree. Pinch. I appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. But yeah, I'm trying really hard to like be able to debate people. Everyone, I still feel really bad from yesterday. Like of the hangover and stuff. It's like I never get hangovers, right? I was like throwing up all day, everyone. So I'll try to get through my normal 4 hours today. I apologize, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
I do.
Yeah, why so?
So clearly, how you did just state that it was opinion based. So I respect that, and I don't come on here to be disrespectful, but just like that last guy did say, I don't support like the whole. So there's two genders for a reason, correct?
What do you mean? There's two genders?
There's two genders for a reason.
I don't know why that's relevant.
Because how is so okay? Then tell me how being gay is right.
Well, there's nothing wrong with an adult consenting gay relationship in terms of two people engaging in gay intercourse in terms of being the same sex or a male liking a penis or something. That's not wrong, right? We're talking about adult.
Do you believe in
consenting.
God?
No, I do not.
Okay, so tell me why you don't believe in God.
Well, there are going to be many reasons. I can reject the idea that a God exists based upon the notion in which you require more assumptions to explain why we exist, given a God hypothesis comparative to a naturalist hypothesis, right? So it's going to be less likely to be true because you require more assumptions to explain the exact same data set or to explain why we exist. Right? I can reject it off of the notion of the problem of evil, right? Because it can lead to a contradiction in terms of God preferring things in which God does not prefer, like i.e. God preferring sin, right? So we can go through any of these arguments to reject this particular.
Okay, then how do you believe you got here on this earth today?
Well, I don't know particularly. I don't have a sufficient explanation for it. All I was claiming there is that there are explanations that are more likely to be true than the God explanation.
Okay, but back to what I was saying.
Are you driving?
There's two genders for reasons.
Sir, are you driving?
No, I'm not driving.
Okay, just making sure.
No, I'm literally sitting in my room.
I don't know. I thought I heard like a car.
I thought I heard that too. I don't know where the hell it's coming from.
Oh, that must have been some random person. I don't hear anything right now. Whoever is the random person that's in here, just leave. But yeah, sometimes it glitches and stuff like that. But yeah, go for it.
No, so back to what I was saying. Like we were both put here on Earth by God, obviously, and but you don't believe that. So I'll respect that. But what I'm trying to say is there's two genders for a reason, and they're made for reproducing to continue the generation after generation after generation.
Okay. Do you think it's immoral for someone to be celibate throughout their entire life? Like the Pope?
Explain it like more detail.
Oh, you don't know what celibate means? It means not to engage. In intercourse with people.
Okay, and you're asking what?
Is it immoral to do that?
No.
Okay, but that doesn't lead to reproduction. So it seems to be about something specific, or specifically else, right? Like, so what particular is it based upon the religion saying that it's wrong to engage in gay intercourse, or what's the claim?
I'm like, it's not right. That's my claim, and especially, so like,
why? To
get off topic, and then we'll get back on topic. That's fine.
Why is it wrong?
Because like that's why there's two genders.
Oh, I can accept the idea. I mean, I believe that there are two genders. I accept that, right? I don't know why that entails that it's wrong to engage in gay intercourse. Can you tell me why that's the case?
God. There's no way I win this fucking debate. I don't do debates.
It doesn't matter. Do you have even a reason why you hold your position or a justification or anything?
Like why I think it's wrong?
Yeah. Like I know it seems like you have a pretty strong opinion here, saying that it's wrong.
I
but
went to
when I ask
I
you
went to
why,
church,
thank you for the
like,
crown. I
all my
appreciate it. Thank you
life.
so much, J Mike. When I ask you why,
I went to church like all my life. Like,
okay,
I know the Bible doesn't say like for a fact that it is like, I know it's a sin. 100% it's a sin.
what verse? Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it, J Mike.
What verse?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. I'm not like
mustache. I appreciate it.
reading the damn Bible type shit.
So you don't read the book that you believe in and that you believe determines your eternal judgment and your eternal life?
The book gets preached to me.
Yeah, but like you believe in it, right? You believe that God exists, right? So this
100%.
reading this book, knowing about these. Thank you. Wasn't me. Thank you so much for the dancing, Adam. I appreciate it. Wasn't me. Thank you very much. So this book to you, right? This religion determines your eternal life and your eternal judgment. So if you truly believed in it and you believe that you're going to be judged based upon this for forever, okay? Why wouldn't you care to read your own book? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't need to, because it's being preached about. It's talked about every Sunday and whatnot. Just because I'm not in the book doesn't mean like I don't have to like read the book thoroughly to believe in it.
Sure, you don't have to do that, right? But it doesn't make any sense, right? Because this is, again, right, what you think determines your eternal judgment, your eternal life. The life here on earth is extraordinarily small in accordance to, right, the rest of the life that you're going to live, and you're spending none of that time wanting to have this relationship with God. I thought your entire religion was about having this relationship with God, but it seems like you're just not interested in that.
That's not. Now you're taking out of context. Like, what do you?
I don't know. Can you give me the Testament?
Huh?
Can you name to me the first 3 books of the New Testament?
No.
Okay, well, I can, and I don't even believe in your book, right? So the idea here is that you don't know anything about your own position, right? Do you know what can consider someone a Christian under your view? What do you have to do?
Like, I mean, you gotta believe.
What else? Because I mean, the demons believe that God exists.
The biggest point is just believe.
Wait, hold on. Are demons Christian?
No, demons are.
Well, they believe God exists, right? So like, there's something else other than just believing God exists that indicates that you're Christian. Else the demons would be Christian too.
That's no, because demons are negative. Like that's what do you?
Mm-hmm. So your own book, it says you got to believe, you got to repent, turn away from your sins, right? Right. Those are generally what people consider. You can also go on to like the multiple different types of sacraments or the good works that you'd have to engage in with other types of ideas of salvation. Thank you for the hand, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the hat and mustache, I appreciate it. Right, but it doesn't even seem like you understand what the first 3 books are of your own religion. Right, it doesn't seem like you understand how to even be saved under your own religion. It doesn't seem like you've read your own book. You can't give me a verse in which says it's wrong, yet you have this expressed opinion that being gay or engaging in gay intercourse is wrong, given this book, and you don't even know about it. Thank you for the money, Ken. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I do know about it. I just haven't read it thoroughly. Like you said, I couldn't cite no damn, like, all right, listen, you're too fucking smart. You're too smart for me to try to debate with you.
Oh, this isn't smart, right? This is very basic stuff here, right? I'm just asking very basic questions.
No, you're over here citing shit that you fucking... You've done read the whole damn Bible word for word. You can
I haven't actually.
Highlight every damn character.
I actually have not. No, I haven't read the whole Bible front to back.
Yeah, because you. What do you mean you haven't read it? Because you asked if I could cite something, and you'd be like, "No, that's actually not, wasn't in there."
Well,
because you're too fucking smart.
I know the verses, right? I haven't read the full Bible. Like I debate this and I talk about this, so I know the common verses that are brought up. I know the books of the Bible, right, from when I was a Christian, right? I had to memorize all of them when I was a kid.
How old were you when you were a
Genesis,
Christian?
Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. I can go on how long was I Christian? Until I was probably like 16, 17, 18.
What made you stop believing?
I appreciate it, thank you. I couldn't make sense of the belief. Like, I mean, I still want there to be some sort of justification for all the bad things that happen in the world. I want there to be a heaven or a great existence after this. I don't want this to be it, right? But there's no way for me to rationally justify the position. Thank you, Mercedes. I appreciate the little crown.
Okay, so I got a question for you off like it's kind of on this topic, and which kind of like what makes me feel a certain way about being gay in a way. is the fact that they're trying to force it on all these young generations in school. They're trying to teach like people like different, like there's more than two genders and shit. Like they're trying to force it on like
I don't know who's teaching that, but like
a younger
what do you mean by
audience.
forcing?
Now, that's what they're doing in schools.
Do you mean like saying it's okay to be gay?
No, like they're like,
or they're teaching you should be gay, right? Is that what you're saying?
Practically, yeah.
Give me one place that's ever said that. One place.
All these fucking commercials. You got pride flags on Ford commercials now.
That doesn't say you should be gay. That says you should accept gay people. That's what the pride flag is supposed to
that's
emulate.
just they're forcing it on everybody. They're putting it everywhere.
It doesn't even seem like you know what it means to force upon people. Like, for example, right? We talk about the idea that it's okay to be Christian. Thank you for the hand, I appreciate it. We're big proponents in the United States of religious freedom. Does that mean we're forcing religion on people just because of that idea?
No.
Well, okay. Well, then, I mean, it's not going to be forcing gay people to say accept gay people the same way you say to accept Christians. Thank you for the hydro slam. I appreciate it. If anything, actually, I'm for teaching all the religions in public school. Right? There's very few atheists that are actually holding that position.
Like I said, you're too into this. How often do you do this shit?
I debate every day.
Yeah, no fucking shit. No
I mean, yeah,
shit.
it's my job, so of course.
No fucking
Thank you. I appreciate
shit,
the Gus.
you
Thank you
know.
so much.
Holy.
I mean,
I'm gonna give somebody else an opportunity. I'm too fucking fried for this bullshit. You have a good night.
Sure, bro. Have a good day.
We back.
Yo, what's up?
We back.
So, why'd you leave, bro?
So something came up and I had to leave. I'm not going to get into details about why I had to leave, but I'm back now.
Okay, that's fine. I don't need you to get.
Yeah, it's not anybody else's business either. I mean, it is just.
Sure. Yeah, it's good to keep things private, right?
Yep.
So, like, my question is that why do you think it's immoral to engage in gay intercourse? It's the Bible, right?
I believe in the Bible. Yes, the Bible. I believe what the Bible says. I believe in the code of morality and why. Yeah. Yep. I believe it demonstrates a perfect morality.
Mm-hmm. Well, why do you think that this is the case? Why do you think it's accurate in describing what's right and wrong?
To be the opposite of immoral, right? Okay. Whew. Take a deep breath. I get a little nervous when I start debating. So there's one truth, right? We understand that there's one truth, right?
When it relates to like objective reality?
Yes.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, I'm just having really bad brain fog right now. Because like I knew what I wanted to say. I knew where I wanted to start coming into this, but now I've kind of lost my train of thought.
You're good. I'm asking why the Bible is accurate in describing what's right and wrong.
So the Bible is accurate because of the amount of evidence it has to show for it, right? So we talk about like there's two religions, right? There's the two main religions, two big religions, right? You talk about the Muslim religion or not the Muslim religion, the Islam religion and the Christian religion.
I mean, do you think a billion people following a religion is a lot?
Both of which believe in Jesus Christ, right? Now, the evidence to support the Bible has 25,000 pieces of manuscripts to support its credibility. The Quran has 2,500 manuscripts, right? There's a big difference there. There's a big margin in numbers there, right? So I can deem the Bible more accurate because it has more evidence to support it, right? And you talk about the Quran was made 700 years after the Bible, right? Okay, that's why I deem the Bible more credible than the Quran, and we all have this. Both of us have the same assumption that Jesus is real, and so I deem the Bible more accurate and more accurate in a depicted story of Jesus Christ. Now we have to understand who Jesus Christ was. Jesus Christ was this perfect being who preached perfect morality. Right. And I believe in that. I believe that he preached perfect morality based on what I see around me and based on my own personal experiences. Right.
Okay. So a billion people follow Hinduism, absolutely considered a major religion. Right. A billion people is a lot. Right. It's also older than Christianity.
Sure. A billion people deem it credible. Right.
By multiple thousands of years.
Okay. Sure.
Also, manuscripts don't necessarily indicate evidence.
Manuscripts are pieces of writing that.
Yeah, they're just pieces of writing, right? So if I write down like a bunch of pages in a book, does that mean that what I'm saying is accurate within the book?
Again, it depends on what you're talking about. In this case, we're talking about.
What I mean? So you have to assess the manuscript. You can't just.
Right. But in this case, we're talking about the base of morality. We're not talking about anything else here. We're talking about God's
which relies
perfect
upon
vision.
God existing, right?
We're talking about God's perfect vision for humans, right?
Yeah, in order for me to think that
That's
there
the
is
claim.
a perfect vision, right, I would have to believe that there would be a perfect God, which I think is obviously not true, right? I mean,
well, no. You say that there isn't a perfect God. Under what? Why is that your claim? Why is God not perfect? Why is God not perfect to you?
Yeah, I'll explain it. So, for example, right, do you think that we are imperfect?
I think that we are in an imperfect system. I think we have been corrupted by the system that we were placed in.
Okay, so do you think that a perfect system can be corrupted?
It really depends.
What does it depend on?
Sure, well, yes, a perfect system could be corrupted.
Isn't the ability to be corrupted a flaw?
A perfect system could be corrupted, yes, 100%.
Isn't the
if
ability...
a painting on the wall is painted perfect, I can throw paint on it and splatter
Well,
paint.
then it's not a perfect painting, right?
No, but it's... So, yes, it wouldn't be a perfect painting then.
So let me ask you, right? So you think that there can be the possibility of corruption within a perfect system. So you think that the possibility of corruption is not a flaw?
It could be a flaw, yeah.
Okay, well then that's a contradiction in basic terms, right? Because perfect is indicating flawless, even based in the Bible. If you look at the Bible, that's the definition of perfect, that it relates to flawless. So if you're indicating that this is a flaw, well then obviously something that is flawless couldn't have a flaw. So we would never be corrupted, right? So what we would expect given a perfect system is obviously not true, right? If there's a perfect creator, that implies that there's a perfect creation, right? We don't exist in a perfect creation, therefore there's not a perfect creator.
Why can't perfection be tested?
Perfection can be tested, sure, right? Like there's no issue with that, but like, do you want to hear my view?
Sure.
No, I mean, like, do you want to respond to my view, not hear? My bad.
Restate.
Yeah. So, thank you, Michelle. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Michelle. So, a perfect creator implies a perfect creation, right? So, if we see an imperfect existence, that implies that there's not a perfect creator.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can just reject your religion based on that.
I would have to do more research on the fall of Satan, honestly, and understanding why Satan fell and what the circumstances were there. Because honestly, I always get to the same spot in my debates with people: is like, why did a perfect creator create me flawless or imperfect? And it's just like,
yeah, it just doesn't make any sense, right? Because
but
perfect creator, perfect creation.
But by doing that, you're questioning God, and it does say in the Bible not to question God. And then you think about Jesus, who
oh my God, questioning the position's a bad thing. That's to get you to conform to authority,
no.
right?
Okay, but listen,
that's not because like it's true, right? That's because it's trying to get you to conform to authority by not questioning the position that's been taught to you.
That's your view on things. But then we
no,
gotta
that's
remember.
Fact.
You're so hard to debate with, man, because I knew what I wanted to say to you, and I had a rebuttal to your statement, and then you cut me off. I
apologize.
I had something really smart to say, but you didn't, and then I got lost in your. So where are we at? Bring me back to where we're at.
Oh, we were just telling you that your religion is false because you can't have a perfect creator lead to an imperfect creation. It's like one of the most simplest arguments you can use. Haven't I run this argument past you already, Thomas?
Yeah, and we've gotten to the same spot of stuckness. I mean, it's
because it doesn't make sense.
It's a hard it's a hard concept to understand because we don't fully understand God, and we never will understand God because we're not as powerful as God. So
because this God doesn't exist. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off. It's just like we can't understand something that doesn't exist, right? That is contradictory in terms.
We don't know. Okay. What I would advise you to do is not to deem something you don't know 100% certain, right? So you can't deem it.
You don't know I exist with certainty,
but you don't know 100% that it isn't true.
Do you know 100% that I exist and I'm real?
Because I'm looking right at you.
Oh, this could be a simulation that's fed to you, right? You could be a brain in a vat that was created last Tuesday, right? And that all these could be just implanted into your brain. That's a logically possible world. There's no contradiction with that explanation, right? So that's possible, which means that you can't. Certainty would imply that you can rule out all possible explanations other than this, right? Which means you haven't done that here. So obviously you're not going to go on 100%. You're going to go on the standard of what's most probable. But obviously, if we go on the standard of what's most probable, we're not going to be considering Christianity to be true, you know?
Would you deem Jesus a perfect moral being?
No.
I think the honest answer is that you will never be able to 100% prove the existence of God, but you can use your understanding of life and what you see to create your own truth. I don't know.
I'm not creating my own truth here. What I'm doing is I'm using a standard to confirm things or to disconfirm things, right? And my standard here is what's most probable to be true, relying upon the evidence. What most evidence is pointing towards, that's what I'm going to be believing, right? Because that's the most likely to be true. Why would I want to believe something that's less likely to be true? That seems to be irrational to me.
So you've said that God isn't real, right? So what is your understanding of
your version of God is not real? Yeah.
My version of God is not real. So you do believe in a God. Sort of God.
I don't believe in a God. I think some notions of God are logically possible. Like there's no contradiction in the explanation, but there's also no contradiction in the explanation that the tooth fairy created the universe. That's a logically possible explanation as well. Yeah, so what makes your religion distinct from me saying that Stewie Griffin created the universe through a temporal loop or the Tooth Fairy created it?
Because yours is a human created concept, right? And I'm under the notion that
wait,
the Bible is the word of God. So
the only reason we have these concepts of Stewie Griffin is because Stewie Griffin embedded this within our psychology, in our neurobiology.
Right. But
that's the exact same claim you just made, by the way.
Okay, but Stewie was not around 1,000 years ago. It was created by a human concept. It wasn't.
Yeah, 5,000 years ago, neither was your God. So, what's your point? There are legitimate crickets I hear in the background right now, bro.
I find it way more probable to believe that we are here not just by chance, that there's a reason that we are here. And for the reason is because it's very improbable that we are still here and that we are in the system that we are in today, where we have a sun reflecting on us in perfect distance, a moon within perfect distance, and that we are in an orbit that is created perfectly and intricately designed, right? So that's my belief of a God. Now, I find Jesus to be... I have no idea. Some animal. So I'm under the idea that Jesus is morally perfect and demonstrates a morally perfect view, and I like the teachings of the Bible, so that's why I ultimately believe in the Bible and the teachings that they offer.
Yeah, so in the same way that you can posit towards the naturalist that, oh, we're here by chance, I can do the exact same thing with the theist, because God's particular desires are this way to bring about human beings in this particular manner, to bring about me, to bring about you, to bring about Earth being in this particular way, to bring about the sun being that way. God do perfect for it to be that way, because God could have had the desire to create a world with just slush, a world with just slime, a world with just marbles, a world with just shoes, a world in which doesn't have air, a world in which does have electricity or doesn't have electricity, right?
The idea is he wants to have a relationship with you. How do we know that God can't become lonely? He wants more personal beings to be in relation with. The idea is that we need God.
Is also a desire that is finely tuned.
Right.
So in the same way that you posit that the conditions of this prior state that would explain a naturalist view, right, is the same way that the conditions of God's mind also have to do the exact same thing. They're also by chance. Okay?
Okay, so you believe dark matter created intelligence.
Oh, I don't make that claim. The claim that I would say, I don't think that there's any sufficient explanation, but I can provide you an explanation in which is more likely to be true than yours based upon the idea of simplicity. So not only can I reject your idea based upon contradictions, proof by contradiction that I've given you, I can also reject it based upon the idea of probability, right? Because this is a argument that assumes that it's possible for God to exist. Let's say that there's a God hypothesis. Let's say that there's a naturalist hypothesis. I'm saying that under the naturalist hypothesis, it's just going to be a prior state of fundamental particles in which have the necessary properties to bring about this reality, the same way God has the necessary desires to bring about this reality, right? In which is independent, which means it explains itself, and it explains the dependent things, right, which require explanation from another or require cause. That's what explanation means in this context. Therefore, right, it's going to be more likely to be true than the theist explanation, because I don't have to hold to God being conscious, being self-aware, wanting to judge people, having a moral system, angels, demons, all of these extra concepts that are unnecessary assumptions to explain why we exist in the first place. Thomas, you there, bro? You're muted. In the meantime, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, y'all. Go ahead. Okay. He must be doing something right now, everyone. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you like this type of content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day. My demographic going crazy on my forehead right now. I literally just touched my forehead, and it does that. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. By the way, everyone been on for about an hour. I think we're gonna go on for like 4 hours today. I am hungover and I was like throwing up all day. I do feel a lot better now than I did earlier, so that's why I did end up going live.
All right, let's get back to the base of the question.
Go ahead.
I had to pee like a sailor. That's why I muted. I was outside and I walked inside and I had to pee. So let's look up the definition of what it means to be. What is the word I'm looking for? What is the opposite? What's the opposite of immoral? Not morally.
Moral. So there's moral, immoral, and amoral, or morally neutral. It just means it doesn't relate to morality.
Okay, so let's understand, what is the definition to be moral, right? What is the
I have a preference for this to exist. This ought to exist. That's what that means. Yeah, so if something is good, right, it's going to mean that the world is better if it's in reality comparative to not being in reality.
Okay, so yeah, or basically the short answer to it is caring about what's good and what's bad. Would you say that preserving human life is important?
Preserving human sentient life. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
What does that mean?
Yeah, so like your subjective experiences, like, you know how you're observing reality right now?
So you don't, right, but you're not like, it doesn't mean if I didn't care about the next generation, I would still be moral to you. Like if I didn't care about what was coming after me.
No, I would still think that would be bad, because that's going to hurt persons that will exist, right? Beings in which have past or present and future subjective experiences.
Okay, so we understand that not everybody's going to be gay, right? Not everybody's just going to become gay tomorrow, right? It's not probable. It could happen, but it's not probable. It's not probable that that's going to happen. So
wait, sorry, restate that claim.
It's not probable that everybody is going to become gay tomorrow. Correct?
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Right?
It's not probable. Okay, so what are you doing by
saying we should accept gay people, calling out hypocrisy when it relates to people's views that say that it's immoral? We're degrading the idea that, you know, it's immoral to be gay, right? In which leads to the unjust discrimination towards gay people and the hateful treatment towards gay people, right? That's what I'm trying to dismantle here.
This is such a complex argument to have, because then it just like it will all base back to religion, and then we just get back to the same fact that a perfect creator can't create a perfect being. So it's just like, this is like a terrible argument that I'm having with you right now, because again, I'll never 100% know why God does the things that he does, but I don't question God. I just go based off the perfect teachings of morality from Jesus Christ. I mean, it's
okay, Thomas, I'm going to tell you what I think.
And
that
all
I
of those
just
have been
heard,
put to the test. All of those all of those scriptures have been put to the test, right? If I punch you in the face, you're not going to like it, obviously. If I can, what is the word I'm looking for? What were you going to say?
Yeah, so this is what your view sounds like to me, okay? And this is actually a very charitable notion of your view, because this doesn't result in a contradiction. Right. Thank you for the hat mustache. I appreciate it, Frankie. Thank you so much. Stewie Griffin created the universe through a temporal loop and brought about different types of religious teachings to describe to us as to why what things are right, what things are wrong, and actually gave us this perfect sense of morality that is yet to be determined in terms of our moral intuitions. Right. So that's kind of what it sounds like to me. Thank you for the hand, I appreciate it. Like, it doesn't seem like you can distinct that view from yours if they're both just faith claims.
Yeah, as of now, my view is based on the faith and the reliability and the accuracy that Jesus Christ actually lived and actually died, and his teachings of perfect morality.
Well, that's the part where I don't agree. So I agree that Jesus existed. I agree that Jesus died. I agree that Jesus was crucified. I don't believe in resurrection. Okay? All right, there's not good evidence that's supporting the idea of resurrection. If anything, when you look at crucifixion, they were left on the cross to decompose in most circumstances under Roman authority, right? So this is well documented in the past that it would be most probable that Jesus was not even in a tomb in the first place, right? There's also pretty good reason to dispute the idea that Joseph Arimathea even existed, the person that was supposed to, pay for Jesus to be in that tomb. There are lots of historians that don't accept that or are just agnostic on his existence in terms of I just don't know, right? There's not good evidence in support of it.
Good. Really. Would you say that Jesus is, what's the word, excluded from the claim that Romans left the person being crucified on the cross because it was Jesus Christ and because of everything that he did, right? And that somebody wanted to preserve his body and put it into a tomb?
I mean, there were many other claimed messiahs, right? That's why they were crucifying him, is because he was a claimed messiah, right?
Right, but what distinguishes difference in messiahs? What they did, obviously, and what Jesus did was demonstrate a perfect morality, in my view.
That's in your perspective. I could say one of the other messiahs did that.
Well, not in my view, in everybody's view, anyone that reads the Bible and the scripture.
No?
No.
Yeah, do you think it's perfect for Jesus to say that it's immoral to get a divorce in terms of like abuse and stuff like that, right? Like he only condemns one form of divorce.
I think
only accepts one form of divorce.
If you're deciding to marry somebody, then you're confident enough in their ability to not.
Yeah, let's say that you didn't know, right? You were with them, for a long time. They never showed abusive tendencies. You get married to them, then they become abusive. Can you get a divorce? Yeah, that's not perfect morality. You should be able to get a divorce in that circumstance and get away from your abuser.
Right, but the idea is that I'm confident enough that they are not going to be that.
So you're confident enough that there is not going to be abuse in marriage? That's just obviously, like, you know that happens, Thomas.
There had to be a fall, though. Like, where did that person fall? Where did that person that I was going to marry fall? Right? Where did that fall happen?
Sure, let's say that.
Why did that happen?
Even if they didn't, right, you should still be able to leave. Like, you know what I mean? Even if they knew that they were an abuser, right, and maybe they were staying with them as a trauma response.
It's a good question.
Right? That doesn't mean that they shouldn't be able to divorce them. Obviously speaking, they should divorce them. They should get out of that abusive relationship. Okay? So that's obviously not a perfect sense of morality to me, right? Like, if you're saying that's a perfect sense of morality, that they should stay with the abuser, right, then I just think that's obviously an absurd claim, right? You can just look at the chat. Let's see how people respond to that, right?
If you're under the... I would say that is a very good point. If... I don't know. I don't have the answer for that.
Yeah.
I don't have the answer for a lot of things.
Wait, does that seem like perfect morality to you? Really? Does that really seem perfect to you? Because I know inside your head you don't think that. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it. I can literally feel.
I think it's very
uncomfortable.
circumstantial, though, Parker. It's very circumstantial.
No,
right?
it's not, Thomas. I can feel you being uncomfortable.
No,
okay?
But if I decide to marry somebody, I have to be 100%. And I guess it just depends on what your view of deeming somebody marryable. Not marryable. What is the word? Marryable.
Like if they're a good marriage partner, like deeming them as a good marriage partner.
Yeah.
I don't care whether or not someone knew that or didn't know that. They should be able to get divorced. And I would go insofar as to say they should get divorced.
Okay, but
right?
where does it say that Jesus can't get a divorce? Or where does Jesus say that you can't get a divorce? Where's that scripture?
He only says that you can get divorced within like one circumstance. It's either like, I'm pretty sure it's just infidelity.
You're pretty sure, but I'm asking for like.
Do you want me to
100% confirmation, because now we're having a conversation about something that couldn't even be.
Do you want me to find the verse in the Bible?
Yeah, I would like that, because then I could look at it and decide if it's being interpreted wrongly to you.
No, I promise you, it's not being interpreted wrong.
I think that where misconceptions happen is from misinterpretation.
This is not a misinterpretation of the Bible, dude. This is not.
Okay,
even
well, let's
disputed.
Bring forth the scripture, and I will.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I need to find it. Give me 1 second. You can talk to the chat real quick.
What's up, chat? He's lost. Even if I was lost, why does that matter to you, dude? Why are you hating so much? Like, that shouldn't matter to you.
Okay, so I think it's Mark 10. Mark 10 gives no exceptions. Matthew 19 gives one. For porneia.
What did you say?
Yeah, Matthew 19 gives one exception. Mark 10 gives 0 exceptions. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate the reses. Thank you so much.
Say what you just said again.
Mark 19 gives one exception. Porneia. Right, which is
those are exceptions. I'm
Greek.
asking where it says Jesus deems marriage irreversible.
This is what I'm talking about.
Or irreversible.
I'm literally telling you the verse.
Okay, so what is the exact verse?
Do you want me to read it to you? I'll read Mark 10 to you. Okay. Mark 10. When they were in his house again, the disciples asked Jesus about this. He answered, "Anyone who divorces his wife and marries another woman commits adultery against her. And if she divorces... I appreciate the cap, thank you so much. And if she divorces her husband and marries another man, she commits adultery."
Okay, so now let me ask you the question. If I commit adultery, am I going to hell?
Oh, here's also 9. Therefore, what God has joined together, let no one separate.
Oh, so let's say this. Let's say I do marry somebody, right? So I've picked them as my marriage partner because I'm in strong belief that they are my partner forever, that I should be with them forever. Now, if they were to not abide by that and demonstrate that, and I wanted a divorce, could I repent to God and say that I made a mistake for deeming this person my forever? Yes, you could.
Yeah.
And
So Thomas, no,
100%
what it's
accepts
saying
that.
here is that it's a sin for you to divorce them, all right, and go marry someone else. That's a sin. Okay. God literally, this is Jesus speaking under your view.
Right,
Therefore,
but
what God has joined together, let no one separate. Okay? This is your view, dude. This is your Bible. This is the New Testament.
Right, and he's speaking to sinners. Am I not allowed to? So under that notion, if I ask, am I not allowed to ask God for forgiveness?
No, you can ask for forgiveness, but the idea is that it's a sin.
I don't know 100% if it's a sin. Now, if Jesus said not to do it, I don't know if it's a sin or if Jesus just said not to do it. I don't know if I can deem it a sin based on what I know about the Bible.
Wait, so did you just hear me what I read? Is adultery a sin?
Yes.
Okay. Boom.
Read the scripture again.
Okay. I'll read from a little higher. Okay. For this reason, a man will leave his father and his mother and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh. So they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore, what God has joined together, let no one separate. When they were in the house again, the disciples asked Jesus about this. He answered, anyone who divorces his wife and marries another woman commits adultery against her. And if she divorces her husband and marries another man, she commits adultery.
Right, and it's speaking and it's saying if I deem somebody my forever, that's what I mean, right? And so in this life, I'm not supposed to go out and seek another person once that's happened. That's what the scripture means.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so are you gonna like engage with that?
So under the notion that you're saying I can't get out of an abusive relationship, that's false. I can get out of an abusive relationship. I just can't go seek another one.
Yeah, so the idea here actually, it does say that it's actually wrong for you to get with another person, as that would be adultery. I'm pretty sure that it also relates to that you can't get divorced. I might be wrong with that interpretation though.
I think you are.
No, I don't think I am. I really don't think I am. All right, because you can also look at Matthew 19, and I'll give you. Haven't you read? He replied that
in the
at the beginning of the Creator
you
made
just
them
read
male and female, and said, for this reason, man will leave his father and mother and be united with his wife, and two will become one flesh. So they are no longer two, but one flesh.
Parker, I understand.
Therefore, what God has joined together, let no one separate. Why then, they asked, did Moses command that a man give his wife a certificate of divorce and send her away? Jesus replied, thank you, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Thank you for the garland. I appreciate it. Moses permitted you to divorce your wives because your hearts were hard. But it was not this way from the beginning. I tell you that anyone who divorces his wife, except for sexual immorality, and marries another woman commits adultery. And Jesus, the disciple said to him, if this is the situation between a husband and a wife, it is better not to marry. Jesus replied, not everyone can accept this word, but those whom it has been. Those who have okay, I can't even speak, but only those to whom it has been given.
Right. So in everything that you just read, it didn't say anything about leaving your partner would, under the circumstances that they're abusive, it would be wrong. It
literally says let no separate, but like, okay, let's accept your interpretation. It's still not perfect morality within my sense. Why would it be wrong to marry someone different than the abusive ex? Thank you for the train. I appreciate it, Andy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Because
I do think that this condemns the board. Like,
you've already been bonded in marriage to somebody.
So
So the idea is that you've made that conception and you're done with your life.
Oh, why does it mean you're done? Why does it mean that you can't?
Because I abided and said that I was going to submit myself to that person forever, and it didn't work, in a sense. And now it wasn't my fault that it didn't work.
So that was the promise that you couldn't keep. That's fine.
It was the promise that we couldn't keep, right? So it wasn't my fault. It was the abuser's fault.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was trying to say. So like, do you want to engage with that?
God isn't saying that you're wrong for leaving, though.
It literally says literally, I read it to you multiple times.
It talks about him
what does it say? And what does it say specifically? Right? Let no one separate. Therefore, what God has joined together, let no one separate. Okay? That's pretty clear to me. Right? If that's not clear to you, I'll accept that interpretation, right, for the conversation. And even if I do accept that, it still demonstrates the idea that I'm referencing, right? That it's not a perfect morality. Do you think that's perfect morality? Thomas, you there? You there, Thomas? Hello?
I'm thinking. I'm like brain stumped because we've like hopped around like a lot here. I think the topic we're debating is very it's a very big topic, and it requires a lot of studying. In my experience, and in my life, I've found the teachings and the belief of the Bible to be credible. Now, do I know 100% certain that they are credible? Absolutely not. I just have faith that they're credible. And so that's why I deem being gay immoral.
Yeah, so if it's a faith claim, right, faith has no barriers into believing things. I can have faith that when I die, I'm going to be a Pokemon master. I'm going to go to the Kanto region, the Unova region, the Sinnoh region, right? I'm going to win them all. I'm going to beat the Elite Four. I'm going to beat all the gym badges, right? That's a faith plea. Okay.
Yeah, but that's your own view, right? And we're talking about the view of...
Do you not see it to be absurd?
Billions of people. Well, yeah, it's an absurd view.
Okay, so if it's an absurd view and it's not distinct from yours because they're both predicated off the idea of faith, well, then you also agree that it's unreasonable or absurd to hold the position in which you have.
Unreasonable and absurd to hold the same belief as billions of others?
Yeah, all those people hold absurd beliefs, yep. Every single one.
Why, though? Why?
I just told you. It's faith plea. Okay, billions of people hold unreasonable positions.
Yeah, but where does faith stem from?
Belief without evidence. From society, right? Society saying that you should accept this without question. The same idea that you just referenced, that I shouldn't question God.
Right, but if I had to put my faith into something, obviously I have to have a reason to put my faith into something, right? So why does everybody?
So if you do have a
why did billions of people come to the conclusion and the conception that that God was real? I'm just
because of indoctrination, because of colonialization, right? Because of power dynamics, right? Keeping people in a manner in which they could justify divine kingship, right? It was control. Like realistically, throughout society, like that's what religion has been used for, is to control people.
I don't know. It's very improbable that some great mind was able to bamboozle billions. I don't know
about a great
Not
mind,
even just
but-
one mind. We could even say like a cult or organization was able
Yeah,
to.
yeah. People have been deceived throughout society. Is that a crazy claim
But
to
we're
believe?
talking about the notion that billions are deceived.
Yeah. Billions of people have been deceived. Do you disagree with that?
I do. I do.
everyone was just
I
told
find
the
it
truth?
very improbable. I find it. Well, just because you look at the rations.
Wait. Okay, wait. Do you believe Islam is true?
You look at the ration and the ratio in which people
Thomas,
believe and don't believe. I do not.
Oh,
no, I
you
do not
don't believe Islam is true. So
But
all those people were deceived, right? Billions of people.
They were deceived.
Thank you,
Yes, they
Confetti, I
were
appreciate
because
the people who believe in
the
Hinduism,
Bible-
billions of people are deceived.
Listen, are you gonna let me answer the first question, or are you gonna go to Hinduism? I believe that they were deceived they were deceived because the Quran was created 700 years after the Bible.
So billions of people were deceived.
And
You
that the
already
truth
agree with
came
that.
first. What did you say?
So billions of people were deceived, and you already agree with that. Jerry, thank you for the sunglasses. I appreciate it.
Sure, because they took.
I thought it was highly improbable that they'd be deceived.
Right,
Same
but
thing with Hinduism.
They took the first truth and deceived half of the people that believed in the truth with a different truth.
Yeah, so that's still deception. That still proves my point. 1. 2, even if you wanted to relate to an idea that was earlier, Jerry, thank you for the cap. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Earlier, right, Hinduism, right? 1 billion people believe in Hinduism, dude. And it's way older than Christianity. Thousands of years. Thank you for the sunglasses. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Rap.
I would say I don't have it all figured out as far as.
Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it. So do you agree that the claim you made was
But-
wrong? That billions of people can be deceived?
It's possible.
And actually have been
Very
deceived?
improbable, but it's very improbable, but it's possible.
No, it literally happened. Right? Under your view, it already happened. Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Lana. I appreciate it. So are you going to accept that, or are you just going to keep denying it? I appreciate it. Because like anytime that you see that you're wrong, you never accept it. This entire conversation.
I don't know if
I appreciate the super
I don't
chat.
know if
Thank you.
I'm wrong or just not informed enough.
It's a little bit of both.
It's probably more of the other. Right? I would so.
Thank you for the chef's kiss. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the watermelon love. I appreciate it, Jerry. Absolutely. Thank you. Absolute W's for Jerry, everyone. I appreciate it.
Man, I don't know. Do you know of a man named Joshua? He's a streamer. He does what you do. He has debates, but he debates the.
Thank you. I appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you.
He debates the Christian belief to be true.
Joshua, can you give me any other information about them? Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate Hayden.
The strong defender of Christ, I think, is his TikTok
Thank you. I appreciate
live.
the cap. Thank you. No, I don't know who that is.
No idea. Okay.
I'll debate any Christian on
I'd
this
like
app.
to see you have a debate with him.
Yeah, any Christian on this app can send a guest request. I guarantee they've seen my live. They're just not sending a request.
I think I find it more probable for there to be a God than there not to be a God. That's kind of my conception.
Yeah, but you have no evidence for that. So how do you
You're
even
right, I don't
indicate
have evidence,
probability
so
without
I'm-
evidence? Like it literally makes no sense to say that one is more probable than the other when you have no evidence. You have no reason.
I do have evidence. I just told you. I look at the moral truths and beliefs in the Bible. Right? What I find to be morally true and accurate in the Bible, and I think there's a lot of it. A lot of moral truth in the Bible. Not
Okay,
a lot.
there's a lot
I
of
would
moral
say a
truth
full-
in Aristotle's
a full
philosophy.
moral
There's a lot of
truth.
moral truth in Nietzsche's philosophy, right? There's a lot of moral truth in a lot of philosophies out there. Like, what's your point?
The evidence that we have to support the truth. 25,000 pieces of artifacts and manuscripts to support the claim.
Yeah, so what are within the manuscripts? That's evidence because you're just like making a claim that there are these pages.
It's a gospel. It's a word. So right, and in spreading that word. So the idea of Christianity is that there's a word, and it is our job to abide by that word and also spread that word to others, right? So I believe that it happened, it was documented, and spread to others.
Can I ask you a question? Is the ultimate goal to send the most amount of people to heaven?
The ultimate goal and my belief in life is to find God and accept that you need him because you are imperfect.
Oh my gosh, who sent this?
And we don't know why I don't know
Yo,
why.
wasn't me. Thank you so much for the corkies. I appreciate it, wasn't me. Thank you so much. Absolute W's for wasn't me in the comment section. Let's go, everyone. Absolute W's, wasn't me. Thank you very much. Can you say what you just said again? Sorry.
So yeah, my idea of life is that you must come and find God and understand that you need him and accept and humble yourself. And
Yeah, so you want the most people to have a relationship with God. Okay. So most people can have a relationship with God by being in heaven, right?
the same. No, I could have a strong relationship with God on earth. Why do I have to be in heaven? They're both his creation.
Oh yeah, because heaven would be for sure you're having a relationship, right? So like I'll just ask you with this: if the idea is you want to send the most people to heaven, thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Do you believe that people who are aborted, right? Do you believe that they go to heaven?
Aborted? I'm not sure what happens to the people that are aborted. I do know that it's claimed that God is all loving, so I could assume that he wouldn't give objective purpose to something that had to suffer.
Thank you. I appreciate the owl. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Max. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. The cowboy hat. I appreciate it, Georgia.
In your
so like for example, right? I'll give you a different scenario. People who have never heard about Christianity. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, baby. People have never heard about Christianity, right? That exists in tribes that were never contacted by human beings outside of that, right? In human civilization. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you for the paper crane. I appreciate it. Thank you for the dinosaur. I appreciate it as well, Moose. Thank you so much. So they've never heard about this. Do they go to heaven or hell when they die because they didn't repent and turn to Jesus Christ because they didn't know?
Sorry, ask that again.
Thank you for the shiny air balloon. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You cut out for me.
Yeah, no, okay. So the idea here is that there are people out there that have never heard about Christianity.
Yes.
Right. Uncontacted tribes, never been contacted by broader human civilization. They never heard about Christianity. Right? Do they go to heaven or hell?
You don't have proof of that. But continue.
We literally do, right? Like we have we know about uncontacted tribes. Thank you for the corgi. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we literally do.
It's not 100% proven that uncontacted tribes never were given the opportunity to receive Christ.
Where else did they hear this?
At one point in civilization.
Nani, thank you for the champion. I appreciate it, Nani. Thank you so much.
It's okay. So, if you're asking me if a tribe that was
like the North Sentinelese prior to being contacted by humans,
right?
Thank you. I appreciate the super power. Thank you so much, Max. They've never heard about Christianity. Thank you. I appreciate
in their entire ancestry or their entire existence.
Yep.
Not one of them has heard of Jesus Christ.
Yep. Prior to yeah. Actually, I don't even think they've heard about it now. Thank you for the chasing the dream, Nani. I appreciate it. Absolute W's for Nani in the chat, everyone. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Nani.
I don't know the answer to that question, or what purpose they serve, or if they only serve the purpose of deception and aren't real.
Aren't real? Thank you
Sure,
for the confetti. I appreciate
unreal.
it, BBY. Thank you so much. You think that these people are just not real?
Could be demons.
Are you fucking serious?
Could be. Shape-shifting demons, yeah. Could they not be though, Parker? I'm just asking. How do you know? Parker, how do you know?
Could I be a shape-shifting demon?
You very well could, Parker.
Okay, so then why didn't you make that claim about me, but you made it about the North Sentinelese?
I don't know, because I didn't have an answer to the question. I think there's a lot of questions that I don't have the answer to. And I think there's a lot of questions you don't have the answer
You get the
to.
confetti. I appreciate it.
Just like the
this is a
existence-
pretty
just
easy
like the
question, right?
existence-
Like
just
again,
like
the idea
existence
here
of God.
is that, clearly speaking, there's no distinction between them and me. So if you were to bring that up about them, then you could also bring that up about me. But you never brought that up about me, and you've only brought that up about them. So why particularly?
Because it's to be believed that they never had the chance to see Christ, and I believe that everybody at one point or another is given the opportunity to choose Christ.
Even aborted babies?
Aborted baby conscious.
There are some that are.
Well, do you remember do you remember coming out of the womb, Parker?
Just my grandma, who had dementia, didn't remember things, yet she still had subjective experiences. She was still aware of phenomena.
At one time.
Uh-huh.
How can a baby in a womb have consciousness?
Because it exhibits characteristics that we associate with sentience. Consciousness is different. Consciousness relates to self-awareness and sense perception, which doesn't exist until around the ages of 3, right? The idea is that sentience exists, but many people will use conscious or consciousness to refer to sentience. Thank you. I appreciate the cowboy. Thank you so much. Thank you for the... I appreciate everyone.
Would you deem the world a nice place?
Depends on your perspective. Depends on who you are.
Well,
For
under
me,
my
it's
perspective-
for me, it's a
under my
great place,
perspective-
right? For
under
the people
my-
that have been enslaved, the people who are dying as children with cancer, the people who have like all these different types of disabilities, right? It's not a great place for them, right? But it's a great place for someone like me. Thank you. I appreciate the crown. Thank you so much. The nat helmet. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't know, man. You stumped me again. Gonna have to go back and do some research.
Johnny, I appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. All right, is there anything else you want to talk about or add then?
No.
Thank you. I appreciate the Cooper flies home. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Wasn't me. All right, have a good day, Thomas. Thank you for coming on, bro. All right, everyone, if you like the content, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. It should up send out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. We're about 2 hours into the live. Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So if you do like this type of content, follow me if you're ready. It helps me come on here literally every single day. Thank you for the dinosaur. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ryan. Absolute W's in the comment section, everyone. We're going to go into the make sure to send a guest request right now. By the way, everyone, I'm going to try to go on another 2 hours or so. Thank you for that hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So for the last hour of the live, we do turn on sub-only chat. If you want to have access to the sub-only chat, subscribe if you haven't already. Helps me come on every single day. I appreciate everyone doing so. Thank you for the sunglasses. I appreciate it, Ash. Thank you. Let me go on to the next person, though. Appreciate everyone. I'm starting to feel a little bit better, but I still do feel kind of bad after everything. But yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
Not necessarily. I just have one quick question. I apologize, like, even though I don't disagree with the claim. I just had the question about the God perfection thing. So basically, if perfection is not, like, deemed, well, it's different from everyone's perspective. From God's perspective, it would be perfect, the world he creates, right?
Well, they would just be based upon whatever they're talking about. So we'd expect there to be children dying of cancer in a perfect world.
Well, God deems out that way.
So that is perfect.
So for
God, I
God,
appreciate that, mustache. Thank you. So we can question their idea of perfect. The idea here is that they consider human beings imperfect, right?
But for God's perspective, human beings are perfect.
No, they're not.
It's His perfect creation.
No, they're not. They're not. They sin, right? A sin is a flaw. That means that they're not perfect. Okay, so under their own view, they don't consider them perfect.
From our own view or God's view?
God's view. God is perfect. Right? Humans are not perfect. Thank you, Nani. I appreciate the meteor shower. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's literally what their view is. Okay. You ask any Christian what they think. Are humans imperfect? They'll say yes. If is God perfect? They're gonna say yes.
Okay, but why does God have to make a perfect creation?
Because God's a perfect creator. Okay, a perfect creator entails that there would be a perfect creation. Else, what does it mean to be a perfect creator?
Okay, that makes sense. I agree with that.
Appreciate you coming on, though.
Thank you, man.
All right, everyone, if you like the rose, thank you. I appreciate the rose bear. Thank you so much, Ronnie. If you like the content, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Let me go on to the next person, though. Only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. Thank you, Andrea. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Yo, Max, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Max. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, good evening. I'm 30 Gregorian years old.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
No. Okay. I think that it is immoral by Elohim Yahweh standard. So he has his standard. I'm sorry, I'm so tired. I had shooting all day.
Yeah, so if you don't consider it to be immoral or you consider gay intercourse to be immoral, I am looking for people who do disagree, but I do appreciate coming on.
So, okay, so I need to say this. I don't completely disagree. That's my premise. Okay? I would like to first say initially, sir, I tremendously admire, respect, regard, and revere you due to the fact that you are weeding out the actual wolves in sheep's clothing, if you will. I have been studying the Word of God since I was 3 years old, and I have been studying it in all of its various syntax and different languages, but I looked at the bigger picture. I didn't look at just the words on the pages. I looked at the ancient civilizations and all of the other things that were existing at those times so that I can gain context, due to the fact that I've also had the privilege of studying character development and scene study. So I have very much the full context of everything. So I partially agree with you in terms of the fact that it isn't the wrong decision per se, because we are in fact all gods. That's what is written in the Word of God. So I have believed the Word of God since I was a child, and therefore ergo I've lived my life as such, and I've lived it according to what it actually says and who is actually speaking, the context, where it's coming from, all of it. So I am the Ask Jeeves, if you will, due to the fact that I am a 90s baby of the Bible. So ask away, due to the fact that I have always had the deepest alacrity to speak with all those who have questions of the Word of God, because this is in fact my specialty. And alacrity means eager readiness.
Yeah. So do you think that engaging in gay intercourse is immoral?
I believe that engaging in gay intercourse is a choice. It is a choice that is birthed, in fact, from the flesh, due to the fact that it's written in Galatians 5 that this is a behavior, a byproduct of a fleshly decision. It is not a byproduct of the spirit.
So is it immoral to engage in gay intercourse, yes or no?
According to Elohim Yahweh, yes, it is.
Is that who you believe in?
Yes, in fact, I do.
So you do believe that engaging in gay intercourse is immoral?
According to Elohim Yahweh, I in fact do. I, DaChelle Belinda Ellie, agree that that is Elohim Yahweh's standard. I, DaChelle Belinda Ellie, have a different opinion.
Oh, so you disagree?
I have a different opinion.
Which means that you disagree, right?
Which means that I have a different opinion. I say what I say due to the fact that I mean what I say. I'm quite specific, sir. And every word has a purpose, therefore, ergo, I utilize each word for its purpose, its intended purpose.
Okay, so, but, like, can you answer my questions? Like, I'm asking very simple, basic questions here.
Sir, I have, in fact, answered your question, sir. It's simply not what you prefer to hear. But I have, in fact, answered your question.
I haven't clearly understood what you mean.
I will repeat it for you verbatim, sir. And after I repeat it verbatim this last time, I will in fact no longer discuss this particular topic, and I would encourage you to.
Thank you for the hand, Tar. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just gonna go on to the next person, everyone. I'm asking like very basic questions. They don't have to answer that way. That's kind of rude for them to answer that way, and then like try to act like I'm the one that's not engaging with it. So I don't know. That's like literally insufferable. But yeah, I'm gonna go to the next person. If you like the content, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now, y'all. Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you. BBY, thank you so much for the confetti. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, the only reason I kicked them, by the way, chat, is that like, they literally said that they weren't going to engage with the topic. So like I would, yeah, of course I'm not gonna engage with that. But yeah, I do what I mean. Yo, with the Joker, thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Good to see you, bro. Are you with it or against it? I think that being gay is fine. There's no issue with being gay. There's no issue with being in a gay relationship, adult consenting gay relationship, having gay intercourse. None of that is an issue. It's not immoral. I thought that was pretty clear though. I will clarify it though. Yo, BBY, thank you so much for the confetti. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Lucy. Alright, I'm trying really hard to get people up here. If for some reason it's not accepting people. But yeah, I'm gonna go on to the next person. For some reason it's not accepting literally anyone. I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to get the next one. Give it a second, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. If you do disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now, y'all. Okay, it's not accepting this one. Let me try the next. Y'all, it's literally not accepting anyone. Give it a second. I'm trying to get someone up here, so give it 1 second, everyone. Thank you for the elephant trunk. I appreciate it, Dan. Thank you so much. Yo, thank you for that mustache. I appreciate the man. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Brian, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it, Brian. Thank you so much. Hello? Brian, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go to the next person. Give it a second. I don't know why there's no one engaging with us. I'm so confused right now. It's like not adding people. And it's taking a second, so give it a second, everyone. Okay, it's not accepting I literally don't know what's going on right now. I'm trying to get people in here. It's not my internet. It literally is never, right? I literally have great internet here at AJ's house, so. Yo, thank you for the elephant trunk. I appreciate it, Ryan. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, 24, let's go.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
Extremely immoral, yeah. I do.
Why
think so. Like
thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it, Ellie. Thank you.
There was someone on here that spoke about it before, like there's no purpose to it, you know, like what's the purpose of it being that way? Like this.
You're saying that there's no purpose of it? Okay. Is there a purpose of me playing Fortnite?
Yeah, there's no purpose in doing that either.
Is it immoral for me to play Fortnite?
Yeah, you have better things to do with your life than play games.
Okay. Is it immoral for you to be on my live right now debating?
No, because this topic is very controversial and it needs to be discussed.
Yeah, but I mean, you could be doing better things with your time, right? Or are you saying that this is the best possible thing you could be doing?
I could be sleeping, but I thought, okay, let me wait. Let me actually try and get into this live because I need to, you know, let the world know what is my opinion. And so I thought, okay, there's no purpose to being gay. What's the purpose to it? Like, there's no function and there's no creation of life. You mentioned that what if you have a female that can't give birth? Well, that's very rare.
No, 19% of women are infertile. That's not very rare. But, yeah, so, like, the idea that I was referencing, if you're saying that, like, oh, there's not a purpose to something, therefore it's immoral, right, then I could just ask you very simple questions about things, okay? Is it immoral for me to put on chapstick?
Wait, look, the moral, when you talk about moral, right, that's something that is like, considered by the mass population, right? They will say something is moral, immoral. Like
No, I'm asking
incest
you
and
your
all.
position, sir. Do you think it's immoral for me to use chapstick?
Immoral? No, it's not immoral because it keeps your lips like not drying up.
Well, couldn't I be doing better things? My lips don't. It doesn't matter whether or not my lips are chapped.
Well, it does. It doesn't matter, of course, but like playing a game or doing something degenerate like this hedonistic thing where people are just wasting time, and when it's like actually not purposefully doing something that is creation or something that is actually gonna benefit society.
Yeah. So like again, right? Us putting on chapstick doesn't benefit society, right? So I'm confused as to why it's okay to do that. Do you have a favorite movie?
It does benefit society because, like, if you're gonna have dry lips, you're not gonna get no girls, like, right?
Okay, Dean, do you like movies?
Nah, I don't watch movies. That's a waste of time.
You've never watched a movie?
I haven't watched a movie in like years now. Like, only been watching podcasts lately.
Oh, you've been watching podcasts. Okay, so there's no purpose to you watching a podcast. Therefore, it's immoral.
Why would it be no purpose when you're actually learning something and you're actually gaining some knowledge and experience?
What podcasts?
I'm watching like Destiny. I'm watching Fresh and Fit. I'm watching a lot of.
Okay, come on, Fresh and Fit. Like, okay, you think that you're learning things from Fresh and Fit?
They're actually the #1 dating podcast in the world right now. So of course, they.
That doesn't mean you're learning things, right? The stuff that you're learning from Fresh and Fit is actually extraordinarily bad advice. Okay. Fresh and Fit, like if I've looked at their content, I've watched it, I've watched their debates with like Destiny and stuff like that. I've seen all of that type of stuff. I know exactly what you're referencing, and their advice on dating is absolutely terrible.
Yeah, like the advice on dating is actually realistic and traditional, right? So.
Oh no, it's not. No, it's not. Do they tell you to date with the intention of marriage?
Yeah, of course, the nuclear family.
No, they did not. No, they definitely don't. They don't preach that.
He always mentions the nuclear family of a male and female is the uphold of society. Is how society was always like upheld by that way.
Do you think that they're preaching the word of God?
Of course they are, because but not all the time. But if you think about it, like, they do mention a lot about God, and God is always mentioned in these podcasts. Like, they debate a lot about
dude.
these things.
Does Fresh have a 400 body count?
Well, that is debatable. I don't know.
He said that. He's literally said that on the podcast. Is that Christian advice?
Well, they're not perfect Christians. We're not Jesus. Only Jesus was perfect, and we can never be like him.
Okay, yeah, so you listening to people that are not perfect rather than reading the Bible seems to be the case that you are doing something that's purposeless. Okay? So you could be doing better things like reading the Bible, getting your moral teachings from a perfect being, right? That's your own view. It's a perfect being. So why would you go to an imperfect being for advice rather than going to a perfect being for advice? It seems like you're contradicting your own standard here.
Okay, maybe if I'm watching a lot of different podcasts, some of them is about God, some of them is about dating, some of them is about other things. But the thing is, when it comes to the topic of gay being immoral, it's just something that society agreed on, and they made it. I don't know if they made it a law, but they made incest a law. Like, you can't do that stuff. And at the end of the day, they should have made gay a law as well. But I think it's like we accepted it, and in the churches, it's even accepted in some churches, which I disagree on as well.
Thank you for the travel with you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so society has also made it legal for there to be slaves. I don't care what society's done. I'm asking you what your position is. Society thought it was okay to marry children to adults throughout most of society. I'm against that.
Yeah, I'm against all of that as well. It's like, at the end of the day, it all comes together as how the society viewed it and said, is this moral or is it immoral? And then they made it laws against it. But it seems like being gay is not immoral to the mass of society. So I'm just like maybe the minority that thinks this way. But okay, I'm like literally, I'm not trying to hate on the gay community because you know the Rainbow Nation. I'm from South Africa, so we are Rainbow Nation. Love all, you know. But I just think it's not normal if you think about it from a kid's point of view. Like kids will perceive it as weird.
No. Right, only if they've been, like, you know, taught that by society. I grew up, I don't think being gay is weird. And I even grew up in a society in which said that it's weird and said that it's wrong. I grew up in conservative Christian Iowa. As a conservative Christian in Iowa. So, like, I literally was taught that this is, like, not a good thing. I didn't think it was weird. I didn't really understand that.
Like okay, you might have not thought that, but in society me growing up, like you always seen it, like people get made fun of in the sense of like, oh, he's weird, he's like this, he's like that. And it's only till recently where the people actually feel a bit more comfortable out of the closet and be like, yo, I'm actually, they're like this. But it's always been frowned upon for all of time, since the beginning of time, actually.
Yeah, so from the beginning of time, it was morally acceptable for children to marry adults. Not only until like the past few hundred years has it been considered immoral for an adult to engage in intercourse with a minor. Right? Actually, like if we look at biblical times, 12 through 16 was the age in which a Jewish girl would get married. Okay. Right, and oftentimes it was to adults, men. So, the idea here is very, very, very clear. Okay? Just because society has been in support of something, right, doesn't mean that it's okay. Or just because society is against something, doesn't mean that that thing is wrong.
Not necessarily. Like if the majority of society comes together and decides on something being right or wrong, it typically is like if you hear stereotype, and stereotypes, where do they come from? A lot, everybody's saying it, so it's like everybody's saying it and it must be true, you know.
No? If everyone said that the earth was flat, does that mean the earth is flat?
I do believe the earth is flat, by the way.
Of course. If everyone said that 3 is equal to 1, does that mean that 3 is equal to 1?
Of course not. It's like...
Okay. We can talk about the flat earth thing. Okay. If the earth is flat, how come the sun is blocked by the horizon? It should simply get smaller and like just get so small that you can't really see it anymore, rather than being blocked by the horizon.
You just simply like zoom in to it, you'll see that.
Yep, and you'll see that it's blocked by the horizon.
Not that. If you zoom it in, like I've seen videos that you zoom it in. I haven't done it myself, but I've seen videos where you zoom in and you actually see it's not the ocean is actually it's not dipping into the horizon. But another point.
No, it actually does. I've seen videos of this. Like it literally gets blocked by the horizon, right? That's when they zoom in, they can't see it anymore. It also doesn't get smaller. So if it was moving away from us, it would simply just get smaller.
Okay, can I ask you a question? How come when you go into like near Earth orbit, when they look back at the Earth, you can't see the Earth rotating?
When you go to near Earth, because the rotation is so slow to our perspective. Thank you for the money gun, I appreciate it. But you actually do see rotation of the Earth. If you go further enough away, because your rotation as well is going to be based upon the Earth. Okay. Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. You can actually, if you look at like the International Space Station, they're in orbit as well. They're going around the Earth. Thank you. I appreciate the confetti. Thank you very much. Right. So if they're going around the Earth, right, that would stop us from being able to necessarily see as much of the rotation. Right? But if you stay in a particular area, you're going to see the rotation.
Yeah. So do you believe in like the Mars rover and that we've been to the moon, right? Of course.
Yeah, obviously.
So why do we lose connection in the forest or the mountains though? Like we would like need the Wi-Fi, the connection, but we lose the connection and people get lost in those areas.
We just don't have satellite connection or like built up for that. We have satellite connection when it relates to the Mars rover and the moon particularly, but we just don't have that for like forests everywhere around the planet. But we actually can, and that's actually being adopted. We actually can do this now through satellites. You know what Starlink is?
I heard about Starlink, yes.
You're gonna essentially be able to get good Wi-Fi anywhere on the planet. That's what people put on the top of their on their like trucks and stuff, and they travel around like the U.S. or a bunch of different places, and they get internet everywhere, just in the middle
So why
in the middle
don't
of
we
nowhere.
use Google cars and Google planes instead of like taking the pictures with the satellite? Because if I Google now the satellite and I try and see myself waving, you can't see yourself waving like right now from a satellite if you zoom in, right?
That'd be pretty hard to zoom in. I don't know if a satellite can do that. That would be
Yeah, it's impossible
extraordinarily
because
low
like
res, and it would require an extraordinarily large, like lens.
yeah, of course, because like they take the pictures with the Google cars and Google planes, I guess, and then they update it every few years, you know.
Oh, if it's from a
So it's
plane, I
like
thought you were saying from like satellite stuff, but sure.
yeah, so why don't they take the pictures with the satellites then?
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. They do. They do take satellite pictures.
If you seen that that the NASA station sending like satellites up with helium balloons, right?
Lolo, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's an effective way to get satellites into the air.
So what happens? Like, are they just floating around with helium balloons, or are they actually in orbit?
It depends on the type of satellite.
Yeah, that's a very different topic because I thought like they just send it up with the rockets, but I never knew like they use helium balloon because that was like weird to see that. But we drifting so far off the topic.
Yeah, so why
I'm
is it
not really,
immoral? Is it because God?
I don't even want to talk about religion. Everybody's bringing religion up. I just want to say like
If that's
about
the reason why you hold your position, then we're going to have a conversation about religion. If that isn't the reason why you hold your position, then we can have a conversation about the argumentation that you'll engage in.
it's about like the purpose of life. What's the purpose of life?
Who defines this purpose?
Like everybody will agree on what's the purpose on life, like in order to continue living and survive.
Okay, so I think the purpose of sex is expression of love. Gay couples, consenting adult relationships can have expression of love within the context of sexual relations. Therefore, right, it's going to be fulfilling that purpose.
It will be fulfilling a purpose to have love and that, but if there's no kids that's gonna be created, then how's this society? I'm actually getting cold right now. Why is this society gonna actually continue its generations?
Gay people can still produce children through IVF, right? They can also adopt children, right? But not everyone wants kids. If I'm celibate, is that immoral?
Say again.
If I'm
Celibate,
celibate and I refuse to engage in intercourse with people, is that immoral?
you refuse to engage, like that's like a nun, right?
Yeah, like the Pope or a nun, yeah.
Like a
Are they
nun
doing
or
something immoral by not engaging in intercourse?
I think they can try as hard as they like to resist the urge to actually, or the temptation to want to do it, but they're gonna end up doing it because they're not perfect. Only Jesus is perfect.
So it is immoral?
Yeah, it's kind of immoral but it's not immoral because we're not perfect. So
Is
if
it
you think
not immoral? That's a
it's immoral
contradiction
to
in plain
God,
terms.
it's like it's a big contradiction, yes. But okay, let me just say it's immoral because l- mo- mo- the majority frowns upon it. Then it's like, why would it be normal?
Okay, a majority of people throughout society thought it was okay for little girls to marry and have sex with adult men. Does that mean it's okay?
Say again.
Throughout
The
most of
majority of
society,
society.
it was morally acceptable to most people that that children, little girls, were married to adult men. Does that mean that's okay?
Yeah, well, most society will not agree on that, of course. So it's like, well, that
Throughout
that is
history, that was
something that
literally acceptable throughout society. So like that's a fact, but the idea here is very, 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 very clear. Obviously not. You've already answered this. Obviously not. Okay? So if the majority in this sense does not determine what's right, why in this other situation does the majority determine what's right?
because like these certain things that society actually has a choice on choosing like when, and it will be like morally right because of what you actually believe. Like you can actually see this is something that is actually gonna be a benefit to society or not. At the end of the day, like to there's no benefit to the situation where you see marrying a child. So but a man and a man marrying also is the same, no benefit of that besides happiness and sex.
There,
It's
there
like
literally is a benefit. Having a family structure, having expression of love, these things are benefits. People being able to be with the people that they love, who are in adult consenting relations, that's absolutely purposeful.
so
You're just saying it's not
people,
purposeful in accordance to God or something, which actually, God, under your view, Jesus, literally tells people not to get married as he's about to come back. You know, he tells that to some of his disciples. And they literally just like didn't engage in intercourse or engage with people because they were waiting for Jesus to come back, and there was not even a point for that to happen.
that's like they were perfect. They're like the prophets, I think, but like they were trying to be like him as best as they could to be as relevant as they can. But we as mere humans and mortals, we can't like literally fathom how to be as perfect as that, right? So we're gonna be literally trying our best to stay relevant, but there is, of course, you have this urges and temptation, that sexual urges, of course, and then you're gonna like wanna indulge in intercourse. But the thing is, experimenting in the wrong field or playing for the opposite team is gonna be like very complicated because society looks at it like that's not normal. That's not how babies are made.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to add or talk about?
Nah, I'm actually good because I'm actually getting told I gotta
Appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much. Have a good day, bro.
No problem. Cheers.
Alright, everyone, if you like the content, follow me if you've already. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Y'all, I literally was like throwing up all day and I had a hangover. The bags in my eyes are genetic. Y'all, if you've literally been on my live before, you know that I always have these. But yeah, the reason why I have less energy is because I was literally throwing up all day. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Right, I didn't even expect to go live today. Just letting y'all know, by the way. So like, I'm fine right now. I'm fine right now. Trust me, I'm gonna drink water and stuff. Literally copying Dean. But I let him do that. I told him to do what I do. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Did you get ranked yesterday? I didn't even see us get ranked. I don't think so. Binge drinker? No, I never drink, and I drank one time like a lot last night, and I'm never gonna drink again. Probably will at some point, but not going to. Hi from Iowa. Good to see Lolo. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
I'm a Christian. I'm gonna start off with that. But,
do you think engaging in gay intercourse is immoral?
and more things are things that are not in the view of God. So basically, He already set a foundation for us to follow off of. Now He gave us a will. He gave us a will to do anything we want.
Yeah. Do you remember what my question was?
Is it immoral?
Yeah. Is it immoral to engage in gay intercourse?
To people who are under God, it is immoral.
Okay. And you're under God, right? You believe God.
Yes.
Okay. So you believe that it's immoral to engage in gay intercourse. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Because
how do we know
there's
that
a life. There's a life that's after this.
Okay. How do you know that the Bible is accurate in describing what's right and wrong?
I'll go based off his disciples. The disciples that wrote for him, that was with him during Jesus when he was here on earth.
What about the disciples?
They wrote down everything that was going on when he was here. And
okay, that doesn't mean it's right.
Went off his teachings.
That doesn't mean it's right.
So you're saying Jesus isn't right?
I'm saying that just because there were disciples that wrote down things about Jesus does not mean it's right.
Not about Jesus, about his teachings.
About his teachings, about Jesus, but okay.
So, but yes, it is immoral. But those, it's not going to be.
Do you want to answer my point? Because like again, you're literally just saying because there were people that wrote down things about it, that means it's right. You can say the same thing about other types of religions. When it relates to Islam, right? Things were dictated from Prophet Muhammad, from the angel Gabriel, which is from God, right, to people, and they wrote that down. Okay, that doesn't mean, and they also wrote down his teachings in the hadiths. Okay, that doesn't mean that it's justified.
So again, gay and moral. So you're saying, is it right? Or you saying so you're saying it's right, it's okay to be gay, basically.
Yeah, it's okay to be gay. It's okay to engage in gay intercourse. There's no issue with that as long as you're consenting in adults.
Yeah, like I said, it's like based off your will. Everybody have free will, but it's a consequence for that, though. There's a consequence for that.
Okay, why do you think it's immoral, though?
It's based off of what God designed us to be.
Yeah, so how do we know that God designed us in that particular way?
He based it off the laws of Moses, and also the laws that.
Why ought I hold to the laws of Moses?
Because it came from God. Literally, Moses went up to Mount. I believe
that seems to be an assumption. How do I know that?
If you're saying it like that, then I can probably say why. How could I believe that George Washington was here then?
No, because we have historical evidence for that, right? We have historical evidence of Jesus.
It's 20,000 historical evidence for Jesus actually being on here.
Yeah, so I believe Jesus existed. I believe Jesus crucified on the cross. I do not believe in resurrection, as resurrection has very little evidence. Actually has stuff against the idea that resurrection occurred, okay? So if we want to relate to crucifixion, most of them were just left on the cross to decompose.
Most of them, but not Jesus. When he died,
how do you know?
So what you saying about that? About his resurrection? What are you saying?
Putting it in a tomb in the first place.
Why would you say that? Why would you think that?
Because most individuals who were crucified were left on the cross to decompose. We also have lots of historians that are agnostic or deny the existence of Joseph of Arimathea, who particularly was supposed to have, bought the tomb for him. Dalton, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it, Dalton. Thank you so much.
The people who took him off was his people, not the people that hung him up there. Like his family, like Mary, and everybody else that was around him. I can't remember all the names.
And how do you know that? It's claimed in the Bible.
Yes, it's claimed in the Bible. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I'm looking for evidence that is outside of the Bible, extra biblical evidence. Because the Bible can make many claims. The Quran makes claims that Jesus was crucified.
Have to go to like
hold up. The Quran makes claims that Jesus was not crucified. The Quran makes claims that instead of Jesus being crucified, it was, like someone like Judas, right?
The Quran. See, this is the thing about the Holy Bible. I know it's literally no evidence for this, but it comes with a spirit. If you don't have the Holy Spirit, then it's not going to be fully understandable to you. See, because God made it basically as a club for people who have the Holy Spirit. Now I know it's hard to like make an assumption off that based off our own natural like eyes and understanding, but there is a natural more understanding outside of what we see and what we naturally have.
Yeah, I don't see that to be a good reason to believe, right? I could say that for any belief,
I know it's
right? I literally could believe that I'm going to be a Pokemon master, right? I'm going to go to Kanto, Sinnoh, Unova, right? And win all the gym battles and beat the Elite Four, right? When I die, right? That doesn't mean it's true.
Because it's based off of faith. Basically, everything is basically off of his whole thing is basically off of faith. So yeah, it's literally no thing that point towards why Jesus did this or why he did that, or
Okay.
or about the Holy Spirit. But it's basically all faith. But the Bible basically teaches us about that. But you'll never fully understand without the Holy Spirit, though. You'll never fully understand based off our human logic. God limited our human logic. Actually, he actually limited it.
I don't know what that means to say human logic. We're just talking about whether or not things are themselves, right? A equals A.
Okay.
The law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle, right? Those are the things we're referencing with logic. I don't know what it means to have human
So
logic,
I say,
right?
your view right there is, I say being gay is a sin. It is a sin off of God laws, off of his laws.
Yeah, so how do we know that God exists in order to say that these laws are valid?
Look around us. And basically, yeah, look around you. Yeah.
Oh, I now believe in God. What did you expect me to say? I'm
So
sorry,
let me
like I'm
see-
gonna be
let me-
totally
let me
honest,
see
dude.
about
Like
this.
look around me. Like I could say the same thing for a naturalist view. Look around you. You're gonna be believing in naturalism. There's no God, right, or something like that. Like, dude, that doesn't tell me anything.
Let me go back. All right, so basically, it is a sin based off of his laws. Now, we got the laws off of his teachings, off of the teachings of Jesus while he was here, and off of the laws of Moses. Now, that's why he made it a sin, because, of course, he made us a particular way. Basically, if we were all gay, none of us would literally be here, or it will never be ever the next generation after the next generation after the next generation. But God made us male and female for a particular reason, so we can multiply.
Okay.
But he never wanted us to be gay because of that reason. Because if like people in the beginning of time were gay, we wouldn't even be here. Even your great everybody grandparents wouldn't. If they're all gay, everybody on this earth, we wouldn't be.
Yeah, if divorce wasn't allowed, I wouldn't be here either, right? My dad, in
Say
order
again?
for me to exist, had to have gotten divorced. If divorce wasn't allowed for anything outside of the context of adultery or porneia, right? Obviously speaking, I wouldn't exist either. It doesn't say anything, right? Like gay
Now
people
you're going
can
off of
still
people.
gay
You're
people
going
can
off of
still
people.
produce children, whether it be through IVF, in vitro fertilization, or they can have intercourse with the opposite sex, as they've done so throughout all
That's
of
just
history.
for this particular time. They didn't have none of that back in the day.
Yeah, and gay people still reproduced in the past as well.
No, what's the past? When
You
they
have
first started
intercourse
doing
with
that?
the opposite sex, even though you're gay.
What year?
What do you mean, what year?
Yeah, like what year did it? Like what? Like was it 19th century, 18, 1700s?
At any
Like, what-
point throughout history, there were gay people that
No,
had kids.
not at any point. No, that's simple. No,
Yeah.
no, that's false. That is false.
There were gay people that existed. There were gay people that
Yes,
also
yes, there are gay
engaged.
people that existed.
Yeah,
Yes.
and there were gay people that engaged with the opposite sex, especially to hide themselves from the broader
That's true.
society.
That's true, but
And they
that
would have
didn't-
children with those people, wouldn't they?
With the same sex.
No. They would have children with the opposite sex, even
Okay,
though
so-
they're gay.
Yeah,
So gay people
that's
can still
being- that's
produce
being
children in the
qualified.
past.
I
Gay
know
people
you're
can
talking
still
about-
produce children now, right? It's just not through the intercourse with their loving partner. The same
we're
way that
talking
if
about-
someone
we're
was
talking
infertile, the same way that if someone was infertile and I'm with them, right, we can't produce children either. But it doesn't mean that it's immoral for me to have intercourse with someone that I'm married to, if I was, that was infertile.
Like I said, it goes off of sin in our choices, but we do have free will for those choices. But it comes with consequences because the laws that God gave us through the Bible, bro.
Yeah. So is it immoral for me to engage in intercourse with like a supposed infertile wife?
Say it again.
Is it immoral for me to engage in intercourse with a supposed infertile wife?
Infertile wife.
It would be my wife, in this circumstance, in this hypothetical.
Will it be immoral for that? See, I never know about that teaching if you can have sex with your fertilized wife or not. I don't know about that, if you could do that or not. I gotta read about that if that's...
Well, it doesn't lead to reproduction.
Oh, it's based off of pleasure. If like you're doing it for pleasure, sure. But if you're trying to do it again and like you're trying to read, of course.
Okay, gay people can engage in consensual intercourse for pleasure. Thank you for the
Yeah.
hands, Arpesh KO.
Yeah, a lot of things. But even like killing somebody, that can be viewed as pleasure just to the killer, right? Is that
Yeah,
immoral?
I'm not saying that just because things are for pleasure that means they're good. That was what you brought up, right?
I'm saying that it's a
Thank
sin.
you,
I
dad
understand.
mustache. Thank you so much.
It is a sin for God. It's just a sin. It's a sin. Not being doing that.
So there's no reason. It's just a sin. So how do we know that God exists in order to make this claim? Right? It's just a faith
How do we
claim.
know
So if it's just a faith claim, there's nothing different between your view and between someone who thinks that Stewie Griffin created the universe through a temporal loop. Max, thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it.
Okay, we can go back. So you actually believe? How do you believe that we were even here? How do you think we were made? How human beings ever existed? Do you go off of the Big Bang theory?
The Big Bang just explains the expansion of the universe, which is still occurring today. That's literally like.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying that's what. Do you believe off of that? Like
the Big Bang doesn't explain why existence is there. It explains how existence functions. Right.
Okay, so how do you think that we were?
I don't think there is a sufficient explanation, but I can give you an explanation that's more likely to be true off the theoretical virtue of simplicity comparative to you.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, so the theoretical virtue of simplicity just relates to the idea that you require less assumptions to explain like a particular phenomena, right? If I were to pose a naturalist hypothesis or explanation comparative to a God hypothesis or explanation,
okay,
and the hypothesis is going to have more assumptions to explain why we exist than the naturalist one. For example, right, the fundamental particles, the initial fundamental particles, would require the necessary properties to bring about this reality, the same way that God would require the necessary desires to bring about this reality. So I don't have to hold to the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, the judgment, the all-knowing. Not the judgment, the demons, the angels, heaven, hell, stuff like that. I don't have to hold to any of that to explain why we exist. So the argument here is that the naturalist hypothesis.
We're here that you actually see human beings. That's why you believe there exist.
Say that again.
That's why you think. That's why you believe. That's why you think that like humans exist because you see them, and that's where because like when you see them around and stuff like that. Like that's why you believe it.
Like yeah, I believe that me and you exist because we can perceive that we exist. That's going to be a part of it, sure, right? But like that had nothing to do with what I just said.
But okay, so how did we get here though? Like how do we even have a mind to think for ourselves? How do you?
Yeah, Taft, I was explaining it to you. Did you listen to me at all? Can you tell me what I said at all?
I didn't. That was not. You was not saying anything about the creation of a human being right there.
I literally was.
That was not it, bro.
Well, what was confusing about with what I was saying?
I was trying to see, like, because I know the answer, but like, I was like, hold on, what in the world? I didn't know that was actually about to be your answer. That's why I'm confused.
Yeah, what was confused with my answer?
Bro, you know what? It was just based off of your view. I understand that was your view off of it. Now you're saying about about God, about him being almighty, all good and everything, about demons and everything. Do you actually believe in that?
No, I don't believe that God. I don't believe in a God. Thank you for the dinosaur. I appreciate it. It wasn't me. Thank you very much. Do you want to respond to my you just didn't understand what I was.
I believe in a God.
Thank you. I appreciate listening to Mike. I'll run a different argument. Right? Do you believe God is perfect?
Yes.
And do you think human beings are imperfect?
Yes.
Okay. So do you believe that a perfect creator entails a perfect creation?
See, now we can go back off of why we are imperfect. So Satan, he's a real person. Now we are basically mostly spirits, except for more than
No,
flesh.
can you answer my question first before we talk about this?
Say it again.
Can you answer my question first before we talk about this?
Ask the question again, then.
Please. Do you think that a perfect creator entails a perfect creation?
Yeah, actually, yeah. We were perfect at first, yes.
Yeah, so we're not perfect now, right? Or actually, here, can something that's perfect be corrupted? Thank you, I appreciate the Lotocon. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay, so do you think the ability to be corrupted is a flaw?
No.
No. So God has the ability to be corrupted?
He can corrupt. The thing is, he's not corrupted, but he can corrupt things.
Does he have the ability to be corrupted?
No, he can't. But
because why? He's perfect?
He's perfect, but the things he created and the things that he made of this world, it can be corrupted. Doesn't mean he created it just because it doesn't mean that it's perfect. Doesn't mean that it's perfectly perfect, as in like it's not going to be destroyed, it's not going to be corrupted. Just like a ball.
If God had the ability to be corrupted, would that be imperfect?
Spear. It's like saying somebody make a perfect spear and you smash it on the ground, it cracks, and like does that mean that that person made a perfect spear?
Yeah, so the idea here is that like it would not be perfect within that sense. I mean, I don't see why you would consider that to be perfect.
Things can be destructive.
Yeah, so
things can be what's the word for it? Okay. Things can be, just different. Like things can like turn out differently. But that doesn't mean that God himself things turn out differently because things just turn out differently. Now, because we are imperfect, because Satan, he corrupted us. He's the person that corrupted us. But now I can't go beyond things that we can, as humans, we just can't go beyond our limit. Like, we can't go beyond our mindsets that, we're just limited to our mind things. We're just limited to it.
Can God be corrupted by the devil?
No.
No? Why?
He's perfect. He's literally
He's perfect. So okay. Well, then that answers it. If God created Adam and Eve perfect, listen. If God created Adam and Eve perfect, then they couldn't be corrupted by the devil either.
Yeah, but the thing is, this will happen. Free will.
Oh, okay. So given that we don't live in a perfect reality,
free will happened. That's why we
does God have free will?
Ourselves. Yes.
Okay, so free will doesn't mean that they're going to be corrupted because God has free will and can't be corrupted. Jewel, I appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much.
That's how literally made, but that's literally how he's literally God. Like there's no limitations to him. Things that like we can't,
exactly. There's not going to be a limitation to what God can create. Then God can create beings in which are perfect as well, and that would be entailed given that God is a perfect creator. Okay, so if we see that we exist in an imperfect creation, right, or an imperfect world, that tells us that we do not have a perfect creator.
That's false. It's the creation. It was literally the creation. It's literally the creation. Things can be corrupted of his creation. Now, because of Adam and Eve had free will, and Eve ate that apple, even though God told them not to, as they were perfect beings, Eve actually ate that apple, like as God told her not to, because we would have stayed perfect if Eve never had ate that apple with Adam. That's what happened.
The thing is,
we was already perfect at first. But she ate the apple, and we was already perfect. But now we became corrupted because we ate the apple. Now he literally had to get him out the garden of Eve. I mean, the garden of, I forgot the garden. Anybody in the comments can back me up here. The garden name. But they literally had to kick him out the garden of the tree. Actually, they were around the tree of life, I believe, in the garden where the tree of life was, and they had to literally kick him out of it because they were imperfect. And here we go, and that's how we became all sinners. Born sinners through the blood of them.
Yeah, so you agreed earlier that the reason why... Oh my gosh, hold up, get 1 second.
Okay.
Yo, who sent the Leon? Yo. I can't find it. Wasn't me. Thank you so much for the Leon. I appreciate it. Wasn't me. Absolute W.
If it can lead us towards death.
No, Taft, you're misunderstanding your own view. Thank you for the hat mustache. I appreciate your mom. God has free will, right?
Yes.
Yet God is still perfect. Okay, so the idea is that if you have free will, right, that doesn't mean that you can't be perfect. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The thing is, he is, though. He literally is, but his creation, not all his creation is perfect, but it's perfect to his liking, to the limitations that he set for us. He didn't make perfect human beings. He made us perfect to his image. What is a perfect creation to you?
A flawless creation.
What is flawlessness? Like, what off of what?
For example, right, there would be no sin.
We can't, no death.
For example, there would be no sin. You agree that there is sin, right?
Yes, there is.
Okay, therefore we're not perfect.
I know, yes, we're not.
Okay, perfect. There we go. So the idea here is very, very, very clear. A perfect creator implies a perfect creation. We are an imperfect creation, therefore there is not a perfect creator.
To his liking. If you would have made a destructible, sinless...
So God prefers sin over no sin?
Say it again?
So God prefers sin over no sin?
Over no sin. Can you explain that to me? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, so if God created human beings perfect, they would not be sinning, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We sin, therefore God did not create us perfect.
We can make ourselves unperfect. That's the thing, and that's why what Eve did. She made us unperfect, bro.
But the only way that she could have done that is if she was imperfect. Okay.
No,
So the idea
she
here
was
is
perfect,
that
like
God
the
created
free
an
will.
imperfect.
Free will.
If this God existed, it would. Dude, I don't know why you keep saying free will. I've already responded to
That's
that.
literally what's going on.
Astrid,
Here.
thank you for the
That's what-
subscription. I
that's
appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll run this again through you. Okay. God has free will,
though,
correct?
Literally. Like you're dismissing free will. You're dismissing that we
I'm literally
have our own
not.
choices.
I'm not, sir. Can you please listen to my point?
Go ahead.
God has free will, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does God do evil?
No.
Is God perfect?
Yes.
So you can have free will and not do evil, not do sin, and still be perfect. Okay?
Because of free will.
So when you
can
respond to me
perfectness.
and you say that, oh, they're not perfect because they have free will, well, that's not entailed. They can have free will and still be perfect. So the idea here is that God had the ability to make them perfect. God did not make them perfect. Okay?
They
So that tells us that a
chose-
perfect creator does not exist because a perfect creator entails a perfect creation.
It's because of their choices, though. They chose to stay perfect or not to be perfect, and they chose not to be perfect. That's the thing. They chose not to be perfect. They chose not to stay perfect because of the free will. Because He didn't want us to make us robots. That's why He didn't want us to make us unfree-willing robots. That's why.
Can God choose to be imperfect?
That's that's up there. I don't know about that one. Okay, but he's
Okay, so
I
then
don't
why
know.
can human beings that are perfect choose to be imperfect if God cannot choose to be imperfect?
God can choose to be imperfect if He wanted to, but
He can?
He is. Yeah, if he wanted to, but obviously he's.
But isn't the definition of God that God is all knowing, all powerful, all good, and perfect? So God
can
can't choose to do something in which would contradict His nature.
Say it again.
God cannot choose to do something in which would contradict His nature.
The thing is, He know what it is, and that's basically that's a conversation with God right there. Like, that's not something that can't have a conversation with me about that. But based off of us, we chose to be imperfect. I mean, we chose to be imperfect, and that was really Eve after she ate the apple, and after God told us not to. After again, He is the perfect creator. He made us perfect, but since our free will led us literally to the imperfectness, they chose that route instead. Now, do I know why? I'd rather stay perfect. I'd rather not have ate the apple myself to stay perfect. Yeah, but hey, what could I do?
Okay, do I have to go through the same thing again?
But that's literally the answer right there. It's like that's literally the answer. There's literally no other thing around that.
Okay. All right, so let's go through the exact same thing again. Okay.
No. We're just gonna leave it with the people. We're gonna let the people.
So you don't want to argue?
No, I don't like arguments. No. This is
a debate. You literally joined a debate platform.
Yeah.
You don't like arguments?
But it's like you're saying that if you're going to say the same thing over, it's like, what's the point? It's literally the point. Because
you just said because you didn't understand.
What did I not understand?
I told you, and I just went over it again.
About God and us
not
being perfect. After I told you that Eve literally did not chose to be perfect. After we could have stayed perfect.
You can't choose to be imperfect because that would go against their nature. The same way that God still has free will and cannot choose to be perfect because that goes against God's nature. You can't choose to do logically impossible things.
We can. Because we were born in sin.
Wait. Can God do logically impossible things?
Things that we cannot understand, yes.
That's not what I asked.
Go ahead. Say it again.
Can God do logically impossible things?
These are literally things that we cannot understand. Things that we cannot understand.
Yo, Taft, was that my question?
But
did I ask the question? Can God do things that we don't understand? I'm pretty sure I didn't ask that question. The question I asked is, can God do logically impossible things?
Obviously, yes.
Okay. All right. So, obviously, okay. So can God make this? Can God make this glass full of water and then empty of water at the same time?
Yes, if you wanted to. He's literally God. Yes.
That makes sense to you? That's coherent. That God can make this full and empty simultaneously.
He made us the image. He literally made us.
What does it mean to be full of liquid? It means that there's liquid in there, right? So you're saying that there can be a liquid in there and then not liquid in there simultaneously?
Yes. but that's his power.
Can God
created this world. He literally created this world.
That doesn't mean this world is logical, okay? God cannot do
Based off
logically
our
impossible
understandings to
things.
you,
No,
based off your understandings.
Hold up. So, can God create a squared circle?
Say it again?
Can God create a squared circle?
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one.
Why not?
Yeah, I don't know about that one, bro.
Wait, why not? God can do anything, right? Are you limiting God?
This is funny as crap. But how could a square and a circle be the same thing? How could that even be a thing?
It can't. The same way because it's logically impossible. The same way that they can't be full and empty at the same time. The fact that you said it could be full and empty at the same time shows me that you're not even thinking through the concept that I'm talking about.
No. I thought you said could he make it like full then empty? That's what I literally thought you said. My bad.
I said full and empty at the same time.
No, yeah, I didn't. No.
Huh?
I thought you said could he make it full then empty it?
Okay, so God cannot do logical contradictions.
But he can do things limited to our knowledge, though. Yes, very, because he's literally created.
Yeah, it's not my question. Obviously, I understand that God can do things that we don't quite understand yet. Sure, right? All right, that's not what I'm asking you, okay? I'm asking you a very specific question, right? Can God do logically possible things? In this scenario, God obviously cannot do logically impossible things. Okay?
So what did that make him imperfect? Because he can't do that?
No, it doesn't. That has nothing to do with being imperfect. I was just telling you your own view. That's just what all-powerful means under you. So, like, the idea here is that God can have free will and not be able to do logically impossible things.
Okay.
The same way that human beings have free will and cannot do logically impossible things.
We can't. We literally can't because our literal answers is like go off of Adam and Eve.
So why can't I just like grow wings out of my back and fly?
He set up limitations for that. He literally
it's like my nature, right? So even though I have free will,
we were born in a sinful nature, though. We were born in a sinful nature.
Even though I have free will, I can't do logically impossible things in accordance with my nature. So if my nature was perfect,
we can't go back to perfect, though. We can't go back to perfect because of that.
Stop. If my nature was perfect, then I cannot choose to be imperfect, as it would be contradictory to my nature.
Because we can't now. We literally can't. There's no turning back. We literally cannot. We never had a chance from the start. Now Adam and Eve did, but ever since after that, it was over with. Wraps. No more perfect. No more perfect human beings.
Yeah, so they can't choose to be imperfect because that would be logically contradictory to their nature, which is perfect. Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
That was their choice.
What's that? You be imperfect.
And God chooses to be imperfect. That's a big question. That's a big, huge question. Okay, you can't go off of yes and no about that, but if I have to lean to anything, then he can make things imperfect, but him himself. See, what is perfect though? What is not? Yeah, because what is perfect though? Now, let's go off of that. What is
flawless?
Perfect? He is flawless. Yes, he is flawless.
Okay. Can he choose to be flawed?
He chooses to be flawed. He can't choose to lie because he made
because him not lying is a part of his nature. So he can't do something that contradicts his nature, even though he has free will. Thank you. I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much, Anne. Okay. So that same idea. If human beings have a perfect nature, they cannot choose to be imperfect because they have a perfect nature, and that would be logically contradictory.
No. He let us.
No, what I just said there completely follows. Just said there, given what you've already agreed with.
No, him himself. We can't. Humans and God are two different type of beings. Literally, two different type of beings. We're made in the image of God, but we're literally made out of flesh, spirit, and soul. Him himself, it's a whole different level. It's a whole different level, dude.
I don't know what's limiting God from creating human beings perfect.
He could have made it. He could have made it sinless. Yeah, he could have made it sinless. But he didn't want us. He just didn't want us to be robots. He just wanted to. He wanted us.
You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. You could still. I feel like. Taft, I feel like I literally just explained this to you and you didn't comprehend it, so I want to
have
go
do
through
that,
the
but
exact same
you gotta
thing.
remember, there's a life after this, though. You gotta know there's literally a life after this, that we're gonna go to a perfect land that is sinless, that is about to be all that you're talking about. It's about to literally be a life after this life, literally.
Do aborted babies go to heaven?
Yes.
So they never experienced anything on earth, yet they can go to this perfect reality.
Yes, they actually have.
So why can't God have just created us in the perfect reality to begin with?
Satan.
Even Satan. Do you understand that like Satan is still in like a concept that exists even with heaven?
Say again.
Satan is still a concept that exists even with heaven.
He exists. He definitely exists. He exists. But because of him, he manipulated them. Because of the free will that we inherited.
Yeah, but
because he was an angel
that just doesn't make any sense. Oh my God!
I know it's where he's limited
Jesus
to our
has
knowledge.
free will, right?
That's why. That's why it doesn't make sense. We can't.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense because it literally is just contradictory. Okay.
But
right,
no, it's like we have limitations to our knowledge. We have
God free will.
Yes.
Okay. Can God follow through with being tempted by the devil?
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
Okay, therefore you can have free will, Taft. Therefore you can have free will and never be able to be tempted. Okay? So if that is a possible reality, and God is all powerful, God can create any possible reality, that means that God can create that reality.
You're just basically saying, why did God make humans not smart enough to not fall into sin? Basically, you're asking that.
Yeah. Why wouldn't a perfect creator entail a perfect creation? Right? Because that is literally what's logically entailed, given the definition of what a perfect creator is.
I say because we have a choice either to go to hell or heaven, and the heaven is living with him.
The aborted baby didn't.
The aborted baby is with him. He's definitely with him.
But they didn't have a choice. They never had a choice.
They have visions. People have vision on this earth of the people of the babies and all that went to heaven. They have a nursery in heaven for the babies, just like that. I had a vision. God sent me a vision myself. He sent me the vision of the rapture. Yeah. So I know visions are definitely real. But multiple people had visions of a nursery that was in heaven.
Hey Taft, can you just tell me what my argument is? I want to see what you understand.
Go ahead, what?
Can you tell me what my argument is? I just want to see what you've understood.
You said, can aborted babies go to heaven?
No, the perfect argument.
The perfect argument. About what? About God not being, can he be perfect? Why he didn't make us perfect? Basically perfect, but he did, but because of our free will.
No, that's not what I asked. What is my argument?
What is your argument about the perfect?
Yeah, just give me my argument. Just relay it back.
You said, why didn't God make perfect human beings? Basically, that's what you said. Why he did?
That's a question, not an argument. What was my argument?
That's what you asked me.
I gave you an argument, not just a question. I've asked you a question, right? Set up the basis of the argument, but I gave you an argument, okay?
What? No, that was the question based off the argument you gave me.
Yeah, I'm asking what the argument was.
Why didn't God make you a perfect human being?
That's a question.
That's what you said.
I'm asking for the argument I gave you.
That was the basis of the argument.
Okay, so the argument goes very simple, right?
Okay.
Perfect creator entails perfect creation.
Mm-hmm.
We do not exist in a perfect world. Or no, I'll just make the first premise is
I want to say
perfect creator means perfect world.
No, I want to say perfect creation.
Which one are you disputing?
I would say creation. I just go off of creation. I'm not saying perfect. You can't put perfect on top of that.
What does it mean to be a perfect creator?
Because a perfect creator, he's a perfect being that creates. He's not a perfect.
Yeah, you just restated the claim to me. I'm asking you what it means to be a perfect creator.
That creates. He is a perfect being that creates.
Hey, dude, what does it mean to be a perfect creator? You just restated the claim to me. What does it mean to be a perfect creator?
A perfect creator. That's what you're trying to say. Like he's a perfect being that creates, but he created us. Yes, he made us. He made us perfect.
Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it.
Perfect to his liking, perfect to his will.
You're just like using the same words within the definition, which makes the definition circular.
But you're saying why did a perfect creator didn't make everything perfect? But
hey, Taft. I'm asking you a very simple question. Okay.
Go ahead.
What does it mean to be a perfect creator? Don't use perfect and creator within the definition. Okay, that's circular.
A perfect creator. I want to say a being that makes perfect things.
Okay, we'll go off of that definition. Makes perfect things, okay? Has perfect creation. We'll go off that definition, even though it's fucking circular, right?
There's no such thing as a perfect creator.
Oh, okay, I agree.
But he's a perfect being that creates.
So he's not a perfect creator?
But I know what you're trying to say.
If he's a perfect being, doesn't he have all perfect attributes? That doesn't make any sense, dude. Hey, but if based, you just agree that your God doesn't exist. Thank you for the hat mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You literally just conceded to that, Taft.
No, he's a perfect being that creates. He can make things perfect.
Yeah. So like, what does it mean to be perfect? So wait, so are you saying that he's a flawed creator?
No.
Or is he a flawless creator?
He's literally a perfect being that creates.
No. Is he a flawless creator?
No.
No? So he's perfect, but he has flaws?
But there's no such thing as like a perfect. I know what you're trying to say. A perfect creator. He can make things perfect. He can create things perfectly, but things can be flawed not through him, but through other things, like natural disaster, a river.
Oh my God! But like all of that is byproduct of him. So like the idea here is that
a
perfect creator entails a perfect creation, right? There cannot be a flaw that's perfect because that's a contradiction. Okay, you understand that a perfection here even in the Bible is defined as flawless. Okay, so there can't be a flawless flaw.
But you're saying that he could have made us sinless. Yeah, that's what you're saying. Based off his perfection. Well, he didn't want to do that.
Yeah, so he prefers sin.
He didn't want to do that. But
so God prefers sin.
He preferred us to have our free will.
Oh, you can have free will and still never sin.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so God prefers sin.
He prefers free will. Now,
does God prefer sin?
It's up to us to choose to stay perfect or not.
Oh my gosh, bro! It's like nothing ever moves in the conversation. Max, thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it. Taft.
When I say we, I'm going off of Adam and Eve, though. I can't go off of us because we are in a sinful nature now.
Taft, unironically, can't have a conversation with you if you're not going to engage with any of the material I brought up.
That's literally what else could I say? Based off of what I'm literally saying. Like what else?
Yeah. Like I've explained it to you before, right? And then you've gone back on it multiple times after I've explained it multiple times.
Because you're dismissing free will. You're dismissing.
Oh no, I'm not. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it.
That we have our own minds. And
hey, Taft. I've given you this literal hypothetical like 7 times. Okay, I'm gonna give it to you one more time. If you can't get it, you're not rational enough to have this conversation. You're saying unironically. Can I go off of my God is free will, right? God is free will, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Can God do evil, or does God do evil? My bad.
Does God do evil? No.
No. So God never does evil, even though He has free will. So you can have free will and never do evil. That's logically possible. Do you agree?
Yes, fact.
God can actualize any logically possible world.
Yes.
Therefore, God can create us without sin and still have free will.
Yes, but He didn't choose that. He didn't.
Yeah, so God prefers sin over no sin. So this is a contradiction because sin.
But you acting like there's no middle ground to that. You're saying this only 2 ways. You're saying
no, there isn't a middle ground. This is logic. Okay.
The middle ground is free will.
Taft, this is logic. Okay.
Literally.
No, listen to me. This is logic. Okay.
You're saying there's no middle ground to that. You're saying there's no choosing.
Taft, the comparison.
We live in our own mind, dude.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, already agreed with that. Okay,
yes.
So
He made us our own beings. He made us our own beings, but we choose. Before we can choose, like you're saying, we can't choose. He didn't want to make us robots. That's why. That's why He didn't make us sinless. That's why free will exists.
Hey man, Can you listen to me for a second?
Little dude, like,
No, I'm not talking to you.
you're not agreeing. You're just not agreeing with what I'm saying. You're just not agreeing with what I'm saying.
No, Taft, will you listen to what I say? If you won't, I'll just go on to the next person.
But you're not listening.
Let me know.
You can go to the next person. I don't mind. Like, you can go to
No. Are you going to engage? Are you like going to listen to me? Are you going to engage?
I am listening to you. I'm answering your question, but you're not.
Oh, you're really not, dude. I promise you. So can you just like stop talking for a second and let me explain?
You're saying, you asking me why didn't God make us sinless? You asking?
Oh no. Stop talking, Taft. Be quiet.
You
Okay. Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it, Max. Thank you. Can you just be quiet for a second so I can actually go through this? Because I've given it to you multiple times. It's been extraordinarily patient.
But yeah, it's going to.
Think of the paper crane. I appreciate it.
It's going to enter to the same direction. You're literally asking me why did God?
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask the same question because you're not engaging with what I'm saying. Okay,
I am. I'm literally.
Let's clarify here. Let's clarify here. Taft, can I please clarify?
We're giving a lot of likes. This is a good session. Go ahead.
Dalton, thank you for the gem gun. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so God is free will. God never sins. It's logically possible for beings to have free will and never sin, right? So there's a logically possible world that God can actualize. So there's a choice that God has. God has a choice between a world in which humans have free will and there's no evil, and then God has a choice between a world in which there's humans that have free will and do evil. Okay? So if we exist in the world in which there is evil, you're telling me that God preferred the reality in which there is evil over the reality in which there is not evil, which results in a contradiction, because evil or sin is against God's preference. You can't tell me that God prefers a reality in which is against his preference.
Now, like I told you, Satan manipulated Eve, manipulated them to sin, manipulated them to sin. But he could have made people in heaven are sinless. There is a such thing as a place as that. People in heaven are sinless. Yes, he actually made that.
Do they have free will?
Yes.
Could God just send us straight to heaven?
Can he send us straight to heaven? No, we got to be washed in the body of blood, the blood of Christ.
Why?
Because we are imperfect.
Well, God could have just made us perfect.
He just chose that route for we could choose.
Yeah, so God prefers imperfection over perfection. God prefers sin over no sin. God. So these are contradictions, Taft. This is a literal.
He gave us the choice to be with him or not to be with him.
Taft.
That's the thing.
Taft.
Because of free will.
Hey, bro. Okay.
Yo.
Okay. I want you to understand this because you have already agreed with this earlier in the conversation, and now again you have gone against what you've already accepted earlier in the conversation.
What did I say earlier? What did I say earlier?
I'll remind you.
Okay.
Jesus has free will.
Yes.
Jesus is perfect.
Yes.
Jesus cannot be tempted by the devil and follow through with that because he's perfect.
Yes.
So if human beings are perfect, then they can't be manipulated by the devil.
He made us perfect to his liking, though. He made us perfect to his liking. We could have stayed perfect, but he could made us to a point where we can be corrupted, though. We can be corrupted.
Okay. So what is the reason why Jesus cannot be corrupted?
But he's God. He's part of the Holy Trinity.
No, what is the reason why he cannot be corrupted?
Because he's God and he's all perfect.
Oh, he's perfect. There you go. You answered it. He's perfect.
Not God.
Stop talking, Taft.
We're his creation.
Okay. If something is perfect, then it cannot be corrupted. That is what you just said, right?
Yes.
Okay. So again, if human beings are perfect, they cannot be manipulated or corrupted by the devil.
But the thing is, it's gonna keep ending to the same point, bro.
It's because he realizes that he has nowhere to run anymore, so he can't even engage.
No, literally.
Okay?
He gave the choice.
Taft. I understand there's a choice. Jesus also has a choice, right?
He gave them the choice to either choose the wrong side or choose.
It's like, bro, it's like never actually can ever get to the point, right? Dude, I want you to literally just try to actually engage with this because you've already accepted that the reason as to why. No, you don't. No, you don't. Stop talking, please. The reason.
But you're asking me why did God do something like that? Why? And why would I have to answer? Why would I ask? Why would I know why He made us that certain type of way? That's you can ask God. I know it's people literally spamming free will. I know, but it's like come on, didn't it? But you can't ask God if we want to go to heaven, bro. But literally, He gave us the choice to stay perfect, not us, but Adam and Eve to stay perfect. Because he didn't. He didn't give him. He didn't make him so perfect that it was permanently stay perfect. He made him perfect to choose to stay perfect or to choose evil.
What was the reason why God cannot be corrupted by the devil? It's because he's perfect, right?
But we are his creation. And
oh, no. Stop talking. Stop talking. Just answer my question.
Oh,
Stop talking about random things that don't relate to my question. Right? I'm asking you something very specific here.
It does. I'm not talking about ice cream. But go ahead.
Okay. Do you just want me to start talking about what ice cream I like? Ask me. If that had a mustache, I appreciate it, Carlo.
I like Oreo. But go ahead.
Nice, dude. Nice, appreciate it. So again, the idea here is very, very fucking clear, dude. And I really want you to get this because you've already agreed with it. Because this is literally the reason that you gave as to why God cannot be corrupted. It's because he's perfect. Okay? So if there's a conditional statement here. If this, then this. If God is perfect, or if any being is perfect, then they cannot be corrupted. Do you agree with that statement?
He didn't make us perfect to the perfection of sinless. He gave us a choice. He literally gave us a choice. He gave us a choice to stay perfect. That's the thing. He still gives us a choice.
Thank you for the hand. I appreciate it, Carlo. Does God also have that choice?
Choice to stay perfect?
To not be perfect or to be perfect?
I would say he chooses not to be perfect. He's literally created of perfection. So I don't want to see how that would be impossible for him to not be perfect. He's the literally creator of perfection. He literally the reason why we even here.
So do you agree with the conditional statement that if a being is perfect, then they cannot be corrupted?
But you're saying sinless. You're saying you can't use another word than perfect because you're perfect. You're making it
please relate to my question
for the situation we're talking about.
I appreciate it.
Perfect is just too grand for the situation we're talking about right now, bro. It's just too. It's like that's just a huge word right for it because.
I honestly I don't know why, man. Like it's like. You just don't want to engage with the question.
No, I am.
You don't want to.
You're
no,
not.
You're really not, dude. Taft, like, don't gaslight me. Literally did something with the question. Okay.
But you're saying perfect, as in he make us sinless. Yes, he can make us sinless, but he just chose not to.
Thank you. I appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. So God prefers.
Is everything? Is your tree perfect?
So God prefers sin over not having sin. Thank you for the crown. I appreciate it. That results in a contradiction as well because God is all good, which means that God is going to create the most preferred world.
But the thing is, they could have rejected.
Telling me
they could have rejected. They didn't.
Do you want me to just mute you?
Me?
Yeah.
You're going to say the same thing all over again. I mean, you can go.
Yeah, because this is what makes sense.
Everybody knows what I'm trying to say. Everybody knows what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, because you're not engaging with what I'm saying, dude.
I am.
No, I promise you, you're not. I literally, I know it sounds like a fucking broken record because I keep going over the same thing, but it's because you literally get the point and then you switch it up. You just slide yourself out of it every time by then going back to what you said earlier. So the reason why this conversation keeps going in a circle is because you're causing it to go into a circle. I promise you, it's not me.
You're saying, why didn't he make us perfect? What are you saying? Why did he make us perfect? Why didn't human beings become perfect from the perfect creator? I know what you're trying to say. I literally know what you're trying. That's what you're literally saying. He chose us to give us an option to reject unperfection or perfection, and they chose unperfection. But that's what he did. That's literally what he did.
No.
Give us a choice, just like everybody at the end.
You said that they were created perfect, right?
Everybody created perfect in his liking.
Okay, so if they were created perfect, and they cannot be corrupted, the same way that God, being perfect, cannot be corrupted.
We can be corrupted.
That is going to be the.
We are working. We can be corrupted. We can be.
Okay. So God can also be corrupted.
No.
Okay, so what's the distinction between God and humans?
But you're saying you're literally comparing.
What's the distinction between God? What's the distinction between God and humans here? That means God cannot, but humans can't.
He's the creator. He literally created us, dude. He's not.
I don't
gonna
see why
create
that
another
entails
God.
anything about whether or
He's
not he
gonna
can do
create
this.
another him, just like other than Jesus.
He literally can. There's no contradiction in that.
Why he would make
you can
billions
create a
of
being in which is
himself.
perfect, right?
You're saying why he didn't make billions of himself, basically.
Sure, dude. Right, like not of himself, because like you're gonna relate to the Almighty, which is only possible to be one, right? But the idea here is that you can create these particular qualities.
He could have made, but
right?
yes,
Think of
he
the
could
head
have done
mustache.
that.
Appreciate it.
He could have done that.
So the particular qualities. So the
And
particular
beings are actually existed.
So the particular qualities in this circumstance would be that they are flawless in terms of the creation. Think of that mustache. Appreciate it. Do you understand that?
I don't want to say he's flawless. I don't want to say he's the creation. Literally, he's the creation. We're the creation, and because we are the creation, and he gave us a choice to choose him or not. Literally, he gave us the choice to choose his way or not. Not us, but literally Adam and Eve. But you can go on to the next person. Everybody want me off. So that's still be it. I bless everybody.
You're just gonna keep saying the same thing without engaging with what I've said. Taft, I've literally, I've given it to you.
No, literally, bro.
Stop talking. Can I please?
You can kick me off, bro.
Yeah, I never kick people off, Taft. It is,
Well,
you know how much I've sit
got
through
you, bro.
that like
I want
no one
everybody
else,
to listen.
Taft.
You're
No
not-
one else would have sit through this.
You're not accepting my view. But you want me
because
to-
your view is logically incoherent. Okay, that's obviously why I'm not accepting it. I'm showing you that.
Because God, literally, you telling God, you're basically questioning God why He made it.
Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. No, I can't question something that doesn't exist. Right? The God that you believe in does not exist. There's a contradiction.
Literally, like he's sent me visions, bro. Like literally, sent me.
Thank you for the motorcycle. I appreciate it. Thank you, wasn't me. I appreciate the motorcycle. And schizophrenic people also have visions. What's your point?
He sent me the visions based off the book in the Bible.
Okay, what? Okay, like you had a dream or you had a fucking delusion or something?
No,
right?
no. Actually, I got the dream of the reference.
It's like what? Dude, I want you to actually please get to this point, because if you say that this is possible within God and God can create any of these possible worlds, then obviously God can create this world in which humans are perfect. So if God creates humans that are perfect, and because they're perfect, they cannot be corrupted, that means very clearly, think of that mustache, appreciate it, that they would never be imperfect. Okay,
I'm
so
not
the
calling
idea.
us. He didn't make us perfect, but we could have stayed perfect to His liking.
Thank you for
or
the
not
meteor
his
shower.
liking.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so a perfect creator does not
To His
entail
liking. To His liking.
So a perfect
To his
creator
liking,
does not entail a perfect creation.
He could have made us perfect. See, He could have made us perfect and sinless, just like people are in heaven. The angels and all that. They're perfect in His liking. In His liking. But He gave us human beings for some reason.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the whale diving. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. W's for in the chat, everyone.
Double up, guys.
Yeah, so oh, thank you for the whale diving again, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Absolute W's in the chat. Let's go. Thank you for the cap. I appreciate it. Okay, so what do you disagree with this statement? Because I've given you a conditional. I've given you the premises.
I disagree.
Thank you so much for the whale diving again, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you. Absolute W's again. That's 3 W's for everyone. 3 W's, everyone. 4 W's. Velvet. Thank you for the whale diving. I appreciate it, Velvet. Thank you for the whale diving. I appreciate it. Yo, Amanda. Thank you for the shooting star. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Amanda, everyone's going crazy right now. I appreciate y'all. Taft, do you want to engage with what I said?
What I disagree with is him. He could have chose us to be perfect, but he gave us a free will. He made us as a free will. He made us with free will to be unperfected or to be perfected. That's the thing.
Yeah, but God also has free will, right?
He gave us, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
So the idea here is that God is free will and is never going to be imperfect or can never be corrupted. Thank you. I appreciate the ad mustache. Thank you so much.
Yes, because he has
so God, because He's perfect, has those qualities that entails that other beings that are perfect also have those qualities. Because God has those qualities because He's perfect, not because of another quality, but because He's perfect.
If Adam and Eve would have known what would happen to them if they would have ate the apple, I'm pretty sure they would have not ate the apple and stayed perfect.
Okay, I'm going to go on to the next person. There's no conversation to be
That's
had
fine.
here.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right, everyone. If you like the content, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now. I'm going to go on to the next person, though. I try my hardest, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
44.
Thank you, Mari. I appreciate the paper crane. Thank you. Yeah, do you think that being gay is immoral?
I do not.
All right, I'm just looking for some people who disagree, but I appreciate you coming on.
I will say this, which might challenge the belief a little. So, I am a Christian.
Do you think that having gay intercourse is immoral?
I do not think it's immoral, no. However, I understand the logic because I have preached it for many years. So I understand the logic of how one could believe that it's immoral. I also understand the concept of how one could believe in certain things that were immoral biblically. I think that even listening to Taft just now, one of the things that kind of he struggled with in the concept of just God in general, or the creation of and all of that, which is the fact of, is a perfect God, could he create something imperfect? And that is a very hard concept to grasp, and also to conceptualize. I do not personally think that we were created perfect. I believe that we were created with flaws and with sins, and with issues. And when I say sins, I'll say sin from the concept of the man's perception of what sin could be. We formed what sin was. Basically, we formed the whole idea, even down to the Bible that was written, that was based off of people's perception, people's understanding, and people's viewpoints. The disciples did not write the Bible. The apostles did not write the Bible. It was hearsay that was actually passed down. Now, do I believe it could have been inspired? Yes, but I also believe that many things that were in there were mistranslated. And just like the game of telephone, where you begin to share stuff from one person to another, and then it begins to change in concept and in theory. So, no, I do not believe it. I believe that it was twisted in the Bible. And I also believe that there is a concept of largely uneducated people that do not study to show themselves approved, do not dig deeper to understand, that fall prey to a man's idea of what's right and wrong. So I just wanted to share that.
Two things. One, you don't disagree, so I want to go to a person who does disagree. Yep. But secondly, in the Bible, it would be considered fornication because marriage is between a man and a woman, right? So if you hold to the Bible, you're going to say that it's immoral to engage in gay intercourse.
I don't, not necessarily, because I don't believe that marriage in the Bible was the same as what we consider marriage to be today. So marriage in the Bible was when a man came in to know another woman. The term "know" was to have intercourse with them. So once you had intercourse with someone biblically, then you knew them biblically and you were married.
No, but the marriage was under God, right? And it was between a man and a woman, right? So if it's not a marriage under God between a man and a woman, well, then it would be fornication under the view.
I do not believe that marriage biblically could just be between a man and a woman.
That's what the Bible says. So you dispute the Bible then?
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
I agree with you. I'm going to dispute the Bible as well.
Yeah.
But as a Christian, you can't really dispute the Bible.
Well, you can. And I'll tell you, I'll go back to my premise of why. Just like with any other, well, go back to the game of telephone, right? You know how you tell one person something and then they tell the next person, then they tell the next person. And by the time the story gets to the last person, it's completely changed, right? The Bible was not written by disciples nor by apostles. It was written by people who received knowledge of or inspiration of from people who were not even actually present. So it wasn't written by anyone who was present.
How do you know that they had inspiration?
that the people who wrote the Bible had inspiration?
Yeah.
Because that's what they shared in the Bible, that it was inspired.
See, so you rely on the Bible to say that. Okay, so you have to say that the Bible is reliable in order to make that claim. Thank you for the elephant. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You cannot deny the Bible. So when you just deny the Bible, you're picking and choosing within your own position, right? That's not something you can do if you rely upon the Bible to then be this to be correct. Because you'd say the same telephone idea of it being like a inspiration of God, that could just be telephone too.
Well, let's put it this way. I don't necessarily believe in everything that was in the history books, but I do believe that there are some portions of what was in the history books that was truth. That's the same way, exact way I believe about the Bible. I do not believe that every single thing in there is true, just like I don't believe that everything inside of a science book is true. But I do believe that there are things that can be proven that are true. So there are things that I believe that are true based upon what I have witnessed in my own life. Now, can I say that every single thing is true? Absolutely not, because I believe that it was man's twisted reality, just like in 1964 or 1948, when the word homosexual was put into the Bible. It wasn't originally in there. It was put in there because someone had an agenda to change it that way. So I can't believe that everything that's in there is absolutely true, but I do believe that there are things that are true, such as be kind to others, kindness will come back to you. You reap what you sow. It's a law of reciprocity. So I can compare that to science and say, okay, I can understand how that can be so.
You literally aren't giving me a reason as to why you can deny the Bible in terms of its reliability and then accept it. Because when you're relating to like history and historical evidence, right, just because you don't believe in everything in history doesn't mean that you are appealing to like something other than the evidence there. Right? You still appeal to the evidence, and the evidence is what indicates this to be true about history.
So let me put it from this perspective. So there are things in our history books that we learned, and I'll use, for instance, African American history. There are things that we learned when I was in grade school that I come to find out through actual study, it was not actually depicted the way that we learned. So it was twisted. The reality of what happened was actually twisted, but I accepted the bits and pieces that because there was some truth that was in it.
Yeah, because the things that you studied were reliable, so that you could indicate that the previous knowledge was not reliable. Okay, but when you relate to the Bible, you are relating that the Bible is reliable to then make the claim that some things in the Bible are not reliable. Do you understand that?
So I absolutely understand what you're saying, but that's not what I said. What I said, that is not what I said. No, that's literally not what I said. What I actually said was this. There are things that are in the Bible, just like in every book, that can be true, that I accept to be true because I have experienced them in my own life. An example is which I gave. An example is when you reap, you sow. I believe that when you put something in the ground, it grows. There is something that backs that up that helps me to understand that. So I can believe that that's in the Bible. If you're kind to people, kindness will come back to you. I have seen that. So therefore, I believe that because it is something that I've experienced and I have received. So therefore, I can say this is a part of the Bible that is true. Do I believe that there are things in the Bible itself that people put in that are not accurate and that were twisted to fulfill agendas? Absolutely so. So there are parts of it that I can't believe definitely 100%. Yeah, they're true.
You don't have the ability to differentiate, though. Right? Thank you for that, Mustache. I appreciate it. Because you're not appealing to a standard of evidence. Whereas when you relate to history, right, you do appeal to a standard of evidence in which you can differentiate between what information will be true and what information will be false. The way that you're doing so is by accepting the Bible. That was your ability of differentiating what's true and what's not. Whatever is in the Bible is going to be true. Whatever's not is not. But if you don't say that everything within the Bible is true, well, that puts into question every single fact about the Bible, unless you have some ability to empirically justify it. So the idea that it was inspired by God is not something that's empirically verifiable. Therefore, you have no basis for that claim if you deny aspects of the Bible.
That would also mean that I just don't believe that history books are true. That would also believe that I don't believe that science books are true. Because there are things.
Did you hear my differentiation between those two?
Absolutely, but I also gave you what you're saying is that if there are parts of it that I am saying are not true, then I have no facts to actually.
History. The appeal to evidence is how you differentiate because you see evidence to be reliable. Okay, right? But if the Bible is what's reliable, right, then you're making a claim that parts of the Bible are not reliable. Well, then how do you know which ones are reliable and which ones are not? You have to appeal to an outside standard, i.e., something
Absolutely.
that's empirically verifiable. Jesus inspiring the Bible, like as God, right, is not empirically verifiable. Therefore, you have no basis for that claim unless you were to accept the whole Bible.
So let me go back to my point again. My point is there are parts of it I can believe based on what I have experienced and what I have seen, and also what can be validated. There are parts I do not believe based on what has been studied and what has been researched. I'll give you one. I'll go back to 1946. That is one verse where it talks about homosexuality that was put into the Bible. It was not originally in
Michael,
there.
I'm not disputing that. I'm never disputing that, okay? What I'm disputing here is that you have no basis for the claim that this is divinely inspired if you do not accept the whole Bible. Do you want to respond to that point?
So I can believe that something is divinely inspired, yes. And at the same time that I can believe something is divinely inspired, I can believe that humanity, humans, myself, you included, all of us, can take instructions that we are given and mess them up.
Okay, so the very clear thing here is that if you don't to an outside standard, something that's empirically verifiable.
Absolutely.
Again, us being inspired by a God is not empirically verifiable. So the standard that you appeal to does not justify that claim. Do you get that?
Well, absolutely, I get that. But do you get what I'm saying? What I'm saying is this: if something has been verified, and I'll go back to my examples again. If you sow, you shall reap. Right? If you sow, you shall reap. It's very clear that if I put a seed in the ground, an acorn seed, I will reap it. Yes, that's using logic outside of the Bible to be able to depict that that particular scripture is true. That those words are true because I've seen it happen. That if something is planted, it grows. That becomes true. If you're kind to others, kindness will come back to you. I have seen that when I've been kind to others, whether it's come back to from that person or another person, that is true. Those words are true. There are parts of the Quran that I can say are true. There are parts of many different scriptures that I can say, that's true, because there are bases to back that up that I have physically seen to actually back that up. Now, let's go back to the inspiration thing. Let's just say I have a son, 17 years old, right? Let's say I tell my son, go in your room and clean your room, making up the bed, giving him several different instructions. My son can then go and say, all right, my dad told me, he inspired me, he pushed me to go clean up my room. He can go in that room and begin to move around and thinking and saying that he's cleaning up and not really clean anything. If I walk in that room later and his room is not clean, then I can't say, well, the room is not clean, so there's no proof that you actually told him to clean the room. But I did.
That's literally so unrelated to my claim. I'm literally just gonna go on to the next person. I appreciate it. All right, everyone. If you like the content, follow me. If you've already tapped the screen, let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. If you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now. Y'all already know I accept the first people who send requests, but let me go on to the next person, everyone. All right.
Hey, text me now.
Yeah, no, I will.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
Well, I actually experienced this myself because I was bisexual. I grew up atheist. I didn't believe in anything. I had a near-death experience and started seeing things spiritually. I considered I was crazy. Let me ask you a question, all right? And be completely honest. If you started seeing spiritual shit, you started seeing spirits around you, are you going to question whether you're crazy and you're just hallucinating? Or are you going to question, maybe I am experiencing something spiritual for the first time?
I would do both.
And have you experienced this yet?
Have I experienced? No, I have not.
See, that's exactly it, because you can't explain something supernatural to someone who's never experienced something supernatural. Because when you haven't experienced anything supernatural, you're just going to base everything off of logic. because you have to experience it to believe it, okay? Because I was atheist and I didn't believe in any of it, okay? But I considered maybe I was crazy when I experienced these things. I considered maybe something was wrong with my brain. I shouldn't talk to anybody about it. They're gonna lock me up in a nut house, okay? But I had a near-death experience and I started seeing things spiritually. And I didn't wanna, my heart and soul knew I was experiencing spirituality for the first time. But it took some time for me to look into it. It took some time for me to look into any type of religion, maybe try talking to God after seeing the things I was seeing. I had to see a lot of interesting things before I actually was like, okay, maybe I should look into something spiritual instead of considering I'm fucking just crazy. But I myself was bisexual. And I can tell you, I can answer you a few questions that I've heard you ask about God and how he works and the free will and God being perfect and all that and making us perfect. We think that you perceive perfect as being sinless. That's how you're perceiving perfection. God's perceiving perfection a little differently. What's perfect to him is a person that he sent down to this earth with the free will to choose him over everything else. And you see, he doesn't want to force you. It wouldn't be love to force you to love him and to be perfect. It wouldn't be love for him to force you to do what, his will is. That wouldn't be love. Love is not controlling. What makes it beautiful and what makes it precious is that he gives you that choice. And see, I was living a life of sin. I was living in my sin. I was a stripper. Okay. I was lost and God loved me anyways. All I knew was that he was real. I was experiencing the spirituality. I didn't understand why. And I started to look into religion a little bit and I had experiences that, would sound like hallucinations to someone who hasn't seen these things or considered it or been open-minded to it being real. And when you experience these things yourself, God is the only one that can prove it to you. He's the only one that can show you that. But I was in a life of sin myself, and God loved me unconditionally. Even though I was sinning, even though I was stripping, I didn't understand why. He was blessing me. He was blessing my life. And I didn't understand why. And it hurt me over time because I realized there's this precious God that loves me, even though I'm doing all the things that these Christians say I shouldn't do. I'm sorry, are you raising your hand because you want to talk?
Yeah, do you want to have a conversation?
I'm sorry, I was just trying to get out a little bit of my story and help you understand where I'm coming from. So yes, definitely let's have a conversation.
Sure, yeah. So you made a claim about like perfect being sinless. That was one example of like what a flaw would be, as like God perceives sin to be a flaw. I don't perceive sin to be a flaw, so it's not my notion of perfect. It's simply relating to what the Bible's idea of it is.
So sin is against his will, but where do you see that it says that it's a flaw?
Wait, you don't think that sin is a flaw? That's literally what is considered in the Bible. If God is saying that it's against his preference, right? That's going to indicate that it's a flaw within humans.
Well, that's the thing, is he already knows you're going to sin because the world is so corrupted that it's almost nearly impossible not to. And that the whole point is that you come to him while you're in your sin and that you're trying to build with him.
You just muted, by the way.
Build with him.
Oh, can you send a guest request back, Acapella? You got a call.
You just muted, by the way.
Acapella, send a guest request back. Yo, Nani with the flower overflow. I appreciate it, Nani. Absolute W's in the chat for Nani. Let's go. I appreciate it, Nani. Thank you so much. Absolute W's, everyone. Absolute W's. By the way, everyone, should I turn on sub only chat, y'all? I might be done here in about an hour because I was literally like super not feeling good today. Yo.
Hello.
Yeah. So, what were you saying? She just left again, everyone. Send a guest request back, Acapella. I'll accept you right back in. But yeah, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Are you okay, Parker? I was throwing up all day because I was like, I drank last night. Thank you for the hand talk. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Way too much apparently, and I really I'm never gonna do that again. Yo, what's up?
I don't
What
know
were you
why
saying?
it keeps disconnecting us. So
Ryan, thank you for the
basically-
mirror bloom. Cassie, thank you for the dinosaur. I appreciate it.
Basically, living a life of sin teaches you a lot, okay? Living it through your sin, it teaches you how good God really is. When you experience how dark the world is, and you've walked a path with him for a period of time, struggling with sin, and he still loves you regardless that you're struggling with sin, it makes you want to not sin because you realize how beautiful he is and how much he loves you. And that's what makes this connection precious, is that we grow so for example, if let's say that you date someone that smokes weed, but you don't smoke weed and you don't really like it. Let's just say you don't like the weed, but you love them anyways, right? You're like, I'm so in love with you. I don't care. That's one of your flaws. I'm going to love you anyways, right? But let's say that person falls so deeply back in love with you that they're like, you know what? This person loved me even though I was smoking weed and they didn't like it. They loved me unconditionally. I'm going to quit smoking for them because they don't like it. Because you fall so deeply in love with someone, you want to please them. And that's what a relationship with God is you realize he loves you no matter what your sin and struggle is. He still loves you because he understands the world is corrupt and it's not going to be easy for you not to sin. But you still build with him and you still try for him. Yes.
So does God still love Schmittler?
Who is Schmittler? I'm sorry.
Mustache Man?
Who is Mustache Man? I don't know who that is.
Genocided like 6 million people.
Come on.
Yeah, I can't say the word because it's TOS.
TOS.
TikTok TOS, terms of service.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not hip with all that with the technology. Yeah, I mean, he did love Hitler, but Hitler made his choice.
Can you not say the word? It's against TikTok.
Oh, I'm
TOS.
so sorry. He did love Mustache Man. Yes, he does. He does. But the problem is he chose his way. And God gave us a choice if we want to be with him or not. You know, and it's like it doesn't.
So you can genocide tens of millions of people and still like God still loves you?
Only if you repent with a whole heart. Only if you feel.
So God doesn't love all.
No, God loves you. He loves you, but that doesn't mean, okay, listen, for example, I love my mom, but she was a drug addict and she broke my heart so many times that she can't sit at the same table as me. I still love her though. I still love her, but she can't sit at the table with me. Does that make sense?
If a family member that you have killed 10 million people, would you still love them?
It depends.
Well, what does it depend on? I'm sorry, but they killed 10 million people.
It depends on what they do within the next 5 to 10 years after they killed all those people.
Why?
Because
they literally killed 10 million people. Like, do you not understand how many people that is?
Yes, I understand that's a lot of people. I understand that's a lot of people. Okay. God, to tell you the truth, that person probably isn't going to heaven. It's a very slim chance that you're going to go to heaven after you kill 10 million people. But
well, if they repent and they turn to Jesus Christ, they do.
But listen, my point is that people don't understand what being reborn is until you're actually reborn. People don't know what that means unless you've actually had the experience. When you're reborn, we are born in flesh, but you can literally be reborn in spirit. And that's a whole experience that you won't understand until you have it. And when you know what it feels like to have your whole spirit reborn, you feel like a brand new soul. Okay. You're literally learning life in a whole other way because you haven't experienced life in the spiritual realm before. Okay. So that's why some people, when they say, I don't know if you've ever heard of court cases where people have lost their children by a murderer. Okay. And in court, the parent says to the suspect before they get put into jail, they say, I hope you find God. Because they've had that experience of being reborn. And we know that people commit these crimes and they do what they do because they have demons attached to them. People do the things that they do because they are corrupted by the world and the evil that exists. And God knows that and he forgives. He does. But that's the thing is people have to really have that experience. People have to really be reborn with the Holy Spirit. They have to be emplaced with the Holy Spirit. God will never trust you if you don't have a changed heart. He can see how you feel inside. He can see how you think. Yes.
Yeah. So Joseph Stalin, right? the guy who literally genocided tens of millions of people as well, if he turned to Jesus Christ and repented, you think he deserves to go to heaven?
To be honest with you, probably not. The chances are very slim, like I said, of someone that's like a pedophile that's done a lot of crime. Like maybe, okay, for example, this is something that you are not going to like to hear. All right. But someone that has molested a child, you know, they could be forgiven if they repent. Let's say they lived a good 5-10 years, change their whole
Can we
life.
just go back to the particular person I brought up, Stalin?
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who Stalin is?
No. Mm-mm.
What? Did you take history?
No, nope. I'm glad I don't have to unlearn a lot of that history.
Like that's something that objectively happened. Thank you, Rocky. I appreciate the subscription.
Well,
Thank you
there's
so
a lot
much.
of things that we were told that happened that didn't actually happen.
Did the Holocaust happen?
Well, yeah, I believe that happened, yeah.
Yeah, so how do you know that that happened?
Because there's actually proof of it.
Yeah, there's proof of it. Same thing with Stalin.
I don't know what Stalin is. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, he was the dictator of the Soviet Union.
What did he do in history?
He caused forced starvation of Ukrainians, right, called Holodomor. Right, so he essentially literally cut off that area from being able to get access to food, which led to millions of Ukrainians starving.
Wow.
Cassie,
and then what was your question about him?
Thank you. Yeah. So, is he someone that deserves to go to heaven, right? If he repents and turns to Jesus Christ?
Probably not. See, that's the thing is only God can answer these questions that you're asking because he's the one who understands people's hearts and their souls and how they feel consciously about the actions that they take. And, you know, there's people that feel guilty about the things that they do, and then there's people that laugh about the bad things that they do. You get it? The bigger conscience you have, the more likely you're able to be saved and reborn. But people that have done that much dirt, typically their conscience is already, you know, not looking too good. So
But your conditions for salvation are repenting and turning to Jesus Christ, right?
yes.
Okay, so if he repents and turns to Jesus Christ, he deserves to go to heaven under your view.
No, that's not true.
So
It's because
salvation is not the
God
repentance
judge-
and
no,
turning
listen,
to Jesus
no.
Christ.
God says he judges by your heart. He tests your mind and your heart. He judges you by your heart because he can feel in your heart. He knows how you feel. If you don't feel bad about what you did, no, that's not repenting.
No. I'm saying he does feel bad about what he does. That's the idea of repenting.
Well, yeah, if he feels bad, he can't just feel bad and then go to heaven. He has to.
Yeah.
He needs to go and
what
do
is
something.
repentance?
Yeah, repentance is taking action.
What does he have to do?
He needs to be showing God. He needs to do things only him and God can see, and then he needs to be, you know, he needs to serve God.
Let's say he does that. Does he deserve to go to heaven?
You know what? There's a possibility, and as much as you don't like that, and other people might not like that, yeah, there is a possibility that's God's decision.
So he deserves to go to heaven under your view. Heaven, thank you for the subscription, and Heath as well. I appreciate it.
It depends on how he repents and what he does.
No, like we're assuming that true repentance and true turning to Jesus Christ. Okay, in that circumstance, would he or would he not go to heaven?
That's only something God could answer. He judges off the heart. I can't see his heart.
But that's what salvation is under your view. Thank you for that. I appreciate that message.
A lot of people think that just by faith that they are saved. When it clearly states, people think that faith means to believe.
Faith and repentance. That's the view.
People, what is your definition of faith? What do you think faith means?
Belief without evidence.
Belief without evidence. No, that's not. The Bible actually clearly tells us the definition of faith. It's faith without works is dead. So if you're not working,
that's not a definition of faith.
Faith without works is dead. So if you're not working, your faith is dead. You have none. You have no faith.
Repentance is work.
I'm sorry, did I just say faith without works is dead? What does that mean?
Repentance is work. That's good work.
Yes, it is. Repentance is work. It is hard fucking work. Serving God is not easy. It's hard out here. Okay? It's fucking the hardest path you'll ever take in your life. As a matter of fact, it'll be the hardest thing you ever do, but it'll be worth it. So faith without works is dead. And people think that faith.
But what's the definition of faith?
People think that, like what you just said, people think that faith is just to believe in things without evidence. When it clearly states in the Bible, faith without works is dead. So
That's not a definition of faith.
if you're not working, you don't have faith. If you're not working, you have no faith. So how is that not faith? Work. How is work not faith? If you're not working, you don't have it.
No, in terms of dead, it's saying salvation, right? Because the sin is deserving of death, right? So they're talking about salvation there. They're not saying that faith is good works, because then there wouldn't be a reason to make a distinction between the two.
But if you didn't have
faith,
good works,
faith actually
listen.
defined within the Bible, they'll say evidence of the unseen, stuff like that.
But you
just
have
essentially
to
just means
look
belief
at the
without
words.
evidence.
Listen, God also says you won't interpret the words from your own understanding, meaning you will not understand what the Bible is saying if He doesn't give you understanding.
I'm literally not going off of my own view, right? I'm literally looking at if you're relating to Catholic Church, that's what they relate to. That's salvation.
I know a lot of people don't. A lot of Christians don't know what the word says. They really can't interpret it. Like God literally has to give you the understanding, and it clearly says that in the Bible too. It says you will not interpret these words from your own understanding. God will reveal it to you. It has to be revealed to you, because I did not know what faith meant until I experienced it and God revealed it to me. Now, if you think about this a little bit slower in your mind, faith without work is dead. So therefore, works equals faith. Because you can't have faith if you're not working. The faith is dead. So that is the definition. You have to have work.
No, what it's
To have
meaning there.
faith.
What it's meaning there is that because sin is deserving of death, what it means is that you do not have salvation if you do not fulfill both faith and good works. It doesn't mean that faith and good works are the same thing. Right? Good works are going to be derivative of one.
Well, that's the thing, is it's inevitable for someone who has experienced God in the ways that I have to not have faith. See, people think that it's believing, but I don't believe because I know. I experienced God. I mean, I'm sure from your perspective that sounds crazy because you haven't experienced God like I have, apparently. And that would sound crazy to me too. If I hadn't experienced God the way that I have, I would think I'm just some crazy fucking lunatic myself. Okay, I can keep it all the way 100 because I know what it feels like to not believe in God. I used to curse people that would talk about God when I was a teenager. I didn't believe in God either. But when you experience it, so much to the point that you can't deny it anymore. And that's what it's like. And it's sad that people will never live this life and never find out the truth. And the only way you're going to find the truth is if you really seek it with an open mind. You have to really want to know, and you have to really seek it.
So I've done that, and I know other people that have done that as well, and they've never gotten a response. So what I generally hear from you and other Christians is likely going to be, thank you for that mustache, thank you for the butterfly, appreciate it, thank you so much, Heather, is going to be that I just truly didn't seek it. It's not like true seeking.
You might not have repented. I had to repent to be born again.
That indicates that I believe. So I have to believe in something I have absolutely no evidence of.
Yes.
Absolutely no knowledge of
believing,
in order to do that. So the same thing is also claimed by many other religions. Thank you for the superpower. I appreciate it, Jesse. Thank you so much.
Before you reach faith, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm saying before you reach faith, before you actually know God, it starts with believing. You kind of believe in it, right? You got to have some belief there to seek it. Like maybe this is true, maybe. But then when he actually shows you his existence and proves his existence to you through miracles and wonders that you can't explain back to back to where it becomes overwhelming. To tell you the truth, if God came
That's God
down,
of the gaps.
If God came down and said, "Hey, what's up? How you doing?" You don't think you'd just probably have a heart attack maybe? Like, you don't think that would freak you out?
No.
Yeah. If God popped up right next to you, it wouldn't freak you out at all. You wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't. No.
I think that you're answering that from ignorance, because when I experienced him next to me, it scared the living shit out of me.
Okay.
Because when you experience the most powerful entity in the room with you, you've never experienced anything like that. It's gonna make
Thank you for
think,
subscription. I
it's gonna
appreciate the
make you
drop.
think about things you never thought about before.
Okay, so like I'm you laughing at me and you like saying that like I'm not answering truthfully doesn't mean I'm not answering truthfully. I really am.
Well, I didn't say truthfully. I said from ignorance. Ignorance means you don't understand.
Thank you. I appreciate that mustache.
Ignorance means you just don't understand. It doesn't mean you're not answering truthfully. That's how you feel.
Yeah, I don't understand the truth.
Yeah, well, you're answering from how you feel, and I'm not saying you're lying, but I'm saying that I think you're answering from ignorance because if the experience actually happened, I don't think you'd be as calm as you think you would be.
Yes, doesn't make any sense to me. Under your view, God is all loving, God is all peaceful. His presence should be peaceful, not scary.
Well,
if his presence is scary, doesn't that indicate that it's not God?
Well, at first, it is scary because you've never experienced something so powerful. But yes,
No, it shouldn't be, right? Because his presence is calm. His presence is peace.
It was. That's how he came. But something so supernatural, when you've never experienced anything supernatural, I was 21 years old. I've never experienced anything supernatural. I grew up atheist, cursing God, and then I experienced him in the room with me. Yeah, I was a little I was scared. I didn't know what the fuck I was experiencing. I mean, it took some time for me to grow with God and understand him. And yeah, I mean, he is all loving and he is all peaceful. But he's the one that, I mean, he says only to fear him in the Bible, to only fear him, because he's the most powerful entity. He's the only thing that not having him is really the fear that, I have, is not having him at this point, because I wouldn't maintain the life that I've come from if I didn't have him to love me through all of this bullshit in this corrupt world.
Sure, so like, I mean, I would just like expect an all-loving being to have an all-loving presence. I wouldn't expect to be fearful in the situation in which there is an all-loving being.
But that's the thing. That wasn't his intention, though. That wasn't his intention.
Well,
it was
I don't
just
care
my
what his
reaction.
intention is. I'm just telling you what the expectation is.
Well, maybe you're braver than I am. Maybe you wouldn't be so scared if you met God for the first time. But for me, yeah, it was scary to me. It was something magical, and I've never experienced magic like that before.
Sure. Okay. So, like, do you think that the experience that Prophet Muhammad had with the angel Gabriel was legitimate?
Ooh, you're talking about Muhammad, like Quran Muhammad. All right. So how I feel about all of these religions, because that's the thing is, when you experience spirituality, you start looking into religions like, which one is true, which one's the right one. So I studied all different religions, like, which one is, the truth. How I feel about religion is that there's truth in all of it. And then there's also some things that were mixed into it that aren't true. And that's how I feel about religion. I feel.
Think of description.
So I think truth in the Quran, but then there's things in there that might not be true. So basically, it's God, he works through his people. He does. When you experience the Holy Spirit, when you're reborn in the Holy Spirit, you're blessed with the Holy Spirit, it works through you. It sounds crazy. Kind of like how they talk about a devil, the devil possessing people. God, in a way, possesses his people. When you choose his will, your body is a vessel. It's a temple. It's a home of the Spirit. And if you're not filled with the Holy Spirit, you're susceptible to demons and other energies working through you. And when you experience God working through you, that's how you can look at these other people that have written scripture and realize, okay, these people were God's people and God was working through them and they wrote the scripture. God wrote the scriptures through them. And that can sound crazy. I know how crazy this sounds to someone that hasn't experienced the Holy Spirit working through them, but that's literally what it is. And there's all these different religions, and that was the best thing the devil could do, was confuse everybody of what the truth actually is. But what was written in stone, the very first Bible that was written in stone, is what I rely on the most. Because
hold up, so can I get to my question though? So like,
yes.
Particularly like what I'm saying here is that the experience that Angel Gabriel had, I mean that Prophet Muhammad had with the Angel Gabriel, we would reject that under your view. right? That's not going to be a legitimate experience, or it's going to be one from the devil. So his preference about it would say that, oh, yep, it was given to me. I have this knowledge. I have like whatever is needed to be able to say that this is correct, right? But obviously speaking from your perspective, you're like, they're wrong, right? So the same person would look at you and be like, oh, they just didn't have a true experience. So how do you know who's right in this scenario?
Really, honestly, that's the hard part, because there's false prophets. There are false prophets. But I mean, the best way to really test it is the fruit of the Spirit. And if someone is not all loving like our God, and that's really the best. There's the fruits of the Spirit is, gentleness, kindness, patience, things like that. And if someone isn't showing those fruits, then they're a false prophet. Because the Spirit, those are the fruits of the Spirit. You're going to have the fruits of the Spirit if you were reborn in the Spirit. So if you're one of the Christians that are, trying to force people to believe in Christianity, and you're getting rude and you're getting mean, then you don't know God. You should not be preaching for God, because God is all loving, and that's what he wants you to show everyone.
Okay, but like, that's just your perspective, right? They're going to say the same thing. They're going to have an alternative perspective, be like, they were emulating what God wanted, and you're not. So the same question exists.
And I get that. There's going to be people that are going to be deceived, and there's going to be people that are going to recognize the Spirit, and it is what it is. Unfortunately, that's something that I still ponder myself, is like, why did God choose me to experience him in the beautiful ways that I have? And there's people out there that don't have him at all. And it's just, I don't know. It's confusing how life works. It's pretty crazy, but I'm grateful. I'm very grateful to know God.
So yeah, it seems like the claims aren't any different. They're the same. Like you and the Prophet Muhammad with your spiritual experiences. There's no reason for me to accept one over the other.
Well, I didn't decline Muhammad's, prophecy. I honestly can tell you, I've studied a lot, I don't know. And I actually don't even know what all Muhammad prophesied. Like, I don't even, I've just heard this and that. I've studied this and that. There's still a lot that I don't know, but I don't know everything that he claimed, so I couldn't speak on his behalf regardless.
Well, there's a claim in the Quran that states that Jesus did not crucify on the cross. So that contradicts Christianity. So only one can be true, if that's the case. So like, you have to reject it. Okay, so or say it was like the devil or something.
I would reject it. I honestly would reject it. And the reason why I would is because of the things that I've personally experienced that's written in the Bible. I've experienced that Yeshua, not Jesus, his real name is Yeshua. That's the thing, is a lot of things were changed by men with an agenda. The devil does exist. He's here on this planet, and he wants people to be confused. He wants people to not choose a religion because there's so many of them that they just get frustrated with it. Like, you know what? I'm just spiritual, or I'm just atheist, or I don't believe anything. It's just too much. It's the best thing he could have done. But the book that was written in stone, there's so much coming to the light these days about it. Like, I'm actually looking forward to, like, I'm starting a YouTube channel and stuff like that to, like, provide the actual evidence that's coming to the light these days. But there's just a lot of prophecy it's happening in clear sight. But you have to actually get your stuff from the right source. You have to get your information from the right source. I'm sorry?
What prophecy?
There's so many of them, man. The Euphrates River right now, with Revelation.
Yeah, the Euphrates River has dried up many times in the past. Therefore, the end times would have already occurred.
We have locusts everywhere in certain locations. It's raining rocks. There's been leprosy.
Let's not shotgun here. Let's relate to one at a time.
Okay.
So the raining rocks.
Yeah, it's raining rocks, hail, like
hail?
golf ball size rocks.
Like hail?
Well, it's not hail, it's actually rocks.
Where?
See, I have it saved on my TikTok where they had it like on the news, but I don't know the location. That's why I said I need to make a YouTube channel. I have to organize all the information.
Is there any information that you have
I would
to show
have
me?
to go. I would have to go and look on my TikTok where it happened at. It rained rocks last week in Russia. Someone just said that in the chat. I don't know where it was specifically. I have it saved.
Was it like an avalanche or like a explosion or something?
As far as I know, I didn't hear anything about that. It was just kind of like a random thing, and people are like, "What the fuck? It's raining rocks."
Yeah, is there any claim that you can show me right now?
I don't know if I'm able to back. Can I back out of here and go on my TikTok? Is it without canceling this, or I don't know.
You can not on the same device, I don't think.
You know, I have another phone. Hold on a second. I'll figure out where it happened.
Oh yeah, by the way, the person that was saying the raining rocks in Russia, that was they were joking. Mac, you're joking, right, by the way?
I'm digging. Just 1 second.
Yeah, joking, yeah. Yeah, my chat's just trolling right now.
Okay. No worries. I get it.
But in the meantime, while people are while she's looking for that source, everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. We're gonna be having this conversation, maybe another one or something. I was gonna do around like four hours or something like that because I was not feeling great today. And we're about on the 4-hour mark, everyone, just letting everyone know. By the way, everyone, if you want to have access to the sub-only chat that I always put on for the last hour of my lives, subscribe to me if you haven't already. It's one of the best ways to support me. So I really appreciate everyone who does so. Are you feeling any better? A lot better. And I mean, enough to eat a little bit. I don't have like enough to be able to like go out and do stuff yet. Thankfully, my job I can do at home. Like without leaving the house, you know?
I am digging.
Have some yogurt? I don't know. We'll see. I need stuff that's like really light on myself. I am drinking Sprite right now. Oh, you got a job? Oh, this is my job. Liquid IV is the best. Yeah, I know. I people have told me about it. I gotta do that. To hydrate, I need electrolytes and stuff. Yo, MK, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I know people always say all the time, like they're never gonna do it, but I'm never gonna do it that much. Again, that's crazy. Yeah, and Gatorade. I should have got Gatorade, but I really need carbonation.
I saved way too much stuff on my Snapchat, or I mean on my TikTok. One more second.
Gatorade's better than Liquid IV. Oh, really? Okay, yeah. Yeah, honestly, I think that would smack right now. Ginger ale is good as well. Oh, I gotta text Dean back. Chat, Dean wanted to do a live battle, but I can't do that tonight because I don't feel good enough. Is there any other source or stuff that you have, prophecy stuff that you have that doesn't require TikTok?
I'm sorry, what?
Is there anything else that you have that doesn't require TikTok?
Yeah, there's a lot of other stuff, honestly. It's just that's what I'm working on right now, is organizing all these testimonies and prophecies, because I know that's what specifically people ask for when they haven't had any supernatural experiences, is the evidence of God. And so that's what I'm working on right now, because there is a lot that's happening that could definitely be noted and put all together so people could see the bigger picture of prophecy unfolding. But I mean, it has been proven recently that the vaccine has chips in it. They literally, they're executing people. They literally just served Walmart, told them if they give out one more vaccine, they're going to start executing
Give me a
people.
source right now.
There's a doctor that one I know I can pull up faster than the rocks one because
Okay,
that's
go
something
for
I've
it.
seen recently.
Because that is fucking wrong.
Yeah, no, they're literally serving people at Walmart and everything, telling them if they give out one more vaccine, they're going to get executed because there's a code. It's an amount of people that have died. That if they reach that amount, then they can no longer be using that vaccine, or it's against they can execute them. And the cops were standing right there.
Name of the boxing gloves. I appreciate it. Just give me the source.
Got you.
In the meantime, again, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes, y'all. Yes, I will be drinking Gatorade. I'll make sure to get one. Thank you for the hat mustache. I appreciate Mama Jean. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Keys to Life. Keys to Life is their name on TikTok.
Oh no, is there like a source other than like a TikToker? Because I can make a claim otherwise, and then that's just as valid as the person who made that TikTok.
I mean, you can see the police and everything in the video. I mean, yeah, the police are there. You can see the badges. You see the whole situation where they went into the Walmart and they served them.
Yeah, so I need to watch a video. That doesn't show me that there's a microchip in the vaccination.
Well, the one that shows you that is there's a doctor where he was transporting the vaccine. And there's the vaccine is kept in a cool temperature. It's kept cold. For some reason, when he was transporting it, I don't know why it wasn't cold anymore, but something happened to where it was put at room temperature for a long time, so he was no longer able to use them. And he had I don't know, like used it under a telescope or something like that. He had like studied it or whatever. I don't know, science term of whatever the fuck they do. But he found that once it reached room temperature for a period of time, there were pieces of metal that looked like as a chip would look. And there's a lot of sources right now of people saying, the vaccine was on the news here in, as a matter of fact, it was on the news here in Florida where I live.
They would see that within all doses of the vaccination, right? There would be significantly more institutions that were demonstrating this. That doesn't happen.
Well, that's the
right?
thing is they've
Thank you for the Panther Paws. I appreciate it. That must have been
and hide it. They've been trying to hide deaths.
My dad's a doctor, right? My mom's a nurse, right? They are dealing with people who are also administering these vaccines. They would have been able to see it. Are you assuming that my parents are lying to me?
I'm thinking that maybe they were incorrect.
What are they incorrect about?
About what they experienced with the vaccine.
But the random TikToker that you saw is correct with that experience where there's a chip in the vaccination.
It wasn't just one person on TikTok. It was the news here in Florida. The news here in Florida.
Yeah, I don't care what the news said. I care what the evidence states.
But the TikTok, that wasn't good enough for you. But you don't believe the news either.
Yeah, I don't believe TikTok or the news. I believe evidence. I believe actual professionals.
Right, you would have to go and do that yourself and talk to the professional because the professionals were on the news.
Yeah, I would have to talk to those professionals, but I know professionals in my life. I literally know professionals in my life, like my parents, right? So I can literally relate to them and the people that they know at their own hospital, right? In which the people I know who were giving the vaccinations.
Right.
I literally know these people.
I lost 2 family members after they got vaccinated. So
was that because they were vaccinated?
And then I had friends that lost their family members after they were being vaccinated.
Was that because they were vaccinated, or what was the reason for death?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why.
Thank you for the subscription.
That they can come up with, I'm sure, but they didn't know why my aunt died. They believe it was an aneurysm, but I think it's a little bit ironic that my aunt was young and right after she got a vaccine, she died. And
yeah, so things that's called correlation. That's called correlation, not causation.
Right. That's just I don't believe in coincidences. I've experienced enough in life to know that there's no such thing as coincidence.
Okay, if we just relate to correlation, okay, well, it's going to be the case that violent crime increases whenever, people are, eating ice cream at higher rates. So does that mean that eating ice cream causes violent crime?
I don't know. Were there parasites in the ice cream or something?
No. We're just doing it based upon correlation or association.
I'm sorry. Can you explain to me what you're asking one more time?
Okay, so we see two indicating factors at the same time. One, that there's an increase in violent crime, and then we also see there's an increase in the amount of ice cream consumption. Okay?
Right.
Right. Does that mean that the increase in ice cream consumption caused the increase in crime?
Well, to tell you the truth, I've studied the brain independently for quite some time, and I do know that sugar is a drug, and people don't really, in our generation, that's probably what's wrong with most of the people in our country in America, is that they consume drugs on the daily because it's been normalized.
So you actually think that eating ice cream at a higher rate increases the crime?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Sugar is 10 times stronger than cocaine. Have you studied sugar? Have you studied sugar cane? It's stronger than cocaine.
In what way?
It highlights the brain like an addict more than cocaine itself, more than crack. Do people do weird things on crack? Do you believe that the crime rate could increase if everyone
when I eat an ice cream cone, do I like get do I get cracked out? Do I get high?
I'm sorry. Can I ask a question and you answer it for me?
Yeah.
Now, do you think that the crime rate can increase if everyone started doing crack cocaine?
Yeah, we could see a slight increase. That's because we know that when people are on crack, right, that increase the likelihood of aggression and violence. We don't see that with sugar. Okay, there's literally no evidence you have.
Did you study sugar?
Yes, I've looked at sugar studies. Yes, of course. What the fuck? Thank you, Amanda. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. To show that there's not just because there's correlation, that doesn't mean that there's causation. The fact that you said that eating ice cream cones is causing people to commit crime is literally absurd. Right, Amanda? Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the subscription as well. I appreciate it.
The devil
Red
is looking for someone to devour, man. And keep a sober mind. That's what God said. Keep a sober mind. And you know what sugar does to the brain? It highlights it up 10 times stronger than cocaine itself.
That literally doesn't tell us that it's worse at all. Acapella, you have no clue what you're saying right now. Sugar does not cause us to commit crime at higher rates. Okay? Just eating ice cream. Okay? It is literally just these things are associated with each other.
Well, it creates disease. Sugar creates disease. And anybody who's...
Thank you for that mustache. Okay, I walked outside. I walked outside today, right? I went on a walk. Let's say I got a heart attack, right? And I die. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you for the hand heart. I appreciate it. Does that mean that just being outside caused me to die?
No, that doesn't mean that.
No. So just because things are associated or correlated with each other does not mean that they are caused.
I understand where you're coming from because I could eat some sugar and most definitely not go kill somebody. Okay. But what I'm saying is that for a higher consumption of sugar and taking in an over
Yeah, because there's no evidence indicating that what you just said is true at all. Like, can you give me a
Well, I
study?
mean, there is evidence. It's just that people don't want to look at that evidence.
Can you give me the can you
They
give
want to
me the
look at
study?
the evidence that suits their lifestyle best.
Acapella, I've asked you for two things. One, for evidence that there's a microchip in the vaccination, and then two, that there's evidence of sugar, like eating ice cream.
But own experience and all the things that I've studied, man. All the things that I've studied and experienced. That sugar is a drug, and if you're not, people that are in pain and people that don't feel the government. And no, it's cool. Like pretty soon, everyone's gonna find out what the truth is. So just be ready for that. And God bless you.
No. Can you tell me what it was?
I just know something interesting. You go to a country where they don't have sugar in all of their food and all this other poison that's in our food, and there's not one transgender person on that continent. Not one. And then
there are trans people. They aren't coming out because they're not as accepted. In those particular situations.
Yes. In our country, yes. But I'm telling you about a documentary.
Thank you.
There's a documentary called "What Is a Woman?" And
I've watched that documentary. Like Matt Walsh has no clue what he's saying.
He travels all over the place.
Yeah, and Matt Walsh knows nothing of what he's saying. He's brainless, bro.
He goes to, oh wow, you think he's brainless?
Yes, absolutely. Wow. His definition for what a woman is incoherent gibberish. He's saying that there's a necessary and sufficient condition for what a woman is, but then he's also claiming that not every individual has this particular quality, right? His claim is that of the nature to give birth, that implies that typically speaking, they have the ability to give birth. Not every single woman under his view has the ability to give birth. That is exactly why it's complete gibberish, because if you are making a claim that it's typical, you cannot say this is a necessary and sufficient condition or a condition that indicates that this is true in all situations. That's gibberish.
He literally goes to an island where these people, he asks these people of this island, and he says, if I told you that I'm a man, right, and you see me as a man, that's what you see me as, but if I told you that I'm really a woman inside of a man's body, what would you say? And the people of the island were like, there's something wrong with you. Like,
that doesn't mean that those people are correct. You understand that, right?
There's nobody on that island that has that problem. And the reason why...
Yes, there literally are people who are trans. They just do not come out because in those particular circumstances, it's less likely that they will be accepted. Trans people don't make up a lot of the population. It's around 0.3%.
They literally have no...
It's around 0.3% to 0.7. It's around point... Yeah, and I didn't have an experience with someone who is trans until recently in my life, because there's not that many people who are trans, and trans people are not inclined to come out because people are not inclined to respect them and support them. Thank you for the hand.
Well, the issue is the imbalance that's created in someone's body that makes them feel more like a woman when they're a man. It's an imbalance in their body of estrogen or testosterone.
No, not necessarily. No, not necessarily. Right? Like someone can have this sense without there being, with actually like high rate, if they're a male, they can have high rates of testosterone and still have this. Thank you for the superpower. I appreciate it. So not necessarily.
Okay, so I just want to say, thank you for having me and, having a...
You can't just make a bunch of false claims and then not address any of them. Come on. That's ridiculous. You were making claims that like, oh, this is what it would look like if, this is how people would experience it if it was based upon sugar. Thank you for the hand. I appreciate it.
I understand that you're going to believe what you believe, okay, until you experience you know, something that can teach you otherwise. And I pray to God that
You're not engaging with a single point that I've
I
had.
pray that you have a supernatural experience and God opens your eyes, because I don't understand why some
I pray
people
that you have a rational thought process, and I actually can have a conversation with me. Can you please engage?
You know what? I appreciate that. If you really will say that prayer for me, I appreciate that. Thank you. Because, you know,
Yes.
I'm getting ready to share my testimonies, and I appreciate you challenging my testimonies, because that's going to make me better.
Can you
That's gonna
respond to
make
any
me
of the
go,
points that I've made, ma'am?
No, I'm not going to.
So this is exactly what I mean. You're gonna come up here and you're gonna spew absolute bullshit on my live. Thank you for the
Because
hypocrite.
that's what I'm going to go do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to work more on my testimony and backing it up, so that way when I do speak with someone like you again, I'll have more things to show them.
Yeah, well,
So I
you already
appreciate
have
this
nothing. There isn't going to be
conversation and
anything
the
because you
criticism.
have no
Yes, there
ability
will
to
be
determine
something,
that.
because God's getting ready to perform miracles, because we're coming into the end of
God
time.
can't
and you're
perform
gonna-
miracles
Yeah, no,
if the
you're
God
gonna see
doesn't
it.
exist.
You're gonna
You
see
understand
it.
that, right?
You're going to see it. I know God exists. I experienced him.
No, you don't.
You're gonna
You
see
literally
it.
don't.
No. Literally.
Right? The reason I literally proved within this conversation that we do
You're
not
a
know.
21-year-old that lacks wisdom. Okay.
You think that, right?
Okay. God bless
That's your
you. Have a good
perspective.
night. God bless
Come
you.
on,
Have a good night.
you can't just come on my live, spew absolute bullshit with absolutely no evidence, and then literally not be able to back up any of it. Like, there's no conversation to be had with a person in which does not even want to engage rationally with a concept. Dude, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Dude, how do you keep your cool, man?
I don't know, man. But let me go on to the next person. If you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now, y'all.
This is good practice for me for when I start
Yo.
streaming.
I know,
because
yeah.
I can be quiet while you.
So can we go?
Just hold my anger in.
Yeah, what's up, Thomas? What do you want to talk about again?
We were talking earlier about marriage, right? And I want to hear the claim that you made about marriage again, because I've done some research in scripture and stuff. What was the claim you made about divorce?
Yeah, so it was that it's adultery if you are to leave the relationship and then go sleep with, or I mean not sleep with, marry another individual, right? And that also to not let them separate, right? That was literally what was in the Bible. That's not my interpretation. That's not what I think. That's what's written in the Bible.
Say that again, Parker. You cut out.
I don't know where I got it. It's written in the Bible that since they are now one flesh, you should now not let them separate, right? And the only condition in which it is said that you can get a divorce, right, is in the instance in which they of porneia, right? That's what Matthew 19 tells us. Okay, that's the claim. That's literally what the Bible says.
Right, and I would say that it is deemed a sin to do so. And that doesn't make it objectively wrong, though.
Well, yeah, of course. I'm not saying objectively wrong because that's subjectively God's position.
God dies.
Yeah, God's stance is that it's wrong, therefore it's wrong. That's subjective, of course.
No, it's not. That's not his stance. His stance on marriage is that you should be joined and not separated, right? That's what he wants, right? But he doesn't say that you can't get a divorce if things don't turn out.
What does
or
not
if
separated mean?
the God abiding what?
What does not separate mean?
To go separate, to part ways, divorce.
Divorce, there you go. So like to not divorce, except for with one condition in Matthew 19, in which states it can happen in the case of porneia,
I
right?
don't think it's under one. It's not under one condition.
That was literally what Matthew 19 says. Mark 10 doesn't give an exception. Thank you for the hand heart, appreciate it.
Right. So it gives it gives the exception, right? But it doesn't deem it ultimately wrong.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Adultery is wrong, right? And God said not to separate. So if God makes a claim about what you should do, right, you ought to follow that, right? If God makes a claim about what you should do, you ought to follow. Thank you, Celestial. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Are you there, Thomas?
Yeah. Hold on, I'm reading.
Okay. In the meantime, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. We're going to be on probably just for this conversation, and then I will end it for today. The Passion Rose, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Celeste. All right, everyone, give it a second. Give it a second, everyone. By the way, everyone, if you want to have access to the sub-only chat, subscribe if you haven't already. It helps me come on here every single day, so I appreciate everyone who is subbing, everyone. Tomorrow, everyone, I should be on a little bit later. I'm going to hang out with my grandma tomorrow, so I should be on a little bit later. Maybe it will be around the same time as today, like 5 p.m., something like that. Central Standard Time. Maybe it might be a little bit later than that, but we'll see.
I can't log into my Facebook, man. Do people have Facebook anymore?
No.
Do you?
No.
Have you ever?
No, actually, well, my old people do.
Parker, the Ben and Jerry's makes you want to commit crimes.
Yeah, of course it does. It's proven. Yo, Georgia, thank you so much for the disco ball. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Georgia. I appreciate it. Grandma's cookies, yeah. She wanted us to help her with a few things because she can't, like, reach stuff. Because she's too short.
Okay.
She's so cute. You're gonna love her.
So obviously,
Oh, I can't hear you right now. Parabolic, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you for the con as well. I appreciate it, meme. Go for it. What were you saying, Thomas? Hey, Thomas, are you there, bro? Hello? Thomas, you just want to come on, bro? And I appreciate it. Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Alright, see you then.
What was he doing?
I don't know. He was gonna say something, but I cut him off too early, chat. I apologize. Parker and AJ are getting serious. What is that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean?
What did they say?
Parker and AJ getting serious.
We've been serious for a very long time.
Look how cute he is. I'm just kidding, chat.
You
You already know. You already know I'm not gay, of course. I'm obviously straight. I've said that like a million times on live, yet people still consider me to be not so straight. Yo, Celeste, I appreciate the rose. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I am 18.
What's your birth year?
I am born in 2005.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
Yeah, I actually do.
Oh, why so?
I got one question for you.
Go for it.
What kind of bumbleclad dog am I? Arf, arf, arf. What kind of bloodclad dog am
All right, everyone, give it a second, y'all. Apparently, yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
Yes,
Why so?
I mean, I feel like saying it like that, like being gay is immoral, is not a fair question. I mostly think that the act is immoral.
Sure, that's like involved in my question. So why do you think that engaging in gay intercourse is wrong?
I mean, I feel like if we think about how society works and the fact that society depend on the fact of making children, we can have a fair argument to say that it is immoral on that point.
Okay, is it immoral to be celibate?
No.
Okay, but that's not going to lead to reproduction.
Being celibate is not like doing an action. So you cannot be immoral by not doing any action.
Okay, so it's only if the action does not result in reproduction.
Not only that, the fact that homosexual relationship only cannot create life and only can create like sterility, nothing else than this.
Okay, is it immoral for me to be with someone who is infertile?
You're talking about a woman?
Yep.
She's not meant to be infertile. It has been this is like a condition being infertile. So this is not the same situation.
It obviously is in the essence in terms of like when I engage in intercourse with that individual, it's never going to lead to reproduction. So the relationship that I exist in does not ever end in fertility, right? Or end in children.
I mean,
right? Biologically.
The thing is, you were meant to have sexual relationship with this person, or contrary with like two male, for example.
That's your assumption. So it's not based upon the idea of whether or not it leads to reproduction in terms of engaging in intercourse. It's simply based upon the notion that you just don't like gay people.
No, that is not true. Because
then what's the reason that distincts these two?
The thing is, even not even in a like religion perspective, like based in nature, a man has his private part. We can fit in the private part of the female, which is not the same thing with two male. In fact,
you can fit. What do you mean?
I'm talking about like, the private part of the female.
Like they fit together? Well, you could say the private part of the man and the man also fit together too.
How?
Well, it fits.
Which is not true.
It literally does.
On what fact? And what
there are lots of
okay,
gay people that engage in gay intercourse, and it fits. They can tell you in the comment section.
I mean, not naturally. It has to
what do
be
you mean naturally?
When I mean naturally, like it is not made. It is not made to be like this.
Okay, so now you're implying that there's some sort of purpose behind this.
I mean, there's
that requires a mind.
I mean,
so you're implying a god, it seems.
No. I'm not taking it on the religious perspective because if I'm telling you that
this purpose?
If I'm telling you that your lungs are made to contain air, am I saying that there need to be a god, or I'm just stating a simple fact?
No, you're saying that there's some sort of purpose. What defines this purpose? Is it just you here?
I mean, there is purpose behind every part, like on your body. Your mouth is made to use your mouth to eat. It is made for that. This is the purpose of the mouth.
Yeah, is the purpose for my mouth to kiss my girlfriend if I had one?
It is not one of the primary purpose, but you could do this with it.
So even though it doesn't fulfill the purpose, it's still not bad. Okay, so you're not making some sort of teleological argument here.
No, the thing is, the fact it is not that it is not made to not kiss. It is made primary to hit. That it is not made not to do those type of action. And the contrary.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the anus, right? You're saying that it's made not to do this, and I'm saying that's obviously not true.
I'm telling you that it is made to can I say it? Shit.
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, it's made to do that, but I mean, it doesn't mean it's not made to do this. The same way that your mouth is made to eat or is made to speak or something like that, but it's not necessarily made to kiss someone. Yeah, it's not wrong to do that.
I mean, no, because having like okay, can I say anal? I don't know if I.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, having like intercourse and like having anal relationship, it can lead like to having infection because of the fact that your butthole is made to put like the wrong things that the body doesn't need out, not to put thing in there.
You can get infections from other stuff as well, from straight intercourse. You can get it from oral.
Yeah,
you can get it just from being birthed.
The difference is, it's not like from a healthy body. If you're getting like an infection by having normal intercourse with a partner, is because the part of the body of this person is not healthy. On the contrary, if you get infection from having anal sex, it is not that the butt is not healthy. And the contrary, it is because it is healthy.
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah, because if you clean and whatnot, you're not going to get an infection. Especially if you use like contraception, like condoms.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to use, how to say that?
Is it wrong to use a condom when you intercourse?
It is not wrong.
Okay,
it is not wrong.
So again, the idea here is that Why is it bad then? Because like you're not likely to get a disease when you do that. The same way you're not likely to get a disease when you engage in straight intercourse with a condom.
Yeah, but the thing is, a man is not made to have sexual intercourse.
Why?
Because the purpose of sex and nature, and especially in the human species, is to reproduce. That's the only thing that keeps our society going.
Yeah, so me with my infertile wife, right? That's going to be, if I had an infertile wife, right?
That's
and I
the
engage
thing.
in
You
intercourse with her, right? That's also not going to lead to reproduction either. Yet you don't consider that to be immoral.
It is not immoral because the fact that your wife isn't able to have children is because she's unhealthy. So she's supposed to have children. And two men having...
No. We'll say that she's born without a uterus.
Yeah, that's a condition. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's how. What do you mean supposed to? How do you determine what's supposed to be?
Okay, for example, when you say that you are a normal guy, you're taking in reference like for most people what it is usually done.
Most people don't have red hair. Most people don't have hazel eyes like I do. Does that mean that it's like something bad? Or it's not meant to be? I'm not meant to have hazel eyes because only 2% of the population has hazel eyes.
No, that doesn't mean that. Because having hazel eyes is a characteristic of certain people. And
yeah,
it
same
is
thing
not,
with being
it is
infertile,
not,
right? 19% of women are infertile. It's a characteristic of some people. So when you just deny it because it's not most people, then you're also going to be denying the idea of the hazel eyes here.
No, it is not the characteristic of an healthy body. Having hazel eyes is not a characteristic of having an unhealthy condition. No.
Healthy, it's not.
For example, I do know that if you have have a heart disease, and then you have some exercise that you cannot do, or things that you cannot hit, or your life expectancy is shortened by those conditions. By that, I can say that okay, it is unhealthy because the way that it was supposed to work is not working that way. Having hazel eyes doesn't mean that
you're assuming that. By saying supposed to work, you're assuming that.
I'm not assuming. No. Okay. By your position is like there is no normalcy. It is impossible to have any normalcy. It is impossible to have any standard because there is exception. That is a very...
No. That's not what I'm saying at all. Thank you. I appreciate the butterfly. Thank you so much. It's not possible for there to be an all-encompassing standard if there is an exception.
Yeah, there will always be exception. That doesn't mean that normalcy doesn't exist.
I never said normalcy doesn't exist. I never made that claim.
Okay, but when I'm talking about something that is supposed to be, you're saying that I'm making a subjective point. Is it that you're trying?
All encompassing. Like the reason here is all encompassing. You're saying that all circumstances in which a sexual act does not lead to reproduction, then it's considered immoral.
Yeah, I say that
this is a sexual act that does not lead to reproduction, therefore is considered immoral under your view.
The thing is, the fact that it cannot lead to a pregnancy or a birth, it's not because there are some unhealthy things in the body of someone that made that happen. This is because of the choice and because of even those two people. Even if those two people were healthy, they would have never happened because it is not meant to happen.
When you say meant to happen, you're assuming your own standard. I'm asking you, right, by mean to happen, you...
Oh, I mean...
Okay, so it was not meant to have hazel eyes, because it's not normal.
That is a dumb comparison, because two people...
It's not a dumb comparison, right? That is completely rational to compare in this circumstance. Stop poisoning the well when there's no reason to poison the well there, right? What I just said was a legitimate question that relates to your standard.
It is not my standard if I say that two guys cannot have kids. This is not my standard.
God. Your standard was if it is not normal, then it's not supposed to be that way. Okay? My eye color is not normal, therefore it's not supposed to be that way. That is literally what your view is.
Okay, I think that you cannot put the unhealthy part away when I'm talking about what is normal and not normal. What is normal is what is supposed to be, what works, what doesn't cause any problem, any trouble. This is what normal is. So if you have hazel eyes, and what term does that infringe you to see or to do anything that you would want to be to do? So
okay. So if it's just something I don't, okay, like for example, if there's someone that doesn't want to have children and they're infertile, well then there's no reason that you would say that it was not supposed to be that way, because it's based upon what they want there, what the goals are with their action.
Can you repeat that, please?
Okay, what's relevant is their goals in terms of their action. That's what you just said. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. That they want to use it a particular way and can't. Okay, if someone is infertile but doesn't want children, well then they're not going against something in which it was supposed to be a particular way, because again, their want wasn't to have children.
So
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Yeah. And what's the point in that?
Okay, if they're supposed to be that way, if they don't want children, if I engage in intercourse with that
so
person,
you're telling me that okay, you're telling me that if they are infertile, so that means that they were supposed to not have kids because they are infertile. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. Oh my gosh, dude. You were making a claim. Thank you for the sunglasses. I appreciate it. You were making a claim that it was supposed to be this particular way. Thank you. I appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you. Or it's not supposed to be a particular way because they didn't have a desire to do that. Like, it doesn't take away from my ability to want to see a particular thing or want to see that. Therefore, my eyes are still supposed to be this way, even though it's not normal. Okay, so you can relate to the same thing when it relates to infertile people, right? They don't want to have children, right? So nothing about what they want to do is limited. Therefore, it was supposed to be that way.
I see what you're trying to say, but now I'm seeing with your comparison that we are conflicting the being gay and like having gay relationship. For example, having hazel eyes is not the same thing as it's not the same thing as doing an action that made you have.
I'm not comparing it to action. We were comparing it to people who are infertile.
Yes, but gay people are not infertile.
I never said gay people are infertile necessarily. That's not the claim that I've made.
I do know that. That's why I'm telling you that a man and a female who is having sexual relationship that cannot have kid is not the same thing as two men that having sexual relationship and will not produce any kid. This is not the same thing.
Yeah, I never made a claim that it's logically identical.
So the problem is not that.
Stop. It's the same. It's the same within the respect of like the reason you provided, that when you engage in intercourse with this person, it's never going to lead to reproduction. That was the thing that was relevant in terms of the comparison. Obviously, these circumstances are not logically identical. They're identical within that one respect. So they're identical within the respect that I compared of whether or not it can lead to reproduction when you engage in intercourse with them. I'm not saying that it's logically identical within every other respect, because then it wouldn't be an analogy. I would just be telling you the same circumstance that we were just talking about. Okay? And the point of an analogy is to compare a particular aspect of it, i.e. in this circumstance, the principle or the reason that you provided, right? So that's what's relevant in the comparison.
Yeah, I see what you're trying to do, but okay, let's take it that way. We do know, okay, can we agree that the purpose of life is in itself to multiply? Life always try to reproduce more life. Can we agree on that?
Life oftentimes does choose to bring about more life, but it does not necessarily mean that it's our purpose. Our purpose is defined by us as individuals. Thank you. I appreciate the hanging light. Thank you so much. So if I don't see my purpose to have children, that's completely fine.
Yeah, that's one thing, but you cannot control like the purpose of your heart. You cannot, for example, we know that the purpose of your heart is to distribute blood in your whole body. You cannot control that. So this is something that is designed, okay, outside of what you will want. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, like it's not designed, but like it's a function I have that I don't control. The same way that I don't have control over whether or not I'm straight or gay. Thank you for the hanging lights. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so we can agree that there are some things that are made in a certain way that you cannot control whether you would like it or not.
I wouldn't say made, but they exist in a particular way in which you cannot control them. Yes. What's your point?
My point is life in itself, naturally, it wants to continue. And when you engage in homosexual activities, it is exactly the opposite of what life by itself would like to be. Like,
no, so there's nothing that life itself would want to be. Wants are specific to individuals in which have minds and desires.
That is not
life
true
itself.
because,
Hold up, stop. Life itself doesn't necessarily indicate a desire.
I mean, okay, do
microorganisms have desires?
Let me tell you, you can. Okay, you can.
Can you answer my question? This is really relevant, right? Like, do microorganisms have desires?
No, but they are designed in a way. They are designed in a way to accomplish their part in the human, not human, but in the cycle of life. Yeah.
Yeah, not designed, but they exist in a particular way in which they have a function in which can bring about more life or be life themselves. That doesn't mean that I have this particular purpose or this particular desire, right? The desire is going to be specific to a mind. If a mind does not have a desire to have children, well, then the mind did not desire to have children. Therefore, it's not going against their own purpose. Thank you. I appreciate the cotton.
Okay, let me ask you this, because I use this word several times and you take your time to change it to correct me. Like, what is the problem with my use of the word design?
It implies a creator, which I don't believe in a creator.
I mean, I do not believe in a creator, but I'm still using it because it is convenient to describe the way that evolution works. The fact that for most of
it's actually not.
It
confuses way more people because design inherently requires a creator. There's a designer for design.
But you cannot you cannot deny the fact that, for example, your hand, it is perfectly designed to grab things.
It functions in a particular way in which I can grab things. Just say function. Don't say designed.
But it functions that way for a purpose to grab. If we didn't need to grab anything of it, if it wasn't relevant to our human existence, it would not have been.
Here, let me clarify. You're kind of making a natural teleology, like, sort of argument, natural teleological argument, right? Where you're saying that, like, different things that we have purposes. Knives have the purpose to cut things, right? My hands have the purpose to grab things, right? Like, particular things like that. And using it without that particular purpose is wrong. So if I use a knife within a situation, not to cut things, but instead to, say, write or carve into a table, actually, yeah, that's necessarily cutting it, just as a prop for a movie, right? That would be misusing its purpose and therefore be immoral under that view, right? But you're not going to hold to that. So you can't flip-flop in between the natural teleology, right? Because then you're going to have to give a reason as to why particularly we have to fulfill the purpose when it relates to this circumstance with two gay individuals having intercourse.
But the thing is, I don't like the way that you're using the word, because you're using the term natural theology like to scare people away. People that, for example, have a how to say that, a natural reaction to be on their defensive when we are talking about things that have that could include like religion, belief, and all of those things. Me, I'm saying it in a way that I'm literally like stating some fact, because, for example, you have different type of teeth in your mouth. This is not because it is the way that it is. It is because they had to there is a purpose behind the design that there. I'm not saying that there is someone behind this design, but there are definitively purpose to the teeth that you have on your mouth. So that is a fact. I don't know why you keep saying that it is a natural theological thing, like it is not like stating reality to say those things.
No, thank you for that, Mustache. I appreciate it. Natural teleology is making a claim that you ought to use it like this in a particular way because it has that function. Okay? I'm not using it in a way in which is necessarily bad. Natural teleology is just how it's referred to. Thank you for the hint. I appreciate it. I'm just stating a fact.
Yeah, but it is. I don't know why it would be like inaccurate point of view to see the things that way. Because if you try to, for example, walk on your hand, you'll see that it is 10 times more difficult than to walk on your feet. So we can state that, okay, I have my feet and they are purposely, or they are purposely involved in the way that I can work on them. So I do not see
the purpose comes from my mind, right? There's a function of it, and then my mind generates a purpose behind that function, right? Saying I ought to use it this way or I'm using it this way is the goal when I engage in this particular function, okay?
But it did not depend.
Saying that there are functions of things doesn't necessarily imply that there are goals. Purposes imply goals, right? So you're making a distinction away from the functionality aspect, when in reality this is just a function that you're applying your own notion of, right? This is a goal. That's your subjective preference there, right? So I'm asking, why is it particularly goal in that circumstance? But other types of purposes, right, wouldn't necessarily be held to the same degree. Because my mouth, right, we brought up that already. It's not made to kiss my girlfriend if I had one, right? But I do use it to kiss my girlfriend, and that's not a bad thing for me to do.
I mean, I said that it wasn't his primary purpose. So I didn't say that it wasn't made
so
for
it
this.
is a purpose.
Yeah, it can be used as a purpose.
Yeah, it can. Intercourse can also be a purpose too.
That's true. That's true. And having intercourse is having sex, and having sex is primary made to reproduce. This is not the thing that I'm saying.
No. Actually, no.
Oh.
Yeah,
Why?
because-
Why not?
Yeah, because most times when people engage in intercourse, it does not lead to reproduction. I mean, it's only like 5%.
The fact that people are using it wrongly doesn't mean that it is not made for that.
Your wrongly is in relation to your own desires.
This is not my own desires that when you have sex,
That is literally your own desire there,
okay,
because it has that particular function, and then you're saying that this is a purpose because it's a function. That isn't to tell us whether or not it's a purpose. The purpose comes from your mind or your goals. Okay, someone's goals can be differently than yours, and the purpose for that action won't necessarily be reproduction. The purpose for the action would be pleasure, or it would be expression of love.
The thing that I think that you are missing is that there are other things involved in those actions that you cannot control. Yes, you can engage in sex without the will of having children, but there are other things involved, like your body and your anatomy, the way that it is, the way that it functions. Okay, that it is made it's purposely for when you have sex to have to produce children.
You just restated the claim. You're just telling me there's a function.
Exactly, that's what I'm telling you. You're
Function
saying
doesn't imply purpose.
But the fact that there is already a function, that doesn't mean that you the only thing that you want to do, that's the only thing that matters. Why would it be that way?
I never said that reproduction. What I said is that it's not going to say that it's immoral for me to use it in a manner in which does not lead to that reproduction. You already said that it's not immoral for me to use a condom when I'm engaging in straight intercourse, and that's directly opposed to the purpose of your review here.
Because when you are you said that it was for to use when you're having intercourse with your girlfriend. So a man and a woman having intercourse is not immoral because they are made to have intercourse independently on how they are having intercourse,
Yeah,
which is
and
different.
whether or not you see them to be made to have intercourse is dependent upon the reproduction. In this scenario, there's not reproduction, so that thing does not apply. Jacob, thank you so much for the roses. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Can you repeat the last part?
I don't know what you were talking about. It was just like I think it was just related to purpose, right? Like just because there's a particular function does not mean I have to use it in this particular way. I've given you scenarios in which there is this particular function. I don't use it in that way, and it's still fine.
It can be fine, but that doesn't mean that it is moral, or that doesn't mean that it is equal to other like sexual intercourse. The fact that, for example, you can have sex with your girlfriend without intending to have kids and not being immoral, that doesn't mean that if two men is having the same relationship, that doesn't mean make it okay, because it is in itself.
Then there must be some other reason that's not related to the reproduction aspect.
It cannot be put out of this because the two things involve the human body, and their function is a key factor to the type of things that could be considered immoral to do with those function or not.
Okay, there's a function within the male asshole in which produces sexual pleasure.
Exactly when this is that doesn't prove anything because if I take drug, for instance, there is a substance and the drug that will make me feel good. So that doesn't mean because the drug has a function as chemical particle in it that will react with my body that will make me feel good. That doesn't make it like okay to do it because I can't feel good about it. So that is a I don't understand that
Yeah,
argument.
I'm not using that argument. It was simply what you were saying. There is a particular function, therefore you use it in accordance with that particular function because you're just applying a purpose to reproduction, but you're not applying the purpose to other types of functions. So there has to be a distinction, right? As to why you apply a purpose in one scenario and not the other. That's what I'm getting to. You just walked right back into my point.
The fact that the fact that I'm not considering the pleasure function.
No, like you're applying a function in one scenario and not the other. Why are you saying that there isn't a function for two people to engage in gay intercourse in which it's the expression of love or pleasure that isn't necessarily a bad thing?
Because it is primarily a selfish action. That it doesn't.
Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Me playing Fortnite is a primary like selfish action. Is that bad?
In what way it is as selfish as two men? Are you made to not play?
Wait, in what way is it different?
Are you made to not play Fortnite?
Under your view, yeah, it seems. Like what functions? Wait. What functions in my body are meant to be particularly playing Fortnite?
When did I say that? I didn't say that.
That's what I was disputing. I was saying that there's
no. You say that. No. You're trying to say that. If I'm telling that, if I'm saying that two men cannot have intercourse, or it is immoral for two men to have intercourse because it is immoral, they are not made to do that. And then with this to you playing Fortnite.
Why are you made to play Fortnite, but you're not made to engage in gay intercourse? That's consensual.
So playing video games and having sex is the same thing.
Dude, it's like he doesn't understand what I'm doing. I'm comparing it within one respect. Okay? It doesn't mean every aspect is. I'm comparing it within the respect that they're both things that it doesn't seem like we were designed to necessarily do, right? Like how a knife is to cut things. I don't see a reason as to why like we can't do these particular things or why it's against like the functions, right? So like I'm just asking for a distinction between these two that indicates that it's okay to engage in one but not the other, and you're saying that's based upon purpose, okay? The purpose. Why is a purpose applying to playing Fortnite? Why is there a purpose behind me doing that? But there's not a purpose behind me engaging in gay intercourse if I was gay.
Okay, so you're trying to put the purpose factor as the center of your comparison.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I'm saying is that I do not. The fact that you are trying to make this comparison and saying that the purpose intended is the thing that is that relate this comparison doesn't make it a good comparison. Because when I'm talking about gay sex, I'm talking about like natural function, things that you cannot change, no matter how bad you might want to change it. And you are comparing it to the purpose of you playing video games. I do not see the point, the purpose point, even that you're trying to make it seems like it is obvious. I do not see it.
I don't know how else to explain it to you. I thought it was clear. What about it's not clear? Like you're
saying
that does the purpose apply in one scenario but not the other? Answer the question.
So in my reasoning, you will want me to see you playing Fortnite as immoral as having gay sex.
Bro,
because of my reasoning.
Is he not listening to me? What was the question I asked you?
You ask me, what is the like the purpose? The purpose intended when playing Fortnite that makes it okay, and the
Why
purpose
is
of
there a
having
purpose in one scenario but not the other?
I do not see it. I do not see it. Like, why is there a purpose? And I do not see what you are trying to say.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to talk about then? It's about
I
time
see
I was
you.
gonna get
I
off.
see you. I saw that you had some live about trans women, saying that trans women are women.
Mm-hmm.
And what make you say that trans women are women?
They fit under the definition. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it.
Okay, what is the definition?
Yeah. An adult human person that's committed towards the cultural and social norms associated with the female sex.
With the female sex. Okay, so being associated with the cultural and things associated with the female sex is enough for you, for someone to be identified as
Having
a
a
woman.
commitment towards these particular notions will look you to make sense of what they're saying when they're saying that they're open.
Okay, so
or saying that they're a man.
Okay. So if a woman can, so I can just be committed to those things and become a woman.
No, yeah. If you have these particular commitments, you'd be considered a woman under my view. Mm-hmm.
Is there
Thank you,
any?
Little Crown. I appreciate it.
Is there any?
Or it'd be like majority.
But
this.
I remember that people were saying that those things are cultural. They are concept. They are not real. So all that.
I don't know what you mean by real here.
For instance, the fact that a woman is supposed to be that way, that doesn't define a woman. But yet, to be considered a woman, you have to fall on under those stereotypes.
And you have to be committed towards these particular social and cultural norms. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make sense of what your view is. Thank you for the dog. I appreciate it.
But there is no difference between gender and sex.
Okay, that's your position. Like, I can define things differently, and it's absolutely coherent.
This is not my position because the concept of woman would have never existed without female existing. So how can you separate those two things?
Yeah, without humans existing, there aren't going to be these concepts either, because humans are the ones that generate the concepts. I don't know why that's relevant.
But those concepts are based in biology and reality and things that you cannot subjectively.
Wait. Just because it's not based in biology doesn't mean it's not based in reality.
No.
Do you have a favorite sports team?
No, not particularly.
Okay, if someone has a favorite sports team, does that not relate to reality?
Being a woman, it really to really.
It's like I asked you a specific question, right? You know what the question was? Thank you for the hanging lights. I appreciate it.
Okay. If you're a fan of a sport team, that doesn't mean that this is not real. You're a fan of this team. This team exists. So
yeah, it is real. Same thing with the definition of what a woman is. They're both have like socially constructed aspects of them. Right? Not saying it's
okay. So woman, being a woman is socially constructed.
The norms, the social norms and cultural norms are socially constructed, yes. The commitments towards that isn't necessarily socially constructed. It's the commitments towards social constructs. But like,
okay, so
the same way I'm committed towards a particular team winning, which indicates I'm a fan.
Okay, so you're telling me, okay, let's say that a trans person.
Hold on one second. AJ.
Yeah.
Yo, do you have anything last you want to say? Because I have to get off.
if you have to get off, you can go, but
Yeah,
maybe
we can
we'll
come on
you'll
another time when
continue
I
this
do that
conversation.
topic.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
For sure, man. Appreciate you coming on, bro.
Yeah, me too.
All right, peace out. All right, everyone, I'm gonna get off right now. AJ wants me to leave so that we can do stuff. But thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it, Nani. Thank you so much. Absolute W's for Nani in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you for the Hydra Slime. Thank you for the cat. Love y'all so much, everyone. I'm gonna get off, everyone. Love everyone. Hopefully everyone had a great day so far. Thank you for the pancake. Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you for the cat. I appreciate it. Absolute W's. Absolute W's. All right, everyone. We're gonna see if someone's raid that we can raid someone real quick. Thank you for that little crown. I appreciate it.
I bought Parker a
He bought a little chicky thing. Yo, thank you for the Panther pause. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Chat. What do y'all think? Will or Dean? Who do y'all want me to raid? Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Will or Dean? Dean's talking about abortion, and then Will is talking about God.
I say Dean.
Will, Dean.
Mostly Dean.
I see a lot of Wills too.
There's a lot of Will.
Dean. I
It's all Dean,
see
bro.
more Deans.
Dean wins.
All right, everyone, we're gonna go over to Dean real quick. I see a lot more
Fuck
Deans.
Will, man.
Yo, chill.
Who's Will? Who's Will?
Who's Will? No, I'm just trolling. We love Will.
No, I'm serious. Who's Will?
I'll make sure to get Will soon. Oh, you saw him. This is Will. Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay.
Dean.
Okay. AJ's just trolling, chat. We obviously love what's it called?
We love everybody.
We love everyone.
everybody.
But all right, everyone, I'm gonna get off right now. Everyone, go over to Dean's live. It's Dean spam Parker raid spam love from Parker. Everyone, look up. It's Dean spam Parker raid spam love from Parker. Love everyone so much. I will see everyone later. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you, Peter. I appreciate the little crown.